Introduction of the Philadelphia Negro, a Social Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Philadelphia Negro, a Social Study by W.E.B. Du Bois. Introduction. This inquiry into the condition of the Negroes of Philadelphia was begun August 1, 1896, and with 2 months' intermission in the summer of 1897, was pursued continuously until January 1, 1898. Dr. Du Bois was engaged by the University of Pennsylvania as assistant in sociology during this period for the special purposes of the inquiry. He devoted all of his time to systematic field work among the Negroes, especially in the 7th Ward, attending their meetings, their churches, their business, social, and political gatherings, visiting their schools and institutions, and most important of all, conducting a house-to-house visitation in their families, through which he came in personal contact with over 10,000 Negro inhabitants of the city. He devoted his whole time to this laborious work, and the thanks of the university are due to him for his afterward taking such time as he could spare from his duties as professor of history and economics at Atlanta University to prepare the following complete and accurate report. Miss Eden was engaged by the Philadelphia College Settlement for 8 months of the above period, that is, from October 1, 1896 to June 1, 1897, to conduct under the same general direction and in harmony with the methods of the larger inquiry a special investigation of the conditions of Negro domestic service. She also devoted the whole period of her engagement to practical field work and to house visitation, and kindly consented to prepare her report afterwards. Thus the inquiry represents a large amount of consecutive hard work under the most favorable conditions of practical personal study of the problems encountered, while most of the book work necessary to give the proper historical setting to the reports of these trained observers was done subsequently to the inquiry itself. The inquiry owes its origin to Miss Susan P. Wharton, at the time a member of the executive committee of the Philadelphia College Settlement. In addition to her sympathy with the unfortunate and a desire to help them, she realizes the value of knowledge as a guide in true philanthropy. Being herself a resident of the 7th Ward, where the largest Negro settlements of the city are located, and in her work at the college settlement being deeply impressed with the serious character of some of the Negro problems, she had already early in 1895 called together for a conference at her house persons interested in the welfare of this race. In a letter addressed to the provost of the university, Dr. Charles Custis Harrison, under date of May 30, 1895, she asked for the cooperation of the university, saying, "We should like the cooperation of the university in a plan for the better understanding of the colored people, especially of their position in this city. Mr. Robert C. Ogden, Mr. Talcott Williams, Mrs. Coppin, and myself are interested in a plan to obtain a body of reliable information as to the obstacles to be encountered by the colored people in their endeavor to be self-supporting, etc. Is the university interested in sociological work of this kind? Could it help to collect information in any of the ways mentioned by Mr. Williams in the enclosed letter? The college settlement wishes to cooperate in the movement and will probably engage a woman who can reside in St. Mary Street. Dr. Devine thought there might be someone graduating from the university this year who would be interested in such an investigation. Mrs. Coppin will have a center for such information as comes best through the colored people themselves. If you see any way in which the university could take part, will you send me a line by the end of this week? We hope to formulate a plan in a few days." To no one more sympathetic could Miss Wharton have gone than to the provost, who has been so long conspicuously identified with the best philanthropy in the city and state. Moreover, his ideal of the place of the university in the modern community and of its responsibilities for public usefulness caused him to welcome the suggestion that the university should have a part in a work with a distinctly ethical aim and to be based on accurate scientific study and investigation. To show even more clearly the relation of the university to the inquiry, we may quote a few lines from a letter which the provost sent out to a few friends of the university in order to raise the necessary funds for its part in the work. In association with the college settlement, the University of Pennsylvania has been asked to take part in a social movement of the following character. It has to do with the condition of the colored people in Philadelphia and with a quiet, earnest effort to improve their condition. It is proposed to take a ward in the city and to study the actual condition of the colored people in that ward. The university will designate a trained observer. The college settlement will also supply a similar observer. The visitation will be from house to house. The present actual conditions will thus be ascertained with as close an approximation to accuracy as possible, and the results with the statistics will be published by the university. We shall then have a body of facts upon which to work. We shall know inter alia from what occupations colored people are excluded, and we shall be able to endeavor to open new employments to colored people, both men and women. The object in view has met the approval of thoughtful people, and we would like to carry it out. My attention has been called to work of a similar character which has attracted the attention of Columbia College. President Lowe made use of the following words, which I desire to repeat as applicable to our effort. Science tells very plainly that we must not despise raw or crude materials. In fact, practical scientific work of today is directed more toward the utilization of waste materials than the discovery of new things. Those who despise the poor and the outcast and declare that nothing can be done for their uplifting have failed to learn a great lesson that Christ would teach us. The city problems are the problems of the world, and always will be until we come to the new city, the heavenly Jerusalem. A parlor meeting was held at Miss Wharton's house in the late fall of 1896, Provost Harrison presiding. The plan referred to was drawn up by the university and presented with explanations of the methods which it was desired to pursue, and with some account of a similar work on a still larger scale which had been successfully prosecuted by Mr. Charles Booth in London and the Hull House in Chicago. Investigations leading in the one case to the publication of Mr. Booth's monumental volumes on the life and labor of the people of London, and in the other to the valuable volume of Hull House Maps and Papers. Addresses were made at this gathering by such representative colored leaders as Mrs. Coppin and the Reverend Mr. Phillips, and by Miss Wharton, Provost Harrison, Mr. Isaac Clothier, and others. The provost formally announced that the university was ready to undertake the direction of the investigation, the appointment of one special observer, and the publication of such results of the entire inquiry as might prove of permanent value. As a result of this meeting, plans were soon completed, and the work of securing the requisite funds and qualified investigators was begun. Dr. William E. Burkhardt Du Bois, a graduate of Fisk and Harvard Universities, and also of the Graduate Department of Harvard, came to us from Wilberforce University, where, at the time of his appointment, he was professor of ancient languages. His major work at Harvard and during a considerable period of study in Germany had been history and sociology. His admirable volume on the history of the African slave trade, published as the first volume in the Harvard Historical Studies, was at the time in press. Both his training and personal qualifications for the projected work proved to be far greater than our highest expectations, and his signal services in the educational uplift of his people, both before and since his term of service at the University of Pennsylvania, have won for him a public recognition that renders any personal introduction of Dr. Du Bois quite unnecessary. The college settlement was not less fortunate in securing the services of an efficient college woman for its part of the work. Miss Eaton is a graduate of Smith College and has had experience in practical investigation. While fellow of the College Settlements Association, she made and published a careful statistical study of the condition of wage earners in the garment trades in New York and Chicago. Her report for the present inquiry has already received recognition from Columbia University, where it was accepted as partial fulfillment of the conditions for the Master of Arts degree. It is hardly necessary to refer to the original plan of the investigation, because it was adhered to in all its salient features, though modified in minor details as suggested by experience, and the results and methods described in the following pages speak for themselves. The purpose of the inquiry is to furnish local agencies and individuals interested in improving the condition of the Negro population of Philadelphia a more comprehensive knowledge of the existing condition of Negroes, so that such work may be directed in the most helpful channels. It would not be amiss, therefore, to call attention in this place to some of the more significant points brought out in the report. The Negroes, as an element in the total population of the city, are growing in numbers more rapidly than the whites, the rate of increase being due rather to immigration than to natural increase. In 1890, however, the Negro constituted less than 4% of the total population, which was about the percentage for each of the 3 preceding decades, and much less than that for any decade in this century prior to 1860. Insignificant as 4% may seem, it represents over 40,000 souls, and was a larger absolute Negro population than was found in any other city of the country, excepting Washington, Baltimore, and New Orleans. This population is placed in a city which combines in many curious ways the characteristics of both North and South. Its Negro population is moreover peculiar in its excess of females and of young persons, men and women, between the ages of 18 and 35. More help should be extended to Negro working women, the majority of whom are at domestic service. In general, their health is good because they are better fed and housed than persons in other employments who provide their own meals and lodgings. More opportunities are needed for healthy amusement for domestics on their days out than are provided by the Negro churches. Also, more direction and legal protection concerning methods of saving and mutual benefit societies. The relation of mistress and servant is a problem in which the Negro domestic is not peculiar, but is involved in what is being done for a better adjustment of this relationship in general. Still, the question remains, why the abnormal excess of females in this city Negro population? The limited occupations open to men have much to do with it. Thus the women will be helped by every increase in employments for men, which will make the relative numbers of the sexes more normal. The present abnormal sex distribution has caused considerable crime and moral degradation. This is still further accentuated by the fact that an abnormal age structure explains, if it does not condone, the most prevalent crimes. The chief problem of the Philadelphia Negro is not that of sheer ignorance, for the percentage of illiteracy, as illiteracy is measured statistically, is low. Yet when one asks seriously what kind of education have these people received, and how is it suited to their economic and social status, the educational problem assumes large proportions. In the case of a race still in its infancy in social development, a race which lacks most of the safeguarding instincts of its stronger competitor, the education of each child for direct economic independence is of vital import. More should also be done for adult Negro education. The laboring men need training in organization and an esprit du corps, and must be enabled to diversify their employments and maintain a higher grade of efficiency in lines where they are being eliminated in the economic struggle for survival. The male as well as female servant class, the class which predominates in employments, needs training in the laws of health and hygiene, as well as in the technical knowledge of cleaning, cooking, and household etiquette. The high death rate of the Negro is largely due to the condition of living, rather than to marked racial weaknesses and to the widespread ignorance of the laws of health. The family life needs strengthening at every point, a work in which the churches might do more than at present. The Negro Church is strong as a social institution, but under present conditions it absorbs relatively too large a proportion of the family income, which could be spent more profitably on the social activities of the home. The housing problem is one of the most serious among Philadelphia Negroes. With the present progress in housing reform among the poorer classes of whites and the foreign population, it should be easy to apply effective remedies. Negroes now pay abnormally high rents for the poorest accommodations, and race prejudice accentuates this difficulty, out of which many evils grow. Many readers of this report will look most eagerly for what is said on the subject of race prejudice and the so-called color line. I feel sure that no one can read Chapter 16 without being impressed with the impartiality and self-control of the writer. Dr. Du Bois has treated the facts he obtained with the delicacy of an artist, and I would not wish to mar his statement of the truth as he sees it by any attempt to restate it. In this connection, another presentation of this difficult theme by the same author and published some time ago in the Atlantic Monthly will be read with interest. The report shows clearly that the better educated classes among the Philadelphia Negroes feel very keenly the injustice of the class antagonism that comes from the indiscriminate classing of all Negroes together, and the imputing to all of the shortcomings of the ignorant, vicious, and criminal. This fact, and the proof that such is the habit among the bulk of the white population, comes out frequently in the following pages, 339, 489. From the very nature of his task, Dr. Du Bois has wisely refrained for the most part from drawing conclusions or introducing anything that savors of personal judgment. It is therefore a serious charge, and worthy of reflection, when he is constrained to say in one place, "Thus the class of Negroes which the prejudices of the city have distinctly encouraged is that of the criminal, the lazy, and the shiftless. For them the city teems with institutions and charities. For them there is succor and sympathy. For them Philadelphians are thinking and planning. But for the educated and industrious young colored man who wants work and not platitudes, wages and not alms, just rewards and not sermons, for such colored men Philadelphia apparently has no use." Of the truthfulness or falsity of this statement may the careful perusal of this report furnish evidence that will lead to honest convictions and corresponding action on the part of the citizens of Philadelphia, for it sums up the pivotal problem of all the Negro problems of the city. If the Negroes themselves, that is, their upper ranks, cannot command these privileges and secure them, or if competent to possess them, they are denied the possession by the organized prejudices of the stronger race around them, and these prejudices cannot be broken down, then scientific philanthropy is helpless to point the way to their improvement, and the present haphazard efforts of unthinking charity would better cease altogether. In the last analysis, the rise of the Negro is apt to be in proportion to the ability of the upper classes of his race to infuse the lower strata of Negro society with the intellectual and moral requisites of economic survival which they themselves possess. Samuel McCune, Lindsay, University of Pennsylvania, June 1899. End of introduction. Chapter 1 of the Philadelphia Negro, a Social Study, by W.E.B. Du Bois. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The scope of this study. 1. General aim. This study seeks to present the results of an inquiry undertaken by the University of Pennsylvania into the condition of the 40,000 or more people of Negro blood now living in the city of Philadelphia. This inquiry extended over a period of 15 months and sought to ascertain something of the geographical distribution of this race, their occupations and daily life, their homes, their organizations, and above all, their relation to their million white fellow citizens. The final design of the work is to lay before the public such a body of information as may be a safe guide for all efforts toward the solution of the many Negro problems of a great American city. 2. The methods of inquiry. The investigation began August 1st, 1896, and saving 2 months continued until December 31st, 1897. The work commenced with a house-to-house canvass of the 7th Ward. This long, narrow ward, extending from South 7th Street to the Schuylkill River and from Spruce Street to South Street, is an historic center of Negro population and contains today a fifth of all the Negroes in this city. It was therefore thought best to make an intensive study of conditions in this district and afterwards to supplement and correct this information by general observation and inquiry in other parts of the city. 6 schedules were used among the 9,000 Negroes of this ward, a family schedule with the usual questions as to the number of members, their age and sex, their conjugal condition and birthplace, their ability to read and write, their occupation and earnings, etc., an individual schedule with similar inquiries, a home schedule with questions as to the number of rooms, the rent, the lodgers, the conveniences, etc., a street schedule to collect data as to the various small streets and alleys, and an institution schedule for organizations and institutions. Finally, a slight variation of the individual schedule was used for house servants living at their places of employment. This study of the central district of Negro settlement furnished a key to the situation in the city. In the other wards, therefore, a general survey was taken to note any striking differences of condition, to ascertain the general distribution of these people, and to collect information and statistics as to organizations, property, crime, and pauperism, political activity, and the like. This general inquiry, while it lacked precise methods of measurement in most cases, served nevertheless to correct the errors and illustrate the meaning of the statistical material obtained in the house-to-house canvass. Throughout the study, such official statistics and historical matter as seemed reliable were used, and experienced persons, both white and colored, were freely consulted. 3. The credibility of the results. The best available methods of sociological research are at present so liable to inaccuracies that the careful student discloses the results of individual research with diffidence. He knows that they are liable to error, from the seemingly eradicable faults of the statistical method to even greater error from the methods of general observation, and above all he must ever tremble lest some personal bias, some moral conviction, or some unconscious trend of thought due to previous training has to a degree distorted the picture in his view. Convictions on all great matters of human interest one must have to a greater or less degree, and they will enter to some extent into the most cold-blooded scientific research as a disturbing factor. Nevertheless, here are social problems before us, demanding careful study, questions awaiting satisfactory answers. We must study, we must investigate, we must attempt to solve, and the utmost that the world can demand is not lack of human interest and moral conviction, but rather the heart quality of fairness and an earnest desire for the truth despite its possible unpleasantness. In a house-to-house investigation, there are, outside the attitude of the investigator, many sources of error. Misapprehension, vagueness, and forgetfulness, and deliberate deception are on the part of the persons questioned, greatly vitiate the value of the answers. On the other hand, conclusions formed by the best trained and most conscientious students on the basis of general observation and inquiry are really inductions from but a few of the multitudinous facts of social life, and these may easily fall far short of being essential or typical. The use of both of these methods, which has been attempted in this study, may perhaps have corrected to some extent the errors of each. Again, whatever personal equation is to be allowed for in the whole study is one unvarying quantity, since the work was done by one investigator, and the varying judgments of a score of census takers was thus avoided. Despite all drawbacks and difficulties, however, the main results of the inquiry seem credible. They agree to a large extent with general public opinion, and in other respects they seem either logically explicable or in accord with historical precedents. They are therefore presented to the public not as complete and without error, but as possessing, on the whole, enough reliable matter to serve as the scientific basis of further study and of practical reform. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2 of the Philadelphia Negro, a Social Study by W.E.B. Du Bois. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Problem. 4. The Negro Problems of Philadelphia. In Philadelphia, as elsewhere in the United States, the existence of certain peculiar social problems affecting the Negro people are plainly manifest. Here is a large group of people, perhaps 45,000, a city within a city, who do not form an integral part of the larger social group. This in itself is not altogether unusual. There are other unassimilated groups, Jews, Italians, even Americans, and yet in the case of the Negroes the segregation is more conspicuous, more patent to the eye, and so intertwined with a long historic evolution, with peculiarly pressing social problems of poverty, ignorance, crime, and labor, that the Negro problem far surpasses in scientific interest and social gravity most of the other race or class questions. The student of these questions must first ask, what is the real condition of this group of human beings? Of whom is it composed? What subgroups and classes exist? What sort of individuals are being considered? Further, the student must clearly recognize that a complete study must not confine itself to the group, but must especially notice the environment, the physical environment of city, sections, and houses, the far mightier social environment, the surrounding world of custom, wish, whim, and thought, which envelops this group and powerfully influences its social development. Nor does the clear recognition of the field of investigation simplify the work of actual study. It rather increases it by revealing lines of inquiry far broader in scope than first thought suggests. To the average Philadelphian, the whole Negro question reduces itself to a study of certain slum districts. His mind reverts to Seventh and Lombard streets, and to Twelfth and Cater streets of today, or to St. Mary's in the past. Continued and widely known charitable work in these sections make the problem of poverty familiar to him. Bold and daring crime, too often traced to these centers, has called his attention to a problem of crime, while the scores of loafers, idlers, and prostitutes who crowd the sidewalks here night and day remind him of a problem of work. All this is true, all these problems are there, and of threatening intricacy. Unfortunately, however, the interest of the ordinary man of affairs is apt to stop here. Crime, poverty, and idleness affect his interests unfavorably, and he would have them stopped. He looks upon these slums and slum characters as unpleasant things which should in some way be removed for the best interests of all. The social student agrees with him so far, but must point out that the removal of unpleasant features from our complicated modern life is a delicate operation requiring knowledge and skill, that a slum is not a simple fact, it is a symptom, and that to know the removable causes of the Negro slums of Philadelphia requires a study that takes one far beyond the slum districts. For few Philadelphians realize how the Negro population has grown and spread. There was a time in the memory of living men when a small district near Sixth and Lombard streets comprehended the great mass of the Negro population of the city. This is no longer so. Very early the stream of the black population started northward, but the increased foreign immigration of 1830 and later turned it back. It started south also, but was checked by poor houses and worse police protection. Finally, with gathered momentum, the emigration from the slums started west, rolling on slowly and surely, taking Lombard Street as its main thoroughfare, gaining early foothold in West Philadelphia, and turning at the Schuylkill River north and south to the newer portions of the city. Thus today the Negroes are scattered in every ward of the city, and the great mass of them live far from the whilom center of colored settlement. What then of this great mass of the population? Manifestly they form a class with social problems of their own. The problems of the 30th Ward differ from the problems of the 5th, as the black inhabitants differ. In the former ward we have represented the rank and file of Negro working people, laborers and servants, porters and waiters. This is at present the great middle class of Negroes feeding the slums on the one hand and the upper class on the other. Here are social questions and conditions which must receive the most careful attention and patient interpretation. Not even here, however, can the social investigator stop. He knows that every group has its upper class. It may be numerically small and socially of little weight, and yet its study is necessary to the comprehension of the whole. It forms the realized ideal of the group, and as it is true that a nation must to some extent be measured by its slums, it is also true that it can only be understood and finally judged by its upper class. The best class of Philadelphia Negroes, though sometimes forgotten or ignored in discussing the Negro problems, is nevertheless known to many Philadelphians. Scattered throughout the better parts of the 7th Ward and on 12th, lower 17th and 19th Streets, and here and there in the residence wards of the northern, southern, and western sections of the city, is a class of caterers, clerks, teachers, professional men, small merchants, etc., who constitute the aristocracy of the Negroes. Many are well-to-do, some are wealthy, all are fairly educated, and some liberally trained. Here, too, are social problems, differing from those of the other classes, and differing, too, from those of the whites of a corresponding grade, because of the peculiar social environment in which the whole race finds itself, which the whole race feels, but which touches this highest class at most points and tells upon them most decisively. Many are the misapprehensions and misstatements as to the social environment of Negroes in a great northern city. Sometimes it is said, here they are free, they have the same chance as the Irishman, the Italian, or the Swede. At other times it is said the environment is such that it is really more oppressive than the situation in southern cities. The student must ignore both of these extreme statements and seek to extract from a complicated mass of facts the tangible evidence of a social atmosphere surrounding Negroes which differs from that surrounding most whites, of a different mental attitude, moral standard, and economic judgment shown towards Negroes than toward most other folk. That such a difference exists and can now and then plainly be seen, few deny, but just how far it goes and how large a factor it is in the Negro problems, nothing but careful study and measurement can reveal. Such then are the phenomena of social condition and environment which this study proposes to describe, analyze, and so far as possible interpret. 5. Plan of presentment. The study is taken up here, divides itself roughly into 4 parts: the history of the Negro people in the city, their present condition considered as individuals, their condition as an organized social group, and their physical and social environment. To the history of the Negro but 2 chapters are devoted. A brief sketch, although the subject is worthy of more extended study than the character of this essay permitted. 6 chapters consider the general condition of the Negroes, their number, age, and sex, conjugal condition and birthplace, what degree of education they have obtained, and how they earn a living. All these subjects are treated usually for the 7th Ward, somewhat minutely, then more generally for the city, and finally such historical material is adduced as is available for comparison. 3 chapters are devoted to the group life of the Negro. This includes a study of the family, of property, and of organizations of all sorts. It also takes up such phenomena of social maladjustment and individual depravity as crime, pauperism, and alcoholism. 1 chapter is devoted to the difficult question of environment, both physical and social, 1 to certain results of the contact of the white and black races, 1 to Negro suffrage, and a word of general advice in the line of social reform is added. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of the Philadelphia Negro, a Social Study by W.E.B. Du Bois. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Negro in Philadelphia, 1638 to 1820. 6. General Survey. Few states present better opportunities for the continuous study of a group of Negroes than Pennsylvania. The Negroes were brought here early, were held as slaves along with many white serfs. They became the subjects of a protracted abolition controversy and were finally emancipated by gradual process. Although, for the most part, in a low and degraded condition, and thrown upon their own resources in competition with white labor, they were nevertheless so inspired by their new freedom and so guided by able leaders that for something like 40 years they made commendable progress. Meantime, however, the immigration of foreign laborers began. The new economic era of manufacturing was manifest in the land, and a national movement for the abolition of slavery had its inception. The lack of skilled Negro laborers for the factories, the continual stream of Southern fugitives and rural freedmen into the city, the intense race antipathy of the Irish and others, together with intensified prejudice of whites who did not approve of agitation against slavery, all this served to check the development of the Negro, to increase crime and pauperism, and at one period resulted in riot, violence, and bloodshed, which drove many Negroes from the city. Economic adjustment and the enforcement of law finally allayed this excitement, and another period of material prosperity and advance among the Negroes followed. Then came the inpouring of the newly emancipated blacks from the South, and the economic struggle of the artisans to maintain wages, which brought on a crisis in the city, manifested again by idleness, crime, and pauperism. Thus we see that twice the Philadelphia Negro has, with a fair measure of success, begun an interesting social development, and twice, through the migration of barbarians, a dark age has settled on his age of revival. These same phenomena would have marked the advance of many other elements of our population if they had been as definitely isolated into one indivisible group. No differences of social condition allowed any Negro to escape from the group, although such escape was continually the rule among Irish, Germans, and other whites. 7. The transplanting of the Negro, 1638 to 1760. The Dutch, and possibly the Swedes, had already planted slavery on the Delaware when Penn and the Quakers arrived in 1682. One of Penn's first acts was tacitly to recognize the serfdom of Negroes by a provision of the Free Society of Traders that they should serve 14 years and then become serfs, a provision which he himself and all the others soon violated. Certain German settlers who came soon after Penn, and who may or may not have been active members of the Society of Friends, protested sturdily against slavery in 1688, but the Quakers found the matter too, quote, weighty 5 years later, the radical seceders under Keith make the existence of slavery a part of their attack on the society. Nevertheless, the institution of slavery in the colony continued to grow, and the number of blacks in Philadelphia so increased that as early as 1693 we find an order of the council against the tumultuous gatherings of the Negroes of the town of Philadelphia on the first days of the week. In 1696 the Friends began a cautious dealing with the subject, which in the course of a century led to the abolition of slavery. This growth of moral sentiment was slow but unwaveringly progressive, and far in advance of contemporary thought in civilized lands. At first the Friends sought merely to regulate slavery in a general way and prevent its undergrowth. They therefore suggested in the yearly meeting of 1696, and for some time thereafter, that since traders, have flocked in amongst us, and increased and multiplied Negroes amongst us, members ought not to encourage the further importation of slaves, as there were enough for all purposes. In 1711 a more active discouragement of the slave trade was suggested, and in 1716 the yearly meeting intimated that even the buying of imported slaves might not be the best policy, although the meeting hastened to call this caution, not censure. By 1719 the meeting was certain that their members ought not to engage in the slave trade, and in 1730 they declared the buying of slaves imported by others to be disagreeable. At this milestone they lingered 30 years for breath and courage, for the meeting had evidently distanced many of its more conservative members. In 1743 the question of importing slaves or buying imported slaves was made a disciplinary query, and in 1754, spurred by the crusade of Say, Woolman, and Benezet, offending members were disciplined. In the important gathering of 1758 the same golden rule was laid down as that which the Germans 70 years previous had taunted them, and the institution of slavery was categorically condemned. Here they rested until 1775, when, after a struggle of 87 years, they decreed the exclusion of slaveholders from fellowship in the society. While in the councils of the state church the freedom of Negroes was thus evolving, the legal status of Negroes of Pennsylvania was being laid. 4 bills were introduced in 1700. One regulating slave marriages was lost. The other 3 were passed, but the act for the trial of Negroes, a harsh measure providing death, castration, and whipping for punishments, and forbidding the meeting together of more than 4 Negroes, was afterward disallowed by the Queen in council. The remaining acts became laws, and provided for a small duty on imported slaves and the regulation of trade with slaves and servants. In 1706 another act for the trial of Negroes was passed and allowed. It differed but slightly from the act of 1700. It provided that Negroes should be tried for crimes by 2 justices of the peace and a jury of 6 freeholders. Robbery and rape were punished by branding and exportation, homicide by death, and stealing by whipping. The meeting of Negroes without permission was prohibited. Between this time and 1760, statutes were passed regulating the sale of liquor to slaves and the use of firearms by them, and also the General Regulative Act of 1726, for the better regulation of Negroes in this province, This action was especially for the punishment of crime, the suppression of pauperism, the prevention of intermarriage, and the like, that is, for regulating the social and economic status of Negroes free and enslaved. Meantime, the number of Negroes in the colony continued to increase. By 1720 there were between 2,500 and 5,000 Negroes in Pennsylvania. They rapidly increased until there were a large number by 1750, some say 11,000 or more, when they decreased by war and sale, so that the census of 1790 found 10,274 in the state. The slave duties form a pretty good indication of the increase of Negro population. The duty in 1700 was from 6 shillings to 20 shillings. This was increased in 1712, owing to the large importations and the turbulent actions of Negroes in neighboring states. A prohibitive duty of £20 was laid. England, however, who was on the eve of signing the Asiento with Spain, soon disallowed this act, and the duty was reduced to £5. The influx of Negroes, after the English had signed the huge slave contract with Spain, was so large that the Act of 1726 laid a restrictive duty of £10. For reasons not apparent, but possibly connected with fluctuations in the value of the currency, this duty was reduced to £2 in 1729, and seems to have remained at that figure until 1761. The £10 duty was restored in 1761, and probably helped much to prevent importation, especially when we remember the work of the Quakers at this period. In 1773, a prohibitive duty of £20 was laid, and the Act of 1780 finally prohibited importation. After 1760, it is probable that the efforts of the Quakers to get rid of their slaves made the export slave trade much larger than the importation. Very early in the history of the colony, the presence of unpaid slaves for life greatly disturbed the economic condition of free laborers. While most of the white laborers were indentured servants, the competition was not so much felt. When they became free laborers, however, and were joined by other laborers, the cry against slave competition was soon raised. The particular grievance was the hiring out of slave mechanics by masters. In 1708, the free white mechanics protested to the legislature against this custom, and this was one of the causes of the Act of 1712 in all probability. When by 1722 the number of slaves had further increased, the whites again protested against the "employment of blacks," apparently including both free and slave. The legislature endorsed this protest and declared that the custom of employing black laborers and mechanics was dangerous and injurious to the republic. Consequently, the Act of 1726 declared the hiring of their time by Negro slaves to be illegal, and sought to restrict emancipation on the ground that "free Negroes are an idle and slothful people," and easily become public burdens. As to the condition of the Negroes themselves, we catch only glimpses here and there. Considering the times, the system of slavery was not harsh, and the slaves received fair attention. There appears, however, to have been much trouble with them on account of stealing, some drunkenness, and general disorder. The preamble of the Act of 1726 declares that "it too often happens that Negroes commit felonies and other heinous crimes," and that much pauperism arises from emancipation. This act facilitated punishment of such crimes by providing indemnification for a master if his slave suffered capital punishment. They were declared to be often "tumultuous." In 1693, to be found "cursing, gaming, swearing, and committing many other disorders," in 1732. In 1738 and 1741 they were also called "disorderly" in city ordinances. In general, we see among the slaves of this time the low condition of morals which we should expect in a barbarous people forced to labor in a strange land. 8. Emancipation, 1760 to 1780. The years 1750 to 1760 marked the culmination of the slave system in Pennsylvania and the beginning of its decline. By that time most shrewd observers saw that the institution was an economic failure, and were consequently more disposed than formerly to listen to the earnest representations of the great anti-slavery agitators of that period. There were, to be sure, strong vested interests still to be sought. When the £10 duty Act of 1761 was pending, the slave merchants of the city, including many respectable names, vigorously protested. "Ever desirous to extend the trade of this province," they declared that they had "seen for some time past the many inconveniences the inhabitants have suffered for want of laborers and artificers," and had consequently "for some time encouraged the importation of Negroes." They prayed at the very least for delay in passing this restrictive measure. After debate and altercation with the governor, the measure finally passed. indicating renewed strength and determination on the part of the abolition party. Meantime, voluntary emancipation increased. Sandiford emancipated his slaves in 1733, and there were by 1790 in Philadelphia about 1,000 black freedmen. A school for these and others was started in 1770 at the instance of Benezet, and had at first 22 children in attendance. The war brought a broader and kindlier feeling toward the Negroes. Before its end, the Quakers had ordered manumission, and several attempts were made to prohibit slavery by statute. Finally, in 1780, the Act for the Gradual Abolition of Slavery was passed. This act, beginning with a strong condemnation of slavery, provided that no child thereafter born in Pennsylvania should be a slave. The children of slaves born after 1780 were to be bond servants until 28 years of age. That is, beginning with the year 1808, there was to be a series of emancipations. Side by side with this growth of emancipation sentiment went an increase in the custom of hiring out Negro slaves and servants, which increased the old competition with the whites. The slaves were owned in small lots, especially in Philadelphia, 1 or 2 to a family, and were used either as house servants or artisans. As a result, they were encouraged to learn trades and seem to have had the larger share of the ordinary trades of the city in their hands. Many of the slaves in the better families became well-known characters, as Alice, who for 40 years took the tolls at Dunk's Ferry, Virgil Warder, who once belonged to Thomas Penn, and Robert Venable, a man of some intelligence. 9. The rise of the freedman, 1780 to 1820. A careful study of the process and effect of emancipation in the different states of the Union would throw much light on our national experiment and its ensuing problems. Especially is this true of the experiment in Pennsylvania. To be sure, emancipation here was gradual, and the number emancipated small in comparison with the population, and yet the main facts are similar. The freeing of ignorant slaves and giving them a chance, almost unaided from without, to make a way in the world. The first result was widespread poverty and idleness. This was followed as the number of freedmen increased by a rush to the city. Between 1790 and 1800, the Negro population of Philadelphia County increased from 2,489 to 6,880, or 176%, against an increase of 43% among the whites. The first result of this contact with city life was to stimulate the talented and aspiring freedmen, and this was the easier because the freedman had in Philadelphia at that time a secure economic foothold. He performed all kinds of domestic service, all common labor, and much of the skilled labor. The group being thus secure in its daily bread needed only leadership to make some advance in general culture and social effectiveness. Some sporadic cases of talent occur, as Durham, the Negro physician, whom Dr. Benjamin Rush in 1788 found, quote, very learned, end of quote. Especially, however, to be noted are Richard Allen, a former slave of the Chew family, and Absalom Jones, a Delaware Negro. These two were real leaders and actually succeeded to a remarkable degree in organizing the freedmen for group action. Both had bought their own freedom and that of their families by hiring their time, Allen being a blacksmith by trade and Jones also having a trade. When in 1792 the terrible epidemic drove Philadelphians away so quickly that many did not remain to bury the dead, Jones and Allen quietly took the work in hand, spending some of their own funds and doing so well that they were publicly commended by Mayor Clarkson in 1794. The great work of these men, however, lay among their own race and arose from religious difficulties. As in other colonies, the process by which the Negro slaves learned the English tongue and were converted to Christianity is not clear. The subject of the moral instruction of slaves had early troubled Penn, and he had urged friends to provide meetings for them. The newly organized Methodists soon attracted a number of the more intelligent, though the masses seem at the end of the last century not to have been churchgoers or Christians to any considerable extent. The small number that went to church were wont to worship at St. George's, Fourth and Vine. For years both free Negroes and slaves worshipped here and were made welcome. Soon, however, the church began to be alarmed at the increase in its black communicants, which the immigration from the country was bringing, and attempted to force them into the gallery. The crisis came one Sunday morning during prayer, when Jones and Allen, with a crowd of followers, refused to worship except in their accustomed places, and finally left the church in a body. This band immediately met together, and on April 12, 1787, formed a curious sort of ethical and beneficial brotherhood called the Free African Society. How great a step this was, we of today scarcely realize. We must remind ourselves that it was the first wavering step of a people toward organized social life. This society was more than a mere club. Jones and Allen were its leaders and recognized chief officers. A certain parental discipline was exercised over its members, and mutual financial aid given. The preamble of the Articles of Association says, quote, "Whereas Absalom Jones and Richard Allen, two men of the African race, who for their religious life and conversation have obtained a good report among men, these persons, from a love to the people of their own complexion, whom they beheld with sorrow because of their irreligious and uncivilized state, often communed together upon this painful and important subject in order to form some kind of religious body. But there being too few to be found under the like concern, and those who were differed in their religious sentiments, with these circumstances they labored for some time, till it was proposed, after a serious communication of sentiments, that a society should be formed without regard to religious tenets, provided the persons lived an orderly and sober life, in order to support one another in sickness and for the benefit of their widows and fatherless children." End of quote. The society met first at private houses, then at the Friends Negro Schoolhouse. For a time they leaned toward Quakerism. Each month 3 monitors were appointed to have oversight over the members. Loose marriage customs were attacked by condemning cohabitation, expelling offenders, and providing a simple Quaker-like marriage ceremony. A 15-minute pause for silent prayer opened the meetings. As the representative body of the free Negroes of the city, this society opened communication with free Negroes in Boston, Newport, and other places. The Negro Union of Newport, Rhode Island, proposed in 1788 a general exodus to Africa, but the Free African Society soberly replied, quote, "With regard to the emigration to Africa you mention, we have at present but little to communicate on that head, apprehending every pious man as a good citizen of the whole world." End of quote. The society cooperated with the Abolition Society in studying the condition of the free blacks in 1790. At all times they seem to have taken good care of their sick and dead, and helped the widows and orphans to some extent. Their methods of relief were simple. They agreed, quote, "for the benefit of each other, to advance 1 shilling in silver Pennsylvania currency a month, and after 1 year's subscription from the dole hereof, then to hand forth to the needy of the society, if any should require, the sum of 3 shillings and 9 pence per week of the said money, provided the necessity is not brought on them by their own imprudence." End of quote. In 1790 the society had £42 9 shillings 1 pence on deposit in the Bank of North America, and had applied for a grant of the Potter's Field to be set aside as a burial ground for them, in a petition signed by Dr. Rush, Tench, Cox, and others. It was, however, becoming clearer and clearer to the leaders that only a strong religious bond could keep this untrained group together. They would probably have become a sort of institutional church at first if the question of religious denomination had been settled among them, but it had not been, and for about 6 years the question was still pending. The tentative experiment in Quakerism had failed, being ill-suited to the low condition of the rank and file of the society. Both Jones and Allen believed that Methodism was best suited to the needs of the Negro, but the majority of the society, still nursing the memory of St. George's, inclined toward the Episcopal Church. Here came the parting of the ways. Jones was a slow, introspective man, with a thirst for knowledge, with high aspirations for his people. Allen was a shrewd, quick, popular leader, positive and dogged, and yet far-seeing in his knowledge of Negro character. Jones therefore acquiesced in the judgment of the majority, served and led them conscientiously and worthily, and eventually became the first Negro rector in the Episcopal Church of America. About 1790, Allen and a few followers withdrew from the Free African Society, formed an independent Methodist church, which first worshipped in his blacksmith's shop on 6th near Lombard. Eventually, this leader became the founder and first bishop of the African Methodist Episcopal Church of America, an organization which now has 500,000 members and is by long odds the vastest and most remarkable product of American Negro civilization. Jones and the Free African Society took immediate steps to secure a church. A lot was bought at the corner of Fifth and Adelphi Streets in February 1792. By strenuous effort, a church was erected and dedicated on the 17th of July, 1794. This was the first Negro church in America and known as the First African Church of St. Thomas. In the vestibule of the church was written, quote, "The people that walked in darkness have seen a great light," end of quote. Bethel Church was erected by Allen and his followers in 1796, the same year that a similar movement in New York established the Zion Methodist Church. In 1794, too, the Methodists of St. George's, viewing with some chagrin the widespread withdrawal of Negroes from their body, established a mission at Camperdown in the northeastern part of the city, which eventually became the present Zoar Church. The general outlook for the Negroes at this period was encouraging, notwithstanding the low condition of the masses of the race. In 1788, Pennsylvania amended the Act of 1780 so as to prevent the internal and foreign slave trade and correct kidnapping and other abuses that had arisen. The convention which adopted the Constitution of 1790 had, in spite of opposition in the convention, refused to insert the word white in the qualifications for voters, and thus gave the right of suffrage to free Negro property holders, a right which they held and in most counties of the state exercised until 1837. The General Conference of Abolitionist Societies, held in Philadelphia in 1794, started an agitation which, when reinforced by the news of the Haitian revolt, resulted in the National Statute of 1794 forbidding the export slave trade. In 1799 and 1800, Absalom Jones led the Negroes to address a petition to the legislature praying for immediate abolition of slavery and to Congress against the fugitive slave law and asking prospective emancipation for all Negroes. This latter petition was presented by Congressman Waln and created an uproar in the House of Representatives. It was charged that the petition was instigated by the Haitian revolutionists, and finally the Negroes were censured for certain parts of the petition. The condition of the Negroes of the city in the last decade of the 18th and the first 2 decades of the 19th century, although without doubt bad, slowly improved. An insurance society in 1796 took the beneficial features of the old Free African Society. Some small essays were made in business, mostly in small street stands near the wharves, and many were in the trades of all kinds. Between 1800 and 1810, the city Negro population continued to increase, so that at the latter date there were 100,688 whites and 10,522 blacks in the city, the Negroes thus forming the largest percent of the population of the city that they had ever attained. The free Negroes also began to increase from the effect of the abolition law. The school, established in 1770, continued and was endowed by bequests from whites and Negroes. It had 414 pupils by 1813. In the same year, there were 6 Negro churches and 11 benevolent societies. When the war broke out, many Philadelphia Negroes were engaged on land and sea. Among these was James Forten, a fine character expressive of the best Negro development of the time. Born in 1766 and educated by Benezet, he, quote, was a gentleman by nature, easy in manner and able in intercourse, popular as a man of trade or gentleman of the pave, and well received by the gentry of lighter shade, end of quote. For years he conducted a sail-making trade, employing both whites and Negroes. In 1814 he, Jones, Allen, and others were asked, in the midst of the alarm felt at the approach of the British, to raise colored troops. A meeting was called, and 2,500 volunteers secured, or 3/4 of the adult male population. They marched to Gray's Ferry, threw up fortifications. A battalion for service in the field was formed, but the war closed before they reached the front. The Negroes at this time held about $250,000 of city property, and on the whole showed great progress since 1780. At the same time there were many evidences of the effects of slavery. The first set of men emancipated by law were freed in 1808, and probably many entitled to freedom were held longer than the law allowed or sold out of the state. As late as 1794, some Quakers still held slaves, and the papers of the day commonly contained such advertisements as, quote, to be sold for want of employ for a term of years, a smart, active Negro boy, 15 years of age, inquire at Robert McGee's, Board Yard, Vine Street Wharf, end of quote. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4. of the Philadelphia Negro, A Social Study by W.E.B. Du Bois. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Negro in Philadelphia, 1820 to 1896. 10 Fugitives and Foreigners, 1820 to 1840. 5 social developments made the decades from 1820 to 1840 critical for the nation and for the Philadelphia Negroes. First, the impulse of the Industrial Revolution of the 19th century. Second, the reaction and recovery succeeding the War of 1812. Third, the rapid increase of foreign immigration. Fourth, the increase of free Negroes and fugitive slaves, especially in Philadelphia. Fifth, the rise of the abolitionists and the slavery controversy. Philadelphia was the natural gateway between the North and the South, and for a long time there passed through it a stream of free Negroes and fugitive slaves toward the North, and of recaptured Negroes and kidnapped colored persons toward the South. By 1820, the northward stream increased, occasioning bitterness on the part of the South and leading to the Fugitive Slave Act of 1820 and the counter acts of Pennsylvania in 1826 and 1827. During this time, new installments of Pennsylvania freedmen, and especially their children, began to flock to Philadelphia. At the same time, the stream of foreign immigration to this country began to swell, and by 1830 aggregated 500,000 souls annually. The result of these movements proved disastrous to the Philadelphia Negro. The better classes of them, the Joneses, Allens, and Fortons, could not escape into the mass of white population and leave the new Negroes to fight out their battles with the foreigners. No distinction was drawn between Negroes, least of all by the new Southern families who now made Philadelphia their home, and were not unnaturally stirred to unreasoning prejudice by the slavery agitation. To this was added a fierce economic struggle, a renewal of the fight of the 18th century against Negro workmen. The new industries attracted the Irish, Germans, and other immigrants. Americans, too, were flocking to the city, and soon to natural race antipathies was added a determined effort to displace Negro labor, an effort which had the aroused prejudice of many of the better classes and the poor quality of the new black immigrants to give it aid and comfort. To all this was soon added a problem of crime and poverty. Numerous complaints of petty thefts, housebreaking, and assaults on peaceable citizens were traced to certain classes of Negroes. In vain did the better class, led by men like Forton, protest by public meetings their condemnation of such crime. The tide had set against the Negro strongly, and the whole period from 1820 to 1840 became a time of retrogression for the mass of the race and of discountenance and repression from the whites. By 1830, the black population of the city and districts had increased to 15,624, an increase of 27% for the decade 1820 to 1830, and to 48% since 1810. Nevertheless, the growth of the city had far outstripped this. By 1830, the county had nearly 175,000 whites, among whom was a rapidly increasing contingent of 5,000 foreigners. So intense was the race antipathy among the lower classes, and so much countenance did it receive from the middle and upper class, that there began in 1829 a series of riots directed chiefly against Negroes, which recurred frequently until about 1840, and did not wholly cease until after the war. These riots were occasioned by various incidents, but the underlying cause was the same: the simultaneous influx of freedmen, fugitives, and foreigners into a large city, and the resulting prejudice, lawlessness, crime, and poverty. The agitation of the abolitionists was the match that lighted this fuel. In June and July 1829, Mrs. Fanny Wright Darrasmont, a Scotchwoman gave a number of addresses in Philadelphia in which she boldly advocated the emancipation of the Negroes and something very like social equality of the races. This created great excitement throughout the city, and late in the fall the first riot against the Negroes broke out, occasioned by some personal quarrel. The legislature had proposed to stop the further influx of Southern Negroes by making free Negroes carry passes and excluding all others. The arrival of fugitives from the Southampton massacre was the occasion of this attempt, and it was with difficulty that the friends of the Negro prevented its passage. Quakers hastened to advise against the sending of fugitives to the state, as the effects of such a measure would probably be disastrous to the peace and comfort of the whole colored population of Pennsylvania. Edward Bedell declared in 1832, "The public mind here is more aroused even among respectable persons than it has been for several years," and he feared that the laws of 1826 and 1827 would be repealed, thus leaving kidnappers free scope for their nefarious labors. In 1833 a demonstration took place against the abolitionists, and in 1834 serious riots occurred. One night in August a crowd of several hundred boys and men, armed with clubs, marched down 7th Street to the Pennsylvania Hospital. They were joined by others, and all proceeded to some places of amusement where many Negroes were congregated, on South Street near 8th. Here the rioting began, and 400 or 500 people engaged in a free street fight. Buildings were torn down and inmates assaulted on Bedford and St. Mary Streets and neighboring alleys, until at last the policemen and constables succeeded in quieting the tumult. The respite, however, was but temporary. The very next night the mob assembled again at 7th and Bainbridge. They first wrecked a Negro church and a neighboring house, then attacked some 20 Negro dwellings. "Great excesses are represented as having been committed by the mob, and 1 or 2 scenes of a most revolting character are said to have taken place." That the riots occurred by prearranged plan was shown by the signals, lights in windows, by which the houses of the whites were distinguished and those of the Negroes attacked, and their inmates assaulted and beaten. Several persons were severely injured in this night's work, and 1 Negro killed before the mayor and authorities dispersed the rioters. The next night the mob again assembled in another part of the city and tore down another Negro church. By this time the Negroes began to gather for self-defense, and about 100 of them barricaded themselves in a building on 7th Street below Lombard, where a howling mob of whites soon collected. The mayor induced the Negroes to withdraw, and the riot ended. In this 3 days' uprising 31 houses and 2 churches were destroyed, and Stephen James, "an honest, industrious colored man," killed. The town meeting of September 15 condemned the riots and voted to reimburse the sufferers, but also took occasion to condemn the impeding of justice by Negroes when any of their number was arrested, and also the noise made in Negro churches. The fires smoldered for about a year, but burst forth again on the occasion of the murder of his master by a Cuban slave, Juan. The lower classes were aroused, and a mob quickly assembled at the corners of 6th and 7th and Lombard Streets and began the work of destruction and assault, until finally it ended by setting fire to a row of houses on 8th Street and fighting off the firemen. The following night the mob met again and attacked a house on St. Mary Street, where an armed body of Negroes had barricaded themselves. The mayor and recorder finally arrived here, and after severely lecturing the Negroes, induced them to depart. The whole of the afternoon of that day black women and children fled from the city. 3 years now passed without serious disturbance, although the lawless elements which had gained such a foothold were still troublesome. In 1838 2 murders were committed by Negroes, one of whom was acknowledged to be a lunatic. At the burial of this one's victim rioting again began, the mob assembling on Passy Yunk Avenue and 5th Street and marching up 5th. The same scenes were reenacted, but finally the mob was broken up. Later the same year, on the dedication of Pennsylvania Hall, which was designed to be a center of anti-slavery agitation, the mob, encouraged by the refusal of the mayor to furnish adequate police protection, burned the hall to the ground, and the next night burned the shelter for colored orphans at 13th and Callow Hill, streets and damaged Bethel Church on 6th Street. The last riot of this series took place in 1842, when a mob devastated the district between 5th and 8th Streets near Lombard Street, assaulted and beat Negroes and looted their homes, burned down a Negro hall and a church. The following day the rioting extended to the section between South and Fitzwater Streets, and was finally quelled by calling out the militia with artillery. While these riots were taking place, a successful effort was made to deprive freed Negroes of the right of suffrage, which they had enjoyed nearly 50 years. In 1836, a case came before the court of a Negro who had been denied the right of voting. The court decided in a peculiar decision that freed Negroes were not freemen in the language of the Constitution, and therefore that Negroes could not vote. The Reform Convention settled the matter by inserting the word white in the qualifications for election in the Constitution of 1837. The Negroes protested earnestly by meetings and appeals. Quote, "We appeal to you," said they, "from the decision of the Reform Convention, which has stripped us of a right peaceably enjoyed during 47 years under the Constitution of this Commonwealth. We honor Pennsylvania and her noble institutions too much to part with our birthright as her free citizens without a struggle. To all her citizens the right of suffrage is valuable in proportion as she is free, but surely there are none who can so ill afford to spare it as ourselves." End of quote. Nevertheless, the right was lost, for the appeal fell on deaf ears. A curious comment on human nature is this change of public opinion in Philadelphia between 1790 and 1837. No one thing explains it. It arose from a combination of circumstances. If, as in 1790, the new freedmen had been given peace and quiet and abundant work to develop sensible and aspiring leaders, the end would have been different. But a mass of poverty-stricken, ignorant fugitives and ill-trained freedmen had rushed to the city, swarmed in the vile slums which the rapidly growing city furnished, and met in social and economic competition equally ignorant but more vigorous foreigners. These foreigners outbid them at work, beat them on the streets, and were enabled to do this by the prejudice which Negro crime and the anti-slavery sentiment had aroused in the city. Notwithstanding this, the better class of Negroes never gave up. Their school increased in attendance. Their churches and benevolent societies increased. They held public meetings of protest and sympathy, and twice in 1831 and 1833 there assembled in the city a general convention of the free Negroes of the country, representing 5 to 8 states, which, among other things, sought to interest philanthropists of the city in the establishment of a Negro industrial school. When the legislature showed a disposition in 1832 to curtail the liberties of Negroes, the Negroes held a mass meeting and memorialized the lawmaking body, and endeavored to show that all Negroes were not criminals and paupers. They declared that while the Negroes formed 8% of the population, they furnished but 4% of the paupers, that by actually produced tax receipts they could show that Negroes held at least $350,000 of taxable property in the city. Moreover, they said, quote, "Notwithstanding the difficulty of getting places for our sons to learn mechanical trades, owing to the prejudices with which we have to contend, there are between 400 and 500 people of color who follow mechanical employments." End of quote. In 1837, the census of the Abolition Society claimed for the Negroes 1,724 children in school, $309,626 of unencumbered property, 16 churches, and 100 benevolent societies. 11. The Guild of the Caterers, 1840 to 1870. The outlook for the Negro in Philadelphia about 1840 was not encouraging. The last of the first series of riots took place in 1842, as has been mentioned. The authorities were wakened to their duty by this last outbreak of barbarism, and for several years the spirit of lawlessness, which now extended far beyond the race question and seriously threatened the good name of the city, was kept within control. However, in 1849, a mob set upon a mulatto who had a white wife at the corner of 6th Street and St. Mary's, and there ensued a pitched battle for a night and a day. Firemen fought with firemen. The blacks, goaded to desperation, fought furiously. Houses were burned and firearms used, with the result that 3 white men and 1 Negro were killed and 25 wounded persons taken to the hospital. The militia was twice called before the disturbance was quelled. These riots and the tide of prejudice and economic proscription drove so many Negroes from the city that the black population actually showed a decrease in the decade of 1840 to 50. Worse than this, the good name of the Negroes in the city had been lost through the increased crime and the undeniably frightful condition of the Negro slums. The foreign element gained all the new employments which the growing industries of the state opened, and competed for the trades and common vocations. The outlook was certainly dark. It was at this time that there arose to prominence and power as remarkable a trade guild as ever ruled in a mediaeval city. It took complete leadership of the bewildered group of Negroes and led them steadily on to a degree of affluence, culture, and respect such as has probably never been surpassed in the history of the Negro in America. This was the Guild of the Caterers, and its masters include names which have been household words in the city for 50 years: Bogle, Augustin, Prosay, Dorsey, Jones, and Minton. To realize just the character of this new economic development, we must not forget the economic history of the slaves. At first they were wholly house servants or field hands. As city life in the colony became more important, some of the slaves acquired trades, and thus there arose a class of Negro artisans. So long as the pecuniary interests of a slaveholding class stood back of these artisans, the protests of white mechanics had little effect. Indeed, it is probable that between 1790 and 1820 a very large portion, and perhaps most, of the artisans of Philadelphia were Negroes. Thereafter, however, the sharp competition of the foreigners and the demand for new sorts of skilled labor, of which the Negro was ignorant and was not allowed to learn, pushed the black artisans more and more to the wall. In 1837, only about 350 men out of a city population of 10,500 Negroes pursued trades, or about 1 in every 20 adults. The question, therefore, of obtaining a decent livelihood was a pressing one for the better class of Negroes. The masses of the race continued to depend upon domestic service, where they still had a practical monopoly, and upon common labor, where they had some competition from the Irish. To the more pushing and energetic Negroes only two courses were open: to enter into commercial life in some small way, or to develop certain lines of home service into a more independent and lucrative employment. In this latter way was the most striking advance made. The whole catering business, arising from an evolution shrewdly, persistently, and tastefully directed, transformed the Negro cook and waiter into the public caterer and restaurateur, and raised a crowd of underpaid menials to become a set of self-reliant, original businessmen who amassed fortunes for themselves and won general respect for their people. The first prominent Negro caterer was Robert Bogle, who early in the century conducted an establishment on 8th Street near Sansom. In his day he was one of the best known characters of Philadelphia, and virtually created the business of catering in the city. As the butler or waiter in a private family arranged the meals and attended the family on ordinary occasions, so the public waiter came to serve different families in the same capacity at larger and more elaborate functions. He was the butler of the smart set, and his taste of hand and eye and palate set the fashion of the day. This functionary filled a unique place in a time when social circles were very exclusive, and the millionaire and the French cook had not yet arrived. Bogle's place was eventually taken by Peter Augustin, a West Indian immigrant who started a business in 1818 which is still carried on. It was the Augustin establishment that made Philadelphia catering famous all over the country. The best families of the city and the most distinguished foreign guests were served by this caterer. Other Negroes soon began to crowd into the field thus opened. The Prossers, father and son, were prominent among these, perfecting restaurant catering and making many famous dishes. Finally came the triumvirate, Jones, Dorsey, and Minton, who ruled the fashionable world from 1845 to 1875. Of these, Dorsey was the most unique character. With little education but great refinement of manner, he became a man of real weight in the community, and associated with many eminent men. Quote, he had the sway of an imperial dictator. When a Democrat asked his menial service, he refused because he could not wait on a party of persons who were disloyal to the government, and Lincoln, pointing to the picture in his reception rooms, was the government. End of quote. Jones was Virginia born and a man of great care and faithfulness. He catered to families in Philadelphia, New Jersey, and New York. Minton, the younger of the three, long had a restaurant at Fourth and Chestnut, and became, as the others did, moderately wealthy. Such men wielded great personal influence, aided the abolition cause to no little degree, and made Philadelphia noted for its cultivated and well-to-do Negro citizens. Their conspicuous success opened opportunities for Negroes in other lines. It was at this time that Stephen Smith amassed a very large fortune as a lumber merchant, with which he afterward handsomely endowed a home for aged and infirm Negroes. Whipper, Vidal, and Purnell were associated with Smith at different times. Still and Bowers were coal merchants, and Adger was in the furniture business. There were also some artists of ability, Bowser, who painted a portrait of Lincoln, and Douglas and Burr Johnson, the leader of a famous colored band and a composer. During this time of effort, advance, and assimilation, the Negro population increased but slowly, for the economic struggle was too earnest for young and indiscriminate marriages, and immigrants had been frightened away by the riots. In 1840 there were 19,833 Negroes in the county, and 10 years later, as has been noted, there were only 19,761. For the next decade there was a moderate increase to 22,185, when the war brought a slight decrease, leaving the Negro population 22,147 in 1870. Meantime, the white population had increased by leaps and bounds. Population of Philadelphia County, 1840 to 1870. 1840, whites 238,204. Negroes 19,833. 1850, whites 389,001. Negroes 19,761. 1860, whites 543,344. Negroes 22,185. 1870, whites 651,854. Negroes 22,147. In 1810, the Negroes had formed nearly 1/10 of the total population of the city, but in 1870 they formed but little over 1/33, the lowest proportion ever reached in the history of Philadelphia. The general social condition showed some signs of improvement from 1840 on. In 1847 there were 1,940 Negro children in school. The Negroes held, it was said, about $400 to $1,000 in real estate, and had 19 churches and 106 benevolent societies. The mass of the race were still domestic servants, about 4,000 of the 11,000 in the city proper being thus employed, a figure which probably meant a considerable majority of the adults. The remainder were chiefly employed as laborers, artisans, coachmen, expressmen, and barbers. The habitat of the Negro population changed somewhat in this period. About 1,790, 1/4 of the Negroes lived between Vine and Market and east of 9th, 1/2 between Market and South, mostly in the alleys bounded by Lombard, 5th, 8th, and South. 1/8 lived below South, and 1/8 in the northern liberties. Many of these, of course, lived in white families. In 1837, 1/4 of the Negroes were in white families. A little less than 1/2 were in the city limits, centering at 6th and Lombard or thereabouts. 1/10 lived in Moyamensing, 1/20 in the northern liberties, and the remaining part in Kensington and Spring Garden districts. The riots concentrated this population somewhat, and in 1847 of the 20,000 Negroes in the county, only 1,300 lived north of Vine and east of 6th. The rest were in the city proper, in Moyamensing and in Southwark. Moyamensing was the worst slum district. Between South and Fitzwater and 5th and 8th there were crowded 302 families in narrow, filthy alleys. Here was concentrated the worst sort of depravity, poverty, crime, and disease. The present slums at 7th and Lombard are bad and dangerous, but they are decent compared with those of a half-century ago. The Negroes furnished 1/3 of all the commitments for crime in 1837 and 1/2 in 1847. Beginning with 1850, the improvement of the Negro was more rapid. The value of real estate held was estimated to have doubled between 1847 and 1856. The proportion of men in the trades remained stationary. There were 2,321 children in school. Toward the time of the outbreak of war, the feeling toward the Negro in certain classes softened somewhat, and his staunch friends were enabled to open many benevolent institutions. In many ways a disposition to help them was manifested. The newspapers treated them with more respect, and they were not subject so frequently to personal insult on the street. They were still kept off the streetcars in spite of energetic protest. Indeed, not until 1867 was a law passed prohibiting this discrimination. Judicial decisions upheld the railways for a long time, and newspapers and public opinion supported them. When by Judge Allison's decision the attitude of the courts was changed and damages granted an evicted Negro, the railway companies often sidetracked and left cars which colored passengers had entered. Separate cars were run for them on some lines, and in 1865 a public ballot on the cars was taken to decide the admission of Negroes. Naturally, the conductors returned a large majority against any change. Finally, after public meetings, pamphlets, and repeated agitation, the prospective enfranchisement of the freedmen gained what decency and common sense had long refused. Steps toward raising Negro troops in the city were taken in 1863, as soon as the efficiency of the Negro soldier had been proven. Several hundred prominent citizens petitioned the Secretary of War and were given permission to raise Negro regiments. The troops were to receive no bounties, but were to have $10 a month and rations. They were to rendezvous at Camp William Penn, Chelton Hills. A mass meeting was soon held, attended by the prominent caterers, teachers, and merchants, together with white citizens, at which Frederick Douglass, W.D. Kelly, and Anna Dickinson spoke. Over $30,000 was raised in the city by subscription, and the first squad of soldiers went into camp June 26, 1863. By December, 3 regiments were full, and by the next February, 5. The first 3 regiments, known as the 3rd, 6th, and 8th United States Regiments of Colored Troops, went promptly to the front, the 3rd being before Fort Wagner when it fell. The other regiments followed as called, leaving still other Negroes anxious to enlist. After the war and emancipation, great hopes were entertained by the Negroes for rapid advancement, and nowhere did they seem better founded than in Philadelphia. The generation then in its prime had lived down a most intense and bitter race feud, and had gained the respect of the better class of whites. They started with renewed zeal, therefore, to hasten their social development. 12. The influx of the freedmen, 1870 to 1896. The period opened stormily on account of the political rights newly conferred on black voters. Philadelphia city politics have ever had a shady side, but when it seemed manifest that one political party, by the aid of Negro votes, was soon to oust the time-honored incumbents, all the lawless elements which bad city government for a half-century had nurtured naturally fought for the old regime. They found this the easier since the city toughs were largely Irish and hereditary enemies of the blacks. In the spring elections of 1871, there was so much disorder and such poor police protection that the United States Marines were called on to preserve order. In the fall election, street disorders resulted in the cold-blooded assassination of several Negroes, among whom was an estimable young teacher, Octavius V. Cato. The murder of Cato came at a critical moment. To the Negroes it seemed a revival of the old slavery time riots in the day when they were first tasting freedom. To the better classes of Philadelphia it revealed a serious state of barbarism and lawlessness in the second city of the land. To the politicians it furnished a text, an example which was strikingly effective and which they did not hesitate to use. The result of all this was an outburst of indignation and sorrow, which was remarkable and which showed a determined stand for law and order. The outward expression of this was a great mass meeting, attended by some of the best citizens, and a funeral for Cato, which was perhaps the most imposing ever given to an American Negro. This incident and the general expression of opinion after the war showed a growing liberal spirit toward the Negro in Philadelphia. There was a disposition to grant him, within limits, a man's chance to make his way in the world. He had apparently vindicated his right to this in war, and his ability for it in peace. Slowly but surely, therefore, the community was disposed to throw off the trammels, brush away petty hindrances, and to soften the harshness of race prejudice, at least enough to furnish the new citizens the legal safeguards of a citizen and the personal privileges of a man. By degrees, the restrictions on personal liberty were relaxed. The streetcars, which for many years had sought by every species of proscription to get rid of colored passengers or carry them on the platform, were finally compelled by law to cancel such rules. The railways and theaters rather tardily followed, and finally even the schools were thrown open to all. A deep-rooted and determined prejudice still remained, but it showed signs of yielding. It cannot be denied that the main results of the development of the Philadelphia Negro since the war have, on the whole, disappointed his well-wishers. They do not pretend that he has not made great advance in certain lines, or even that in general he is not better off today than formerly. They do not even profess to know just what his condition today is, and yet there is a widespread feeling that more might reasonably have been expected in the line of social and moral development than apparently has been accomplished. Not only do they feel that there is a lack of positive results, but the relative advance compared with the period just before the war is slow, if not an actual retrogression. An abnormal and growing amount of crime and poverty can justly be charged to the Negro. He is not a large taxpayer, holds no conspicuous place in the business world or the world of letters, and even as a working man seems to be losing ground. For these reasons, those who, for one purpose and another, are anxiously watching the development of the American Negro desire to know first how far these general impressions are true, what the real conditions of the Negro is, and what movements would best be undertaken to improve the present situation. And this local problem is, after all, but a small manifestation of the larger and similar Negro problems throughout the land. For such ends the investigation, the results of which are here presented, was undertaken. This is not the first time such a study has been attempted. In 1837, 1847, and 1856, studies were made by the Abolition Society and the Friends, and much valuable data procured. The United States census have also added to our general knowledge, and newspapers have often interested themselves in the matter. Unfortunately, however, the Friends' investigations are not altogether free from a suspicion of bias in favor of the Negro. The census reports are very general, and newspaper articles necessarily hurried and inaccurate. This study seeks to cull judiciously from all these sources and others, and to add to them specially collected data for the years 1896 and 1897. Before, however, we enter upon the consideration of this matter, we must bring to mind four characteristics of the period we are considering. 1. The growth of Philadelphia. 2. The increase of the foreign population in the city. 3. The development of the large industry and increase of wealth. And 4. The coming in of the Southern freedmen's sons and daughters. Even Philadelphians hardly realize that the population of their state or city has nearly doubled since the war, and that consequently it is not the same place, has not the same spirit as formerly. New men, new ideas, new ways of thinking and acting have gained some entrance. Life is larger, competition fiercer, and conditions of economic and social survival harder than formerly. Again, while there were perhaps 125,000 foreign-born persons in the city in 1860, there are 260,000 now, not to mention the children of the former born here. These foreigners have come in to divide with native Americans the industrial opportunities of the city, and have thereby intensified competition. Thirdly, new methods of conducting business and industry are now rife. The little shop, the small trader, the house industry have given way to the department store, the organized company, and the factory. Manufacturing of all kinds has increased by leaps and bounds in the city, and today employs 3 times as many men as in 1860, paying 300 millions annually in wages. Hacks and expressmen have turned into vast interurban businesses. Restaurants have become palatial hotels. The whole face of business is being gradually transformed. Finally, into this rapid development have precipitated themselves during the last 20 years 15,000 immigrants, mostly from Maryland, Virginia, and Carolina, untrained and poorly educated countrymen rushing from the hovels of the country or the cottages of country towns suddenly into the new, strange life of a great city to mingle with 25,000 of their race already there. What has been the result? Note, there was a small riot in 1843 during the time of Mayor Swift. In 1832 began a series of literary societies, the Library Company, the Banneker Society, etc., which did much good for many years. The first Negro newspaper of the city, the Demosthenian, Shield appeared in 1840. Among men not already mentioned in this period should be noted the Reverend C.W. Gardner, Dr. J. Bois, the dentist James McCrummell, and Sarah M. Douglas. All these were prominent Negroes of the day and had much influence. The artist Robert Douglas is the painter of a portrait of Fanny Kemble, which its Philadelphia owner today prefers to attribute to Thomas Dudley. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the Philadelphia Negro, a Social Study by W.E.B. Du Bois. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The size, age, and sex of the Negro population. 13. The city for a century. The population of the county of Philadelphia increased about 20-fold from 1790 to 1890, starting with 50,000 whites and 2,500 Negroes at the first census. It had at the time of the 11th census 1,000,000 whites and 40,000 Negroes. Comparing the rate of increase of these two elements of the population. The first 2 decades were years of rapid increase for the Negroes, their number rising from 2,489 in 1790 to 10,552 in 1810. This was due to the incoming of the new freedmen and of servants with masters, all to some extent attracted by the social and industrial opportunities of the city. The white population during this period also increased largely, though not so rapidly as the Negroes, rising from 51,902 in 1790 to 100,688 in 1810. During the next decade, the war had its influence on both races, although it naturally had its greatest effect on the lower, which increased only 13% against an increase of 28.6% among the Negroes of the country at large. This brought the Negro population of the county to 11,891, while the white population stood at 123,746. During the next 2 decades, 1820 to 1840, the Negro population rose to 19,833 by natural increase and immigration, while the white population, feeling the first effects of foreign immigration, increased to 238,204. For the next 30 years, the continued foreign arrivals added to natural growth caused the white population to increase nearly threefold, while the same cause, combined with others, allowed an increase of little more than 2,000 persons among the Negroes, bringing the black population up to 22,147. In the last 2 decades, the rush to cities on the part of both white and black has increased the former to 1,006,590 souls, and the latter to 39,371. The Negro has never formed a very large percent of the population of the city. Tables show how much more sensitive the lower classes of a population are to great social changes than the rest of the group. Prosperity brings abnormal increase, adversity abnormal decrease in mere numbers, not to speak of other less easily measurable changes. Doubtless, if we could divide the white population into social strata, we would find some classes whose characteristics corresponded in many respects to those of the Negro. Or, to view the matter from the opposite standpoint, we have here an opportunity of tracing the history and condition of a social class which peculiar circumstances have kept segregated and apart from the mass. If we glance beyond Philadelphia and compare conditions as to increase of Negro population with the situation in the country at large, we can make 2 interesting comparisons: the rate of increase in a large city compared with that in the country at large, and the changes in the proportion of Negro inhabitants in the city and the United States. A glance at the proportion of Negroes in Philadelphia and in the United States shows how largely the Negro problems are still problems of the country. This is even more striking if we remember that Philadelphia ranks high in the absolute and relative number of its Negro inhabitants. For the 10 largest cities in the United States, we have at the top Baltimore, then Philadelphia, St. Louis, New York, Chicago, Cincinnati, Brooklyn, Boston, Cleveland, San Francisco. Of all the large cities in the United States, only 3 have a larger absolute Negro population than Philadelphia: Washington, New Orleans, and Baltimore. We seldom realize that none of the great southern cities, except the 3 mentioned, have a colored population approaching that of Philadelphia. Taken by itself, the Negro population of Philadelphia is no insignificant group of men, as diagrams show. In other words, we are studying a group of people the size of the capital of Pennsylvania in 1890 and as large as Philadelphia itself in 1800. Scanning this population more carefully, the first thing that strikes one is the unusual excess of females. This fact, which is true of all Negro urban populations, has not often been noticed and has not been given its true weight as a social phenomenon. If we take the 10 cities having the greatest Negro populations, we have this table showing females in greater numbers in this order of cities: Washington, New Orleans, Baltimore, Philadelphia, Richmond, Virginia, Nashville, Memphis, Charleston, South Carolina, St. Louis, Louisville, Kentucky. This is a very marked excess and has far-reaching effects. In Philadelphia, this excess can be traced back some years. The cause of this excess is easy to explain. From the beginning, the industrial opportunities of Negro women in cities have been far greater than those of men through their large employment in domestic service. At the same time, the restriction of employments open to Negroes, which perhaps reached a climax in 1830 to 1840, and which still plays a great part, has served to limit the number of men. The proportion, therefore, of men to women is a rough index of the industrial opportunities of the Negro. At first there was a large amount of work for all, and the Negro servants and laborers and artisans poured into the city. This lasted up until about 1820, and at that time we find the number of the sexes approaching equality in the county, although naturally more unequal in the city proper. In the next 2 decades, the opportunities for work were greatly restricted for the men, while at the same time, through the growth of the city, the demand for female servants increased, so that in 1840 we have about 7 women to every 5 men in the county and 16 to every 5 in the city. Industrial opportunities for men then gradually increased, largely through the growth of the city, the development of new callings for Negroes, and the increased demand for male servants in public and private. Nevertheless, the disproportion still indicates an unhealthy condition, and its effects are seen in a large percent of illegitimate births and an unhealthy tone in much of the social intercourse among the middle class of the Negro population. Looking now at the age structure of the Negroes, we notice the disproportionate number of young persons, that is, women between 18 and 30 and men between 20 and 35. The colored population of Philadelphia contains an abnormal number of young, untrained persons at the most impressionable age, at the age when, as statistics of the world show, the most crime is committed, when sexual excess is more frequent, and when there has not been developed fully the feeling of responsibility and personal worth. This excess is more striking in recent years than formerly, although full statistics are not available. It is probable that while the age structure of the Negro urban population in 1848 was about normal, it has greatly changed in recent years. Detailed statistics for 1890 make this plainer. Comparing this with the age structure of other groups, in few large cities does the age structure approach the abnormal condition here presented. The most obvious comparison would be with the age structure of the whites of Philadelphia for 1890. We find then in Philadelphia a steadily and in recent years rapidly growing Negro population, in itself as large as a good-sized city and characterized by an excessive number of females and of young persons. 14. The 7th Ward, 1896. We shall now make a more intensive study of the Negro population, confining ourselves to one typical ward for the year 1896. Of the nearly 40,000 Negroes in Philadelphia in 1890, a little less than a fourth lived in the 7th Ward, and over half in this and the adjoining 4th, 5th, and 8th Wards. The distribution of Negroes in the other wards may be seen. The 7th Ward starts from the historic center of Negro settlement in the city, South 7th Street and Lombard, and includes the long, narrow strip beginning at South 7th and extending west with South and Spruce Streets as boundaries as far as the Schuylkill River. The colored population of this ward numbered 3,621 in 1860, 4,616 in 1870, and 8,861 in 1890. It is a thickly populated district of varying character. North of it is the residence and business section of the city. South of it, a middle class and working men's residence section. At the east end, it joins Negro, Italian, and Jewish slums. At the west end, the wharves of the river, and an industrial section separating separating it from the grounds of the University of Pennsylvania and the residence section of West Philadelphia. Starting at 7th Street and walking along Lombard, let us glance at the general character of the ward. Pausing a moment at the corner of 7th and Lombard, we can at a glance view the worst Negro slums of the city. The houses are mostly brick, some wood, not very old, and in general uncared for rather than dilapidated. The blocks between 8th, Pine, 6th, and South have for many decades been the center of Negro population. Here the riots of the 30s took place, and here once was a depth of poverty and degradation almost unbelievable. Even today there are many evidences of degradation. The alleys near as Ratcliffe Street, Middle Alley, Brown's Court, Barclay Street, etc., are haunts of noted criminals and male and female, of gamblers and prostitutes, and at the same time of many poverty-stricken people, decent but not energetic. There is an abundance of political clubs, and nearly all the houses are practically lodging houses with a miscellaneous and shifting population. The corners, night and day, are filled with Negro loafers, able-bodied young men and women, all cheerful, some with good-natured open faces, some with traces of crime and excess, a few pinched with poverty. They are mostly gamblers, thieves, and prostitutes, and few have fixed and steady occupation of any kind. Some are stevedores, porters, laborers, and laundresses. On its face, this slum is noisy and dissipated, but not brutal, although now and then highway robberies and murderous assaults in other parts of the city are traced to its denizens. Nevertheless, the stranger can usually walk about here day and night with little fear of being molested if he be not too inquisitive. Passing up Lombard beyond 8th, the atmosphere suddenly changes because these next two blocks have few alleys and the residences are good-sized and pleasant. Here some of the best Negro families of the ward live. Some are wealthy in a small way. Nearly all are Philadelphia born, and they represent an early wave of emigration from the old slum section. To the south, on Rodman Street, are families of the same character. North of Pine and below 11th, there are practically no Negro residences. Beyond 10th Street and as far as Broad Street, the Negro population is large and varied in character. On small streets like Barclay and its extension below 10th, Souter, on Ivy, Rodman, Salem, Hines, Isa, Minger, Ralston, etc., is a curious mingling of respectable working people and some of a better class, with recent immigrations of the semi-criminal class from the slums. On the larger streets like Lombard and Juniper, there live many respectable colored families, native Philadelphians, Virginians, and other Southerners, with a fringe of more questionable families. Beyond Broad, as far as 16th, the good character of the Negro population is maintained, except in one or two back streets. From 16th to 18th, intermingled with some estimable families, is a dangerous criminal class. They are not the low, open idlers of 7th and Lombard, but rather the graduates of that school, shrewd and sleek politicians, gamblers, and confidence men, with a class of well-dressed and partially undetected prostitutes. This class is not easily differentiated and located, but it seems to center at 17th and Lombard. Several large gambling houses are near here, although more recently one has moved below Broad, indicating a re-shifting of the criminal center. The whole community was an earlier immigration from 7th and Lombard. North of Lombard, above 17th, including Lombard Street itself above 18th, is one of the best Negro residence sections of the city, centering about Addison Street. Some undesirable elements have crept in even here, especially since the Christian League attempted to clear out the Fifth Ward slums, but still it remains a center of quiet, respectable families who own their own homes and live well. The Negro population practically stops at 22nd Street, although a few Negroes live beyond. We can thus see that the 7th Ward presents an epitome of nearly all the Negro problems, that every class is represented in varying conditions of life. Nevertheless, one must naturally be careful not to draw too broad conclusions from a single ward in one city. There is no proof that the proportion between the good and the bad here is normal, even for the race in Philadelphia, that the social problems affecting Negroes in large northern cities are presented here in most of their aspects seems credible, but that certain of those aspects are distorted and exaggerated by local peculiarities is also not to be doubted. In the fall of 1896, a house-to-house visitation was made to all the Negro families of this ward. The visitor went in person to each residence and called for the head of the family. The housewife usually responded, the husband now and then, and sometimes an older daughter or other member of the family. The fact that the university was making an investigation of this character was known and discussed in the ward, but its exact scope and character was not known. The mere announcement of the purpose secured, in all but about 12 cases, immediate admission. Seated then in the parlor, kitchen, or living room, the visitor began the questioning, using his discretion as to the order in which they were put, and omitting or adding questions as the circumstances suggested. Now and then the purpose of a particular query was explained, and usually the object of the whole inquiry indicated. General discussions often arose as to the condition of the negroes, which were instructive. From 10 minutes to an hour was spent in each home, the average time being 15 to 25 minutes. Usually the answers were prompt and candid, and gave no suspicion of previous preparation. In some cases there was evident falsification or evasion. In such cases the visitor made free use of his best judgment, and either inserted no answer at all, or one which seemed approximately true. In some cases the families visited were not at home, and a second or third visit was paid. In other cases, and especially in the case of the large class of lodgers, the testimony of landlords and neighbors often had to be taken. No one can make an inquiry of this sort and not be painfully conscious of a large margin of error from omissions, errors of judgment, and deliberate deception. Of such errors the study has without doubt its full share. Only one fact was peculiarly favorable, and that is the proverbial good nature and candor of the Negro. With a more cautious and suspicious people much less success could have been obtained. Naturally, some questions were answered better than others, the chief difficulty arising in regard to the questions of age and income. The ages given for people 40 and over have a large margin of error, owing to ignorance of the real birthday. The question of income was naturally a delicate one, and often had to be gotten at indirectly. The yearly income as a round sum was seldom asked for, rather the daily or weekly wages taken and the time employed during the year. On December 1, 1896, there were in the 7th Ward of Philadelphia 9,675 Negroes, 4,501 males, and 5,174 females. This total includes all persons of Negro descent and 33 intermarried whites. It does not include residents of the ward then in prisons or in almshouses. There were a considerable number of omissions among the loafers and criminals without homes, the class of lodgers, and the clubhouse habitués. These were mostly males, and their inclusion would somewhat affect the division by sexes, although probably not to a great extent. The increase of the Negro population in this ward for 6.5 years is 814, or at the rate of 14.13% per decade. This is perhaps somewhat smaller than that for the population of the city at large, for the 7th Ward is crowded and overflowing into other wards. Possibly the present Negro population of the city is between 43,000 and 45,000. At all events, it is probable that the crest of the tide of immigration is past, and that the increase for the decade 1890 to 1900 will not be nearly as large as the 24% of the decade 1880 to 1890. The division by sex indicates still a very large, and it would seem growing, excess of women. The return shows 1,150 females to every 1,000 males, possibly through the omission of men and the unavoidable duplication of some servants lodging away from their place of service. The disproportion of the sex is exaggerated. At any rate, it is great, and if growing, may be an indication of increased restriction in the employments open to Negro men since 1880 or even since 1890. The age structure also presents abnormal features, comparing the age structure with that of the large cities of Germany. As was noticed in the whole city in 1890, so here is even more striking evidence of the preponderance of young people at an age when sudden introduction to city life is apt to be dangerous, and of an abnormal excess of females. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of the Philadelphia Negro, A Social Study by W.E.B. Du Bois. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Conjugal Condition 15. The 7th Ward. The conjugal condition of the Negroes above 15 years of age living in the 7th Ward shows that for a people comparatively low in the scale of civilization, there is a large proportion of single men, more than in Great Britain, France, or Germany. The number of married women, too, is small, while the large number of widowed and separated indicates widespread and early breaking up of family life. The number of single women is probably lessened by unfortunate girls and increased somewhat by deserted wives who report themselves as single. The number of deserted wives, however, allowing for false reports, is astoundingly large and presents many intricate problems. A very large part of charity given to Negroes is asked for this reason. The causes of desertion are partly laxity in morals and partly the difficulty of supporting a family. The lax moral habits of the slave regime still show themselves in a large amount of cohabitation without marriage. In the slum districts there are many such families which remain together years and are in effect common law marriages. Some of these connections are broken by whim or desire, although in many cases they are permanent unions. The economic difficulties arise continually among young waiters and servant girls. Away from home and depressed by the peculiar lonesomeness of a great city, they form chance acquaintances here and there, thoughtlessly marry, and soon find that the husband's income cannot alone support a family. Then comes a struggle which generally results in the wife's turning laundress, but often results in desertion or voluntary separation. The great number of widows is noticeable. The conditions of life for men are much harder than for women, and they have consequently a much higher death rate. Unacknowledged desertion and separation also increases this total. Then, too, a large number of these widows are simply unmarried mothers, and thus represent the unchastity of a large number of women. The result of this large number of homes without husbands is to increase the burden of charity and benevolence, and also, on account of their poor home life, to increase crime. Here is a wide field for social regeneration. Separating the sexes by age periods according to conjugal condition. We remember that in slavery time, slaves usually began to cohabit at an early age. Figures indicate the sudden and somewhat disastrous application of the preventive check to population through the economic stress of life in large cities. Negro girls no longer marry in their teens as their mothers and grandmothers did. Of those in the 20s, over 40% are still unmarried, and of those in the 30s, 21%. So sudden a change in marriage customs means grave dangers, as shown by the fact that 45 of the married couples under 40 were permanently separated, and 239 women were widowed. If we reduce the general conjugal condition to percents, it is plain that although a large percent of men under 40 marry, there is nevertheless a number who wait until they are settled in life and have a competence. With the mass of Negroes, however, the waiting past the 40th year means simply increased caution about marriage, or if they are widowers, about remarriage. Consequently, while, for instance, in Germany 84.8% of the men from 40 to 60 are married among the Negroes of this ward, less than 74% are married. At the same time, there are indications of a large number of broken marriage ties. Of men under 40, the bulk marry late, that is, in the 30s. The noticeable feature is the extraordinary number of widowed and separated persons, indicating economic stress, a high death rate, and lax morality. Such are the social results of a large excess of young women in the city where young men cannot afford to marry. Of the women, we have a comparatively large number of separations to be noticed, and the fact that over a fifth of the women between 30 and 40 are unmarried and 40% are without husbands. From all these statistics, making some allowance for the small number of persons counted and the peculiar conditions of the ward, we may conclude, 1. That a tendency to much later marriage than under the slave system is revolutionizing the Negro family and incidentally leading to much irregularity. 2. There is nevertheless still the temptation for young men and women under 40 to enter into matrimony before their economic condition warrants it. 3. Among persons over 40 there is a marked tendency to single life. 4. The very large number of the widowed and separated points to grave physical, economic, and moral disorder. 16. The city, the census of 1890, shows that the conjugal condition of the Negroes in the city, although 6 years earlier, for the most part, confirmed the statistics of the 7th Ward, except in the statistics of separation. In this respect, the returns for the 7th Ward are probably more reliable, as the census counted only actually divorced persons. The largest discrepancy is in the percentage of single females. This probably comes from the fact that outside the 7th Ward, the single servant girls form a large part of the Negro population. On the whole, it is noticeable that the conjugal condition of the Negroes approaches so nearly that of the whites, when the economic and social history of the two groups has been so strikingly different. These statistics are the best measurements of the condition and tendencies of the Negro home which we have, and although they are crude and difficult in some cases rightly to interpret, yet they shed much light on the problem. First, it must be remembered that the Negro home and the stable marriage state is for the mass of the colored people of the country, and for a large per cent of those of Philadelphia, a new social institution. The strictly guarded savage home life of Africa, which with all its shortcomings protected womanhood, was broken up completely by the slave ship and the promiscuous herding of the West Indian plantation put in its stead. From this evolved the Virginia plantation, where the double row of little slave cabins were but parts of a communistic paternalism, centering in the big house which was the real center of the family life. Even in Pennsylvania, where the plantation system never was developed, the slave family was dependent in morals as well as work upon the master. With emancipation, the Negro family was first made independent, and with the migration to cities we see for the first time the thoroughly independent Negro family. On the whole, it is a more successful institution than we had a right to expect, even though the Negro has had a couple of centuries of contact with some phases of the monogamic ideal. The great weakness of the Negro family is still lack of respect for the marriage bond, inconsiderate entrance into it, and bad household economy and family government. Sexual looseness then arises as a secondary consequence, bringing adultery and prostitution in its train, and these results come largely from the postponement of marriage among the young. Such are the fruits of sudden social revolution. There can be no doubt but what sexual looseness is today the prevailing sin of the mass of the Negro population, and that its prevalence can be traced to bad home life in most cases. Children are allowed on the street night and day unattended. Loose talk is often indulged in. The sin is seldom, if ever, denounced in the churches. The same freedom is allowed the poorly trained colored girl as the white girl who has come through a strict home, and the result is that the colored girl more often falls. Nothing but strict home life can avail in such cases. Of course, there is much to be said in palliation. The negress is not respected by men as white girls are, and consequently has no such general social protection as a servant, maid, etc. She has peculiar temptations. Especially the whole tendency of the situation of the Negro is to kill his self-respect, which is the greatest safeguard of female chastity. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of the Philadelphia Negro, a Social Study by W.E.B. Du Bois. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Sources of the Negro population. 17. The 7th Ward. We have seen that there is in Philadelphia a large population of Negroes, largely young, unmarried folks, with a disproportionate number of women. The question now arises, whence came these people? How far are they native Philadelphians, and how far immigrants? And if the latter, how long have they been here? Much depends on the answer to these questions. No conclusions as to the effects of northern city conditions on Negroes as to the effects of long, close contact with modern culture, as to the general question of social and economic survival on the part of this race, can be intelligently answered until we know how long these people have been under the influence of given conditions and how they were trained before they came. It is often tacitly assumed that the Negroes of Philadelphia are one homogeneous mass, and that the slums of the Fifth Ward, for instance, are one of the results of long contact with Philadelphia city life on the part of this mass. There is just enough truth and falsehood in such an assumption to make it dangerously misleading. The slums of Seventh and Lombard streets are largely the results of the contact of the Negro with city life, but the Negro in question is a changing variable quantity and has felt city influences for periods, varying in different persons from 1 day to 70 years. A generalization, then, that includes a North Carolina boy who has migrated to the city for work and has been here for a couple of months in the same class with a descendant of several generations of Philadelphia Negroes, is apt to make serious mistakes. The first lad may deserve to be pitied if he falls into dissipation and crime. The second ought perhaps to be condemned severely. In other words, our judgment of the thousands of Negroes of this city must be in all cases considerably modified by a knowledge of their previous history and antecedents. Of the 9,675 Negroes in the Seventh Ward, 9,138 gave returns as to their birthplace. Of these, there were born in Philadelphia 2,939, in Pennsylvania, outside of Philadelphia, 526, in the New England and Middle States, 485, in the South, 4,980, in the West and in foreign lands, 208. That is to say, less than 1/3 of the Negroes living in this ward were born here, and over 1/2 were born in the South. Separating them by sex and giving their birthplaces, that means that a study of the Philadelphia Negroes would probably begin in Virginia or Maryland, and that only a portion have had the opportunity of being reared amid the advantages of a great city. To study this even more minutely, let us divide the population according to age periods. That the Negro immigration to the city is not an influx of whole families is shown by the fact that 83% of the children under 10 were born in Philadelphia. Of the youth from 10 to 20, about 1/2 were born in the city. The great influx comes in the years from 21 to 30, for of these but 17% were born in the city. Of the men and women born between 1856 and 1865, that is, in war time, about 1/7 were born in the city. Of the freedmen, that is, those born before 1856, a larger portion, 1/5, were born in Philadelphia. The wave of immigration may therefore be plotted. Much of the immigration to Philadelphia is indirect. Negroes come from country districts to small towns, then go to larger towns. Eventually they drift to Norfolk, Virginia, or to Richmond. Next they come to Washington, and finally settle in Baltimore or Philadelphia. The training they receive from such wanderings is not apt to improve young persons greatly, and the custom has undoubtedly helped to swell the numbers of a large migratory criminal class, who are often looked upon as the product of particular cities, when, as a matter of fact, they are the offscourings of country districts, sharpened and prepared for crime by the slums of many cities through which they have passed. Besides these, there is the large and well-intentioned class who are seeking to better their lot and are attracted by the larger life of the city. Much light, therefore, will be thrown on the question of migration if we take the Negro immigrants as a class and inquire how long they have lived in the city. We can separate the immigrants into 4 classes, corresponding to the waves of immigration. First, the antebellum immigrants. resident 35 years or more. Second, the refugees of wartime and the period following, resident 21 to 34 years. Third, the laborers and sightseers of the time of the centennial, resident 10 to 20 years. Fourth, the recent immigration, which may be divided into those resident from 5 to 9 years, from 1 to 4 years, and those who have been in the city less than a year. The majority of the present immigrants arrived since 1887, and nearly 30% since 1892, carrying out the division by age periods, confirms the testimony of others as to the recent immigration of young people. Without doubt, these statistics of immigration considerably understate the truth. Strong social considerations lead many Negroes to give their birthplace as Philadelphia when, as a matter of fact, it may be elsewhere. We may then safely conclude that less than a third of the Negroes in the city were born here, and of the others less than a quarter have been resident 20 years or more, so that half the Negro population cannot, in any sense, be said to be a product of the city, but rather represents raw material whose transformation forms a pressing series of social problems. Of course, not all immigrants are undesirable material, nor are the native Negroes all creditable to the city. On the contrary, many of the best specimens of Negroes, both past and present, were not born in the city, while some of the most baffling problems arise as to the young people of native families. Nevertheless, as a whole, it is true that the average of culture and wealth and social efficiency is far lower among immigrants than natives, and that this gives rise to the gravest of the Negro problems. 18. The city. The available figures for the past are not many, nor altogether reliable, yet it seems probable that the percent of immigrants today is as large as at any previous time, and perhaps larger. In 1848, 57.3% of 15,532 Negroes were natives of the state, and the remaining 42.7% immigrants. In 1890, we have only figures for the whole state, which show that 45% of the Negroes were immigrants mainly from Virginia, Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, North Carolina, etc. For Philadelphia, the percentage would probably be higher. The new immigrants usually settle in pretty well-defined localities in or near the slums, and thus get the worst possible introduction to city life. In 1848, 5,000 of the 6,600 immigrants lived in the narrow and filthy alleys of the city and Maya Mensing. Today they are to be found partly in the slums and partly in those small streets with old houses, where there is a dangerous intermingling of good and bad elements, fatal to growing children and unwholesome for adults. Such streets may be found in the 7th Ward, between 10th and Juniper Streets, in parts of the 3rd and 4th Wards, and in the 14th and 15th Wards. This mingling swells the apparent size of many slum districts and at the same time screens the real criminals. Investigators are often surprised in the worst districts to see red-handed criminals and good-hearted, hard-working, honest people living side by side in apparent harmony. Even when the new immigrants seek better districts, their low standard of living and careless appearance make them unwelcome to the better class of blacks and to the great mass of whites. Thus they find themselves hemmed in between the slums and the decent sections, and they easily drift into the happy-go-lucky life of the lowest classes and rear young criminals for our jails. On the whole, then, the sociological effect of the immigration of Negroes is the same as that of illiterate foreigners to this country, save that in this case the brunt of the burden of illiteracy, laziness, and inefficiency has been, by reason of peculiar social conditions, put largely upon the shoulders of a group which is least prepared to bear it. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of the Philadelphia Negro, a Social Study by W.E.B. Du Bois. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Education and Illiteracy. 19. The History of Negro Education. Anthony Benezet and the Friends of Philadelphia have the honor of first recognizing the fact that the welfare of the state demands the education of Negro children. On the 26th of January, 1770, at the Philadelphia monthly meeting of Friends, the general situation of the Negroes, and especially the free Negroes, was discussed. On motion of one, probably Benezet, it was decided that instruction ought to be provided for Negro children. A committee was appointed, and on February 30, this committee proposed, quote, that a committee of 7 friends be nominated by the monthly meeting, who shall be authorized to employ a schoolmistress of prudent and exemplary conduct, to teach not more at one time than 30 children in the first rudiments of school learning and in sewing and knitting. That the admission of scholars into the said school be entrusted to the said committee, giving to the children of free Negroes and mulattoes the preference and the opportunity of being taught, clear of expense to their parents. End of quote. A subscription of £100, about $266.67, was recommended for this purpose. This report was adopted, and the school opened June 28, 1770, with 22 colored children in attendance. In September, the pupils had increased to 36, and a teacher in sewing and knitting was employed. Afterward, those who could were required to pay a sum varying from 7 shillings 6 to 10 shillings per quarter for tuition. The following year, a schoolhouse was built on Walnut Street below 4th, a 1-story brick building, 32 by 18 feet. From 1770 to 1775, 250 children and grown persons were instructed. Interest, however, began to wane, possibly under the war cloud, and in 1775 but 5 Negro children were in attendance and some white children were admitted. Soon, however, the parents were aroused, and we find 40 Negroes and 6 whites attending. After the war, Benezet took charge of the school and held it in his house at 3rd and Chestnut. At his death in 1784, he left a part of his estate to, quote, hire and employ a religious-minded person or persons to teach a number of Negro, mulatto, or Indian children to read, write, arithmetic, plain accounts, needlework, etc., end of quote. Other bequests were received, including one from a Negro, Thomas Shirley, and from this fund the schools, afterward known as the Raspberry Street Schools, were conducted for many years, and a small school is still maintained. In the early part of the century, 60 to 80 scholars attended the school, and a night school was opened. In 1844, a lot on Raspberry Street was purchased and a schoolhouse erected. Here, from 1844 to 1866, 8,000 pupils in all were instructed. Public schools for Negroes were not established until about 1822, when the Bird School, now known as the James Forten, was opened on 6th Street above Lombard. In 1830, an unclassified school in West Philadelphia was begun, and in 1833 the Coates Street School, now known as the Vaux School, on Coates Street, now called Fairmount Avenue, near 5th, was established. Other schools were opened at Frankfort in 1839, at Bashville in 1841, on Corn Street in 1849, and at Holmesburg in 1854. Total children of school age, 3,025. This would seem to indicate a smaller percentage of children in school than in the last decade, a natural outcome of the period of depression through which the Negroes had just passed. In 1850, the United States Census reported 3,498 adults who could neither read nor write. Among the Negroes of the city, the adult population at that time must have been about 8,000. There were 2,176 children in school. 10 years later, school facilities had greatly increased, but not the enrollment. In 1856, we have another set of statistics which show that there were more like 700 children in school. The public schools seem to have been largely manned by colored teachers and were for a long time less efficient than the charity schools. The grammar schools at one time, about 1844, were about to be given up, but were saved, and in 1856 were doing fairly well. Of the charity schools, The House of Refuge, Orphans' Shelter, House of Industry, and House for Colored Children were schools connected with benevolent and reformatory institutions. The Raspberry School was that founded by Benezet. The Institute for Colored Youth was founded by Richard Humphreys, a West Indian ex-slaveholder who lived in Philadelphia. On his death in 1832, he bequeathed a sum of $10,000 to the Friends to found an institution, quote, having for its object the benevolent design of instructing the descendants of the African race in school learning, in the various branches of the mechanic arts and trades, and in agriculture, in order to prepare, fit, and qualify them to act as teachers. End of quote. The Institute was accordingly founded in 1837, chartered in 1842, and upon receiving further gifts was temporarily located on Lombard Street. In 1866, additional sums were raised, and the Institute located on Bainbridge Street above 9th, where it is still conducted. There were 3 private schools in 1856. There were also 2 night schools with an attendance of 150 or more. The percentage of illiteracy in the city was still large. Bacon's investigation showed that of 9,021 adults over 20 years of age, 45.5% were wholly illiterate, 16.5% could read and write, and 19% could read, write, and cipher. Separate schools for black and white were maintained from the beginning, barring the slight mixing in the early Quaker schools. Not only were the common schools separate, but there were no public high schools for Negroes. Professional schools were closed to them, and within the memory of living men, the University of Pennsylvania not only refused to admit Negroes as students, but even as listeners in the lecture halls. Not until 1881 was a law passed declaring it, quote, unlawful for any school director, superintendent, or teacher to make any distinction whatever on account of or by reason of the race or color of any pupil or scholar who may be in attendance upon or seeking admission to any public or common school maintained wholly or in part under the school laws of this Commonwealth. End of quote. This enactment was for some time evaded, and even now some discrimination is practiced quietly in the matter of admission and transfers. There are also schools still attended solely by Negro pupils and taught by Negro teachers, although, of course, the children are at liberty to go elsewhere if they choose. They are kept largely through a feeling of loyalty to Negro teachers, in spite of the fact that several Negroes have been graduated with high marks at the normal school, and in at least one case, quote, passed one of the best examinations for a supervising principal certificate that has been accomplished in Philadelphia by any teacher. End of quote. Yet no Negro has been appointed to a permanent position outside the few colored schools. 20. The present condition. There were, in 1896, 5,930 Negro children in the public schools of the city, against 6,150 in 1895 and 6,262 in 1897. Confining ourselves simply to the 7th Ward, we find the total population of legal school age 6 to 13 in Pennsylvania was 862 in 1896, of whom 740, or 85.8%, were reported as attending school at some time during the year. Of the persons 5 to 20 years of age, about 48% were in school. Statistics by age and sex. Some differences to be noted between the sexes of the children 6 to 13 years of age. 85% of the boys and nearly 86% of the girls are in school. Of the youth 14 to 20, 20% of the boys and 21% of the girls are in school. The boys stopped school pretty suddenly at 16, the girls at 17. Nearly 11% of the children in school were in attendance less than the full term. Of these attending the whole term, there is much irregularity through absences and tardiness. On the whole, therefore, the effective school attendance is less than appears at first sight. The question of illiteracy is a difficult one to have answered without actual tests, especially when the people questioned have some motives for appearing less ignorant than they actually are. The figures of the 7th Ward, therefore, undoubtedly understate the illiteracy somewhat. Nevertheless, the error is not probably large enough to deprive the figures of considerable value, and compared with statistics taken in a similar manner, they are probably of average reliability. Of 8,464 Negroes in the 7th Ward, the returns show that 12.17% are totally illiterate. The large number of young people in the Seventh Ward probably brings the average of illiteracy below the level of the whole city. Why this is so may be seen if we take the illiteracy of 4 age classes. The same difference is plain if we take the returns of the census of 1890 for the colored population of the whole city. Separating those in the Seventh Ward by sex, we see the total illiteracy of 10% among the males and 17% among the females. Granting that those reporting themselves as able to read should in most cases be included under the illiterate, and that therefore the rate of illiteracy in the Seventh Ward is about 18% and perhaps 20% for the city, nevertheless the rate is, all things considered, low and places the Philadelphia Negroes in a position not much worse than that of the total population of Belgium, 15.9%, so far as actual illiterates are concerned. The degree of education of those who can read and write can only be indicated in general terms. The majority have only a partial common school education from the country schools of the South or the primary grades of the city. A considerable number have taken grammar school work. A very few have entered the high schools, and there have been from 50 to 100 graduates from colleges and professional schools since the war. Exact figures as to the proportion of students taking higher courses are not easily obtained. In the Cato School, 1867 to 96, 11% of those entering the primary grade were promoted to the grammar school. Less than 1% of those entering the primary grade of the Vaux School were promoted to the high school. Of those graduating from the course at the Institute for Colored Youth, 8% have taken a college or professional course. Thus it appears that of 1,000 colored children entering the primary grade, 110 go to the grammar school, 10 to the high school, and 1 to college or to a professional school. The basis of induction here is, however, too small for many conclusions. At present there are in the Seventh Ward 13 schools for children of all races and 64 teachers, with school property valued at $214,382. The schools are 1 combined grammar and secondary, 3 secondary, 1 combined secondary and primary, 4 primary, and 4 kindergartens. In the city public schools, all the teachers are colored except those in the Ramsey and Miller schools, who are all white. There are a few colored kindergarten teachers in various sections, and large numbers of colored children go to other schools beside those designated. Many of the colored schools have a high reputation for efficient work. There is theoretically no discrimination in night schools, and some Negroes go to white schools. For the most part, however, the Negroes are in the colored night schools. The Institute for Colored Youth is still a popular and useful institution. It gives grammar and high school courses. In 1890, by the efforts of both white and colored friends, an industrial department with 11 teachers was added. Among the men trained here are Octavius V. Cato, Jacob C. White, Jr., who was for 35 years principal of the Vaux School, 2 ex-ministers from the United States to Haiti, and the young colored physician who recently broke 25 years' record in the excellence of his examination before the State Board. Under Mr. White, mentioned above, Mr. Henry Tanner, the artist recently honored by the French government, was graduated from the Vaux School. Considering this testimony as a whole, it seems certain that the Negro problem in Philadelphia is no longer, in the main, a problem of sheer ignorance. To be sure, there is still a very large, totally illiterate class of perhaps 6,000 persons over 10 years of age. Then, to the other 24,000 are not in any sense of the word educated as a mass. Most of them can read and write fairly well, but few have a training beyond this. The leading classes among them are mostly grammar school graduates, and a college-bred person is very exceptional. Thus the problem of education is still large and pressing, and yet, considering their ignorance in the light of history and present experience, it must be acknowledged that there are other social problems connected with this people more pressing than that of education. That a fair degree of persistence in present methods will settle in time the question of ignorance, but other social questions are by no means so near solution. The only difficulties in the matter of education are carelessness in school attendance and poverty, which keeps children out of school. The former is a matter for the colored people to settle themselves, and is one to which their attention needs to be called. While much has been done, yet it cannot be said that Negroes have fully grasped their great school advantages in the city by keeping their younger children regularly in school, and from this remissness much harm has sprung. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the Philadelphia Negro, A Social Study by W.E.B. Bois. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Occupations of Negroes. 21. The question of earning a living. For a group of freedmen, the question of economic survival is the most pressing of all questions. The problem as to how, under the circumstances of modern life, any group of people can earn a decent living so as to maintain their standard of life is not always easy to answer. But when the question is complicated by the fact that the group has a low degree of efficiency on account of previous training, is in competition with well-trained, eager, and often ruthless competitors, is more or less handicapped by a somewhat indefinite but existent and wide-reaching discrimination, and finally is seeking not merely to maintain a standard of living, but steadily to raise it to a higher plane, such a situation presents baffling problems to the sociologist and philanthropist. And yet this is the situation of the Negro in Philadelphia. He is trying to better his condition, is seeking to rise. For this end his first need is work of a character to engage his best talents, and remunerative enough for him to support a home and train up his children well. The competition in a large city is fierce, and it is difficult for any poor people to succeed. The Negro, however, has two especial difficulties. His training as a slave and freedman has not been such as make the average of the race as efficient and reliable workmen as the average native American or as many foreign immigrants. The Negro is, as a rule, willing, honest, and good-natured, but he is also, as a rule, careless, unreliable, and unsteady. This is without doubt to be expected in a people who for generations have been trained to shirk work, but an historical excuse counts for little in the whirl and battle of bread-winning. Of course, there are large exceptions to this average rule. There are many Negroes who are as bright, talented, and reliable as any class of workmen, and who in untrammeled competition would soon rise high in the economic scale, and thus by the law of the survival of the fittest we should soon have left at the bottom those inefficient and lazy drones who did not deserve a better fate. However, in the realm of social phenomena, the law of survival is greatly modified by human choice, wish, whim, and prejudice, and consequently one never knows when one sees a social outcast how far this failure to survive is due to the deficiencies of the individual, and how far to the accidents or injustice of his environment. This is especially the case with the Negro. Everyone knows that in a city like Philadelphia, a Negro does not have the same chance to exercise his ability or secure work according to his talents as a white man. Just how far this is so we shall discuss later. Now it is sufficient to say in general that the sorts of work open to Negroes are not only restricted by their own lack of training, but also by discrimination against them on account of their race. That their economic rise is not only hindered by their present poverty, but also by a widespread inclination to shut against them many doors of advancement open to the talented and efficient of other races. What has thus far been the result of this complicated situation? What do the mass of the Negroes of the city at present do for a living, and how successful are they in those lines? And insofar as they are successful, what have they accomplished? And where they are inefficient in their present sphere of work, what is the cause and remedy? These are the questions before us, and we proceed to answer the first in this chapter, taking the occupations of the Negroes of the Seventh Ward first, then of the city in a general way, and finally saying a word as to the past. 22 occupations in the Seventh Ward. Of the 257 boys between the ages of 10 and 20 who were regularly at work in 1896, 39% were porters and errand boys. 25.5% were servants, 16% were common laborers, and 19% had miscellaneous employment. Of the men 21 years of age and over, there were in gainful occupations such as learned professions, clergymen, physicians, teachers, dentists, lawyers, skilled trades, barbers, engineers, printers, blacksmiths, cabinet makers, clerks, laborers of a better class, and entrepreneurs, proprietors of hotels and restaurants, merchants, cigar stores, employment agents, real estate agents, proprietors of pool rooms, milk dealer, publisher. In the end, 3/4 of the male Negroes 10 years of age and over in gainful occupations are laborers and servants, while the remaining fourth is equally divided into three parts, one to the trades, one to small business enterprises, and one to professional men, clerks, and miscellaneous employments. Turning now to the females 10 to 20 years of age, most are housewives, or they are at work and at school, or at home, or unoccupied. As workers, they are in domestic service, dressmakers and seamstresses, servants in public places, apprentices, musicians, teachers, clerks, actresses, hairdressers, teachers, musicians, dressmakers, housekeepers, stenographers, public cooks, seamstresses, waitresses. A glance at the Negroes in the Seventh Ward show us that of the 9,675 Negroes, 1,212 are children, 9 years of age or less. Of the remaining 8,463, the majority, above 6,000 people, are at work, taking the population 10 years of age and over, and we have 78% for the Negroes of the Seventh Ward and 55.1% for the whole city, white and colored. This is an indication of an absence of accumulated wealth arising from poverty and low wages. The general causes of poverty are largely historical and well known. To appreciate the cause of low wages, we have only to see the few occupations to which the Negroes are practically limited, and imagine the competition that must ensue. This is true among the men, and especially true among the women, where the limitation is greatest. All the forces that are impelling white women to become breadwinners are emphasized in the case of Negro women. Their chances of marriage are decreased by the low wages of the men and the large excess of their own sex in the great cities. They must work, and if there are few chances open, they must suffer from competition in wages. Among the men, low wages means either enforced celibacy or irregular and often dissipated lives, or homes where the wife and mother must also be a breadwinner. Statistics curiously illustrate this. 16.3% of the native white women of native parents and of all ages in Philadelphia are breadwinners. Their occupations are restricted, and there is great competition, yet among Negro women, where the restriction in occupation reaches its greatest limit, nevertheless 43% are breadwinners, and their wages are at the lowest point in all cases, save in some lines of domestic service where custom holds them at certain figures. Even here, however, the tendency is downward. The causes of this peculiar restriction in employment of Negroes are twofold. First, the lack of training and experience among Negroes. Second, the prejudice of the whites. The first is to be expected in some degree, although undoubtedly carelessness and culpable inefficiency have played their part. The second cause will be discussed at length later. One point, however, needs mention. The peculiar distribution of employments among whites and Negroes makes the great middle class of white people seldom, if ever, brought into contact with Negroes. May not this be a cause as well as an effect of prejudice? Another noticeable fact is the absence of child labor. This is not voluntary on the part of the Negroes, but due to restricted opportunity. There is really very little that Negro children may do. Their chief employment, therefore, is found in helping about the house while the mother is at work. Thus, those children scheduled as at home represent child labor in many cases. 23 occupations in the city. Turning from the more detailed study of the Seventh Ward, let us glance in a general way over the occupations of Negroes in the city at large. The professions. The learned professions are represented among Negroes by clergymen, teachers, physicians, lawyers, and dentists in the order named. Practically all Negroes go to their own churches, where they have, save in a very few cases, clergymen of their own race. There are not less than 60 Negro ministers in the city, possibly 100, mostly Methodists and Baptists, with 3 or 4 Presbyterians and 2 Episcopalians. The Presbyterian and Episcopalian clergymen are well-trained and educated men in nearly every case. The ministers of the African Methodists vary. Those in charge of the larger churches are all men of striking personality, with genius for leadership and organization in some lines, and in some cases, though not in all, they are well-educated men. Practically none of them are illiterate. The Baptist ministers are not on the whole so well-trained as the Methodists, although some are well-educated. Taken on the average, the Negro ministers of the city are good representatives of the masses of the Negroes. They are largely chosen by the masses, must cater to their tastes, and must in every way be men whom the rank and file of the race like and understand. Sometimes a strong personality like the late Theodore Miller will take a church and lift it to a high level. Usually the minister rather follows than leads, and indicates public opinion among his people rather than forms it. The Baptist minister is the elected chairman of a pure democracy, who, if he can command a large enough following, becomes a virtual dictator. He thus has the chance to be a wise leader or a demagogue, or, as in many cases, a little of both. The Methodist minister is the appointed steward of a large corporation, of which his particular church is a small part. His success depends upon the way in which he conducts this church, his financial success, his efforts to increase church membership, and his personal popularity. The result is that the colored Methodist minister is generally a wide-awake businessman, with something of the politician in his makeup, who is sometimes an inspiring and valuable leader of men. In other cases he may develop into a loud but wily talker, who induces the mass of Negroes to put into fine church edifices money which ought to go to charity or business enterprise. Ministers receive from $250 a year in small missions to $1,500 in 3 or 4 of the largest churches. The average would be between $600 and $1,000. Next to the clergymen come the teachers, of whom there are about 40 in the city. These teachers are in nearly every case well equipped and have made good records. Save in the kindergartens, or in 1 or more temporary cases, they teach Negro children exclusively. The public school teachers receive the same pay as the white teachers. The Negro physician is today just beginning to reap the reward of a long series of attempts and failures. At first thought it would seem natural for Negroes to patronize Negro merchants, lawyers, and physicians from a sense of pride and as a protest against race feeling among whites. When, however, we come to think further, we can see many hindrances. If a child is sick, the father wants a good physician. He knows plenty of good white physicians. He knows nothing of the skill of the black doctor, for the black doctor has had no opportunity to exercise his skill. Consequently, for many years the colored physician had to sit idly by and see the 40,000 Negroes healed principally by white practitioners. Today this has largely changed, and principally through the efforts of the younger class of doctors who have spared no pains to equip themselves at the best schools of the country. The result is that fully half the Negroes employ Negro physicians, and to a small extent these physicians practice among the whites. There are still many of the old class of root doctors and patent medicine quacks with a lucrative trade among Negroes. Of reputable Negro physicians there are in the city about 15 graduated, anywhere from University of Pennsylvania to Harvard to Howard. 7 of these have good-sized practice running from $1,500 a year to $3,000 or more. 5 others have practically just commenced to get practice and are doing fairly well. The other 2 have outside work and have a limited practice. There are many medical students in the city, and this field is the most attractive open to the Negro among the learned professions. In contrast to the fair success of the Negro in medicine is his partial failure in law. There are at present about 10 practicing Negro lawyers in the city. 2 of these are fairly successful practitioners, well versed in law, with some experience in a small but steady practice. 3 others are with difficulty earning a living at criminal practice in police cases, and the rest are having little or no practice. This failure of most Negro lawyers is not in all cases due to lack of ability and push on their part. Its principal cause is that the Negroes furnish little lucrative law business, and a Negro lawyer will seldom be employed by whites. Moreover, while the work of a physician is largely private, depending on individual skill, a lawyer must have cooperation from fellow lawyers and respect and influence in court. Thus, prejudice or discrimination of any kind is especially felt in this profession. For these reasons, Negro lawyers are for the most part confined to petty criminal practice and seldom get a chance to show their ability. There are 3 Negro dentists, 2 being graduated from first-class institutions and enjoying good practice. On the whole, the professional class of Negroes is creditable to the race. The teachers and physicians would bear comparison with any race. The ranks of the clergy are overcrowded, and they present all degrees, from excellent and well-trained spiritual guides to blatant demagogues. The lawyers have little chance to show themselves. The entrepreneur, the number of individual undertakers of business enterprise among Negroes is small but growing. Let us first take the 7th Ward alone and glance over the field. There are in this ward 23 establishments for meals and other entertainment, varying from a small one-room restaurant to a 20-room hotel. Some of these on Lombard and South Streets have capacious dining rooms with 20 or more tables. Some are little dark places with 2 or 3 dubious-looking stands. In length of establishment they vary. 8 had in 1896 been running a year or less, 4 2 years, 2 3 years, 4 from 4 to 8 years. They represent investments varying from $40 to $1,500 and employ beside the proprietors between 50 and 100 persons according to the season. There are in the 7th Ward 23 barber shops varying from 2 months to 40 years in length of establishment. 8 are from 3 to 5 years old, 5 over 10 years old. They employ, beside the proprietors, from 20 to 40 journeymen more or less regularly. A shop represents an investment varying from $50 to $250 or more. The Negro, as a barber, is rapidly losing ground in this city. It is difficult to say why this has occurred, but there are several contributory reasons. First, the calling was for so long and almost exclusively Negro calling that it came in for a degree of the contempt and ridicule poured on Negroes in general. It therefore grew very unpopular among Negroes, and apprentices became very scarce. Today one would have to look a long time among young and aspiring Negroes to find one who would willingly become a barber. It smacks perhaps a little too much of domestic service, and is a thing to fall back upon but not to aspire to. In the second place, the business became unpopular with Negroes because it compels them to draw a color line. No first-class Negro barber would dare shave his own brother in his shop in Philadelphia on account of the color prejudice. This is peculiarly galling, and has led to much criticism and unpopularity for certain leading barbers among their own people. These 2 reasons led to a lack of interest and enterprise in the business for a long time, and it needed but one movement to hasten the collapse, that is, competition. The competition of German and Italian barbers furnished the last and most potent reason for the withdrawal of the Negro. There were skilled workmen, while skilled Negroes, where barbers were becoming scarce. They cut down the customary prices, and some of them found business cooperation and encouragement which Negroes could not hope for. For these reasons the business is slipping from the Negro. This is undoubtedly a calamity, and unless the Negro, in spite of sentiment, awakens in time, he will find a lucrative employment gone and nothing in its place. Already a white labor union movement is beginning to crowd the Negro, to ask for legislation which will strike him most forcibly, and in other ways to bring organized endeavor to bear upon disorganized apathy. The 7th Ward has 13 small Negro grocery stores. They are mostly new ventures, 8 being less than a year old, 4 1 to 5 years old, and 1 15 years old. 2 are cooperative enterprises, but have had no great success. All of these stores, with 2 or 3 exceptions, are really experiments, and most of them will soon go to the wall, and their places be taken by others. The 6 smaller shops represent investments of $25 to $50. 2 have $50 and $100 invested, 3 between $100 and $200, and 1 from $500 to $1,000. The ambition of the middle class of Negroes lies in this direction, and their endeavors are laudable. In another age of industrial development they would have already constituted themselves a growing class of small tradesmen, but today the department store and stock company makes the competition too great for people with so little commercial training and instinct. Nevertheless, the number of Negro groceries will undoubtedly grow considerably in the next decade. Next come 14 cigar stores representing a total investment of $1,000 to $1,500, mostly in sums of $25, $50, and $100. These stores have been established as follows: 1 year or less, 6, 2 years, 4, 3 to 16 years, 4. They sell cigars and tobacco and daily papers. Some also rent bicycles or have a boot blacking stand or pool room attached. One of the proprietors conducts beside his cigar store 3 barber shops and a restaurant and employs 20 people. Some of these stores are finely equipped. This business is new for Negroes and growing. A few women have ventured into it, and thus in some cases it furnishes a side occupation for wives. There are 4 candy and notion shops established respectively 5 months, 6 months, 1 year, and 3 years, and each representing an investment of $10 to $100. They are in most cases in the hands of women and do a small business. There are also numberless places for selling fuel of all kinds, of which about 13 rise to the dignity of shops. They represent small investments. 3 retail liquor shops and 1 bottling establishment are conducted by colored people, representing considerable investments. 2 of the saloons are old and well conducted and financially successful. The other saloon and the bottling establishment are not very successful. 4 large employment agencies and some smaller ones are situated in the ward. They conduct lodging houses and in some cases boarding houses in connection. 1 is 16 years old, all hire clerks. Their business is to act as agents for persons desiring servants and to guide unemployed persons to situations. For this they charge a percentage or fixed sum out of the wages. They are also often service homes for unemployed servants, giving them board and lodging, sometimes on credit. Their work is thus useful and lucrative when properly conducted, as in 2 or 3 establishments. In 1 or 2 others, however, there is some suspicion of unfair dealing. Servants are attracted from the South by catchy advertisements and personal letters, only to find themselves eventually penniless and out of work in a large city. Questionable acquaintanceships are also made at the agencies at times, which lead to ruin. These agencies need strict regulation. There are 4 undertaking establishments, 2 of which are conducted by women. They represent investments of $1,000 to $10,000, and 2 of them do a business which probably aggregates $8,000 or more annually in each case. They are all old establishments, 6 to 33 years, and in no branch of business save one has the Negro evinced so much push, taste, and enterprise. 2 of these establishments will in equipment compare favorably with the white businesses in the city. Indeed, in fair competition they have gained the great bulk of Negro and some white patronage from white competitors. 3 bakeries established 2 or 3 years respectively are having moderate success. 6 printing offices established, 1 6 months, the others 4 to 7 years, do job work on small presses. 2 publish weekly papers. These shops are fairly successful and get considerable work from the colored people. 1 dressmaker has a shop with $150 invested. Another runs a dressmaking school. 4 upholsterers have shops, old and well established, and all do a good business. In 2 cases the business amounts to $2,000 to $5,000 a year. 1 sells antique furniture also. There are a large number of caterers in the ward, 83 in all. Most of these, however, do a small business, and in some cases have other work also for at least a part of the year. Of the principal caterers there are about 10, of whom the doyen was the late Andrew F. Stevens. These 10 caterers do a large business, amounting in some cases probably to $3,000 to $5,000 a year. They have a small cooperative store on 13th Street with a considerable stock of dishes and such things as olives, pickles, etc. This is conducted by a manager and has 100 or more members. There is also a caterers association, which is really a trades union. Its club room serves as a clearing house for business and the employment of waiters. This has been running for 10 years. The catering business presents many interesting phases to the economist and sociologist. Undoubtedly, the preeminence of Negroes in this business has declined since the Augustin, Jones, and Dorsey passed. Negro caterers are still prominent, but they do not by any means dominate the field as then. The chief reason for this is the change that has come over American fashionable society in the last 25 years and the application of large capital to the catering business. Philadelphia society is no longer a local affair, but receives its cue as to the propriety and fashion from New York, London, and Paris. Consequently, the local caterers can no longer dictate fashion for any single American city. More than this, demands have so risen with increasing wealth that catering establishments like Delmonico's, which would keep in the front rank, represent a large investment of capital, investments far beyond the power of the local Negro caterers of Philadelphia. Thus we find a large business built up by talent and tact, meeting with changed social conditions. The business must therefore change too. It is the old development from the small to the large industry, from the house industry to the concentrated industry, from the private dining room to the palatial hotel. If the Negro caterers of Philadelphia had been white, some of them would have been put in charge of a large hotel, or would have become co-partners in some large restaurant business for which capitalists furnished funds. For such business cooperation, however, the time was not ripe, and perhaps only a few of the best Negro caterers would have been capable of entering into it with success. As it was, the change in fashion and mode of business changed the methods of the Negro caterers and their clientele. They began to serve the middle class instead of the rich and exclusive. Their prices had to become more reasonable, and their efforts to excel had consequently fewer incentives. Moreover, they now came into sharp competition with the class of small white caterers who, if they were worse cooks, were better trained in the tricks of the trade. Then, too, with this new and large clientele, that personal relationship between the caterer and those served was broken up, and a larger place for colored prejudice was made. It is thus plain that a curious economic revolution in one industry has gone on during 29 years, not unaccompanied by grave social problems. In this case, the Negro has emerged in better condition and has shown more capacity for hand-to-hand economic encounter than, for instance, in the barbering business. Yet he has not emerged unscathed. In every such battle, when a Negro is fighting for an economic advantage, there is ever a widespread feeling among all his neighbors that it is inexpedient to allow this class to become wealthy or even well-to-do. Consequently, the battle always becomes an Athanasius contra mundum, where almost unconsciously the whole countenance and aid of the community is thrown against the Negro. The 3 Negro cemetery companies of the city have their headquarters in the 7th Ward. They arose from the curious prejudice of the whites against allowing Negroes to be buried near the dead. The companies hold valuable property and are fairly well conducted. There are several expressmen in the ward owning their own outfits. One has been established 25 years. He has 3 or 4 wagons and hires 4 or 5 men regularly. There was in 1896 a hardware and furniture business 47 years old on South Street, but the proprietor, Robert Adger, has since died. There are several bicycle shops, a flourishing milk, butter, and eggs store, a china repairing shop of long standing, a hair goods store, a rubber goods repairing shop, 17 years old, a second-hand stove store, and 2 patent medicine shops. Small businesses represent the efforts of a class of poor people to save capital. They are all alike hindered by 3 great drawbacks. First, the Negro never was trained for business and can get no training now. It is very seldom that a Negro boy or girl can on any terms get a position in a store or other business establishment where he can learn the technique of the work or general business methods. Second, Negro merchants are so rare that it is natural for customers, both white and colored, to take it for granted that their business is poorly conducted without giving it a trial. Third, the Negroes are unused to cooperation with their own people, and the process of learning it is long and tedious. Hitherto their economic activities have been directed almost entirely to the satisfaction of wants of the upper classes of white people, and of personal and household wants. They are just beginning to realize that within their own group there is a vast field for development in economic activity. The 40,000 Negroes of Philadelphia need food, clothes, shoes, hats, and furniture. These, by proper thrift, they see ought to be in part supplied by themselves, and the little business ventures we have noticed are attempts in this direction. These attempts would, however, be vastly more successful in another economic age. Today, as before noted, the application of large capital to the retail business, the gathering of workmen into factories, the wonderful success of trained talent in catering to the whims and taste of customers almost precludes the effective competition of the small store. Thus the economic condition of the day militates largely against the Negro. It requires more skill and experience to run a small store than formerly, and the large store and factory are virtually closed to him on any terms. Turning now to the other wards of the city, let us notice some of the chief business ventures of the Negroes. This list is by no means exhaustive, but it is representative. Coal and wood shops, newspapers, shoe repair shops, crockery store, pool room, publishing house, florist, undertaker, hotel, saloon, rag warehouse, upholsterers, tailors, shoe repair, upholsterer, etc. The most important omissions here are barbers' shops on account of the large number, caterers because their headquarters are mainly in private houses, and many small stores which are easily overlooked and which quickly come and disappear. Some of the businesses are large and important. 3 or 4 caterers do a business of several $1,000s per year. The well-known Chestnut Street florist does a flourishing and well-conducted business. The undertaker in the 8th Ward and the real estate dealer in the 27th are unusually successful in their lines. The crockery store in the 4th Ward is neat and tasty. The 3 largest enterprises are the provision and the wholesale meat businesses in the 15th Ward and the carpet cleaning works. It is reported that the business of each of these approaches $10,000 a year. There are 5 weekly newspapers and a quarterly magazine published in the city by Negroes. 2 of the papers are denominational organs for churches. Another paper is the official organ of the Oddfellows. The 4th and 5th are local news sheets. The quarterly is published by the AME Church. These papers are fairly successful and are considerably read and reflect the general public opinion pretty well. Most of them have been very weak editorially, though there are some signs of improvement, especially in the case of the quarterly. The publishing house does a business of $15,000 a year. The trades, the practical exclusion of the Negro from the trades and industries of a great city like Philadelphia, is a situation by no means easy to explain. It is often said simply, the foreigners and trades unions have crowded Negroes out on account of race prejudice and left employers and philanthropists helpless in the matter. This is not strictly true. What the trade unions and white workmen have done is to seize an economic advantage plainly offered them. This opportunity arose from 3 causes. Here was a mass of black workmen, of whom very few were by previous training fitted to become the mechanics and artisans of a new industrial development. Here, too, were an increasing mass of foreigners and Native Americans who were unusually well fitted to take part in the new industries. Finally, most people were willing, and many eager, that Negroes should be kept as menial servants rather than develop into industrial factors. This was the situation, and here was the opportunity for the white workmen. They were by previous training better workmen on the average than Negroes. They were stronger numerically, and the result was that every new industrial enterprise started in the city took white workmen. Soon the white workmen were strong enough to go a step further than this and practically prohibit Negroes from entering trades under any circumstances. This affected not only new enterprises, but also old trades like carpentering, masonry, plastering, and the like. The supply of Negroes for such trades could not keep pace with the extraordinary growth of the city, and a large number of white workmen entered the field. They immediately combined against Negroes primarily to raise wages. The standard of living of the Negroes lets them accept low wages, and conversely, long necessity of accepting the meager wages offered have made a low standard of living. Thus, partially by taking advantage of race prejudice, partially by greater economic efficiency, and partially by the endeavor to maintain and raise wages, white workmen have not only monopolized the new industrial opportunities of an age which has transformed Philadelphia from a colonial town to a world city, but have also been enabled to take from the Negro workman the opportunities he already enjoyed in certain lines of work. If now a benevolent despot had seen the development, he would immediately have sought to remedy the real weakness of the Negro's position, that is, his lack of training, and he would have swept away any discrimination that compelled men to support as criminals those who might support themselves as workmen. He would have made special effort to train Negro boys for industrial life and given them a chance to compete on equal terms with the best white workmen, arguing that in the long run this would be best for all concerned, since by raising the skill and standard of living of the Negroes he would make them effective workmen and competitors who would maintain a decent level of wages. He would have sternly suppressed organized or covert opposition to Negro workmen. There was, however, no benevolent despot, no philanthropist, no far-seeing captain of industry to prevent the Negro from losing even the skill he had learned, or to inspire him by opportunities to learn more. As the older Negroes with trades dropped off, there was little to induce younger men to succeed them. On the contrary, special effort was made not to train Negroes for industry, or to allow them to enter on such a career. Consequently, they gradually slipped out of industrial life until, in 1890, when the Negroes formed 4% of the population, only 1.1% of 134,709 men in the principal trades of the city were Negroes. Of 46,200 women in these trades, 1.3% were Negroes, or taking men and women together, 2,160, or 1.19% of all were Negroes. This does not, however, tell the whole story, for of this 2,160, the barbers, brickmakers, and dressmakers formed 1,434. In the Seventh Ward, the number in the trades is much larger than the proportion in the city, but here again they are confined to a few trades: barbers, dressmakers, cigar makers, and shoemakers. How now has this exclusion been maintained? In some cases by the actual inclusion of the word white among qualifications for entrance into certain trade unions; more often, however, by leaving the matter of color entirely to local bodies, who make no general rule, but invariably fail to admit a colored applicant except under pressing circumstances. This is the most workable system, and is adopted by nearly all trade unions. In sections where Negro labor in certain trades is competent and considerable, the trades union welcomes them, as in western Pennsylvania among miners and iron workers, and in Philadelphia among cigar makers. But whenever there is a trade where good Negro workmen are comparatively scarce, each union steadfastly refuses to admit Negroes and relies on color prejudice to keep up the barrier. Thus the carpenters, masons, painters, ironworkers, etc., have succeeded in keeping out nearly all Negro workmen by simply declining to work with non-union men and refusing to let colored men join the union. Sometimes in time of strikes the unions are compelled in self-defense not only to allow Negroes to join, but to solicit them. This happened, for instance, in the stonecutters' strike some years ago. To repeat, then, the real motives back of this exclusion are plain. A large part is simple race prejudice, always strong in working classes and intensified by the peculiar history of the Negro in this country. Another part, however, and possibly a more potent part, is the natural spirit of monopoly and the desire to keep up wages. So long as a cry against Irish or foreigners was able to marshal race prejudice in the service of those who desired to keep those people out of some employments, that cry was sedulously used. So today the workmen plainly see that a large amount of competition can be shut off by taking advantage of public opinion and drawing the color line. Moreover, in this there is one thoroughly justifiable consideration that plays a great part, namely, the Negroes are used to low wages, can live on them, and consequently would fight less fiercely than most whites against reduction. The employers in this matter are not altogether blameless. Their objects in conducting business are not, of course, wholly philanthropic, and yet as a class they represent the best average intelligence and morality of the community. A firm stand by some of them for common human right might save the city something in taxes for the suppression of crime and vice. There came some time since to the Midvale steel workers a manager whom many dubbed a crank. He had a theory that Negroes and whites could work together as mechanics without friction or trouble. In spite of some protest, he put his theory into practice, and today anyone can see Negro mechanics working in the same gangs with white mechanics without disturbance. A few other cases on a smaller scale have occurred throughout the city. In general, however, the black mechanic who seeks work from a mill owner or a contractor or a capitalist is told, "I have no feeling in the matter, but my men will not work with you." Without doubt, in many cases the employer is really powerless. In many other cases he is not powerless, but is willing to appear so. The Negroes of the city who have trades either give them up and hire out as waiters or laborers, or they become job workmen and floating hands, catching a bit of carpentering here or a little brickwork or plastering there at reduced wages. Undoubtedly much blame can rightly be laid at the door of Negroes for submitting rather tamely to this organized opposition. If they would meet organization with organization and excellence of work by excellence, they could do much to win standing in the industries of the cities. This is today hard to begin, but it is worth the trying, and the industrial department of the Institute for Colored Youth, which the Negroes themselves helped equip, is a step in this direction. Clerks, semi-professional, and responsible workers. Under this head has been grouped a miscellaneous mass of occupations: clerks in public and private service, stewards, messengers, musicians, agents, managers, and foremen, actors, policemen, etc. That is, that class of persons whose position demands a degree of attainment in education, reliability, talent, or skill. Here the numbers of Negroes is small, but they are nearly as well represented as in trades, an indication of a rather abnormal development. Of 46,393 men in this class of occupations in the city, that is, policemen, watchmen, agents, commercial travelers, bankers and brokers, bookkeepers, clerks and salesmen, and barkeepers, 327, or 0.7%, were Negroes. If we add to this stewards, messengers, musicians, and clerks in government service, they form about 1% of those in the city. Nearly all the clerks and salesmen are to be found in Negro stores, although there are a few exceptions. There are about 60 colored policemen on the force at present, and the general impression seems to be that they make good average officers. They were first appointed to the police force by Mayor King in 1884. At first there was violent opposition, which would have been listened to had it not been for political complications. The Negro policemen are put on duty mostly in or near the chief Negro settlements, and no one of them has yet been promoted from the ranks. The number of Negroes in the government service is 30. Besides these, there are a number of messengers and ordinary laborers. In many cases, these clerks have made very excellent records, as in the case of the discount clerk in the tax office, who has held his position for many years and is perhaps the most efficient clerk in the office. Or again, the Negro postmaster and employees in the post office at Wanamaker's store, who have been unusually successful in administering the second largest substation in the city. In a few cases, certain Negroes have received office through political influence and have been plainly unfitted for their work. There are a few clerks in responsible positions, one employed by the Pennsylvania Railway Company, another in a bank. Such cases, however, are rare. Laborers, the great mass of the men and a large percentage of the women, are manual laborers, that is, teamsters, janitors, stevedores, hod carriers, hostlers, elevatormen, sailors, china packers, and night watchmen. Their wages are usually $1 to $1.50 a day to $16 to $25 a month. Besides these, there are the ordinary porters, errand boys, newsboys, and day laborers, whose earnings vary considerably, but usually are too small to support a family without much help from wife and children. Stevedores, hod carriers, and day laborers are especially liable to irregular employment, which makes life hard for them sometimes. The mass of the men are, save in the lower grades, given average wages and meet their greatest difficulty in securing work. The competition in ordinary laboring work is severe in so crowded a city. The women day laborers are, on the whole, poorly paid, and meet fierce competition in laundry work and cleaning. The most noticeable thing about the Negro laborers as a whole is their uneven quality. There are some first-class, capable, and willing workers who have held their positions for years and give perfect satisfaction. On the other hand, there are numbers of inefficient and unintelligent laborers on whom employers cannot rely and who are below average American labor in ability. This unevenness arises from two causes: the different training of the various groups of Negroes composing the city population. Some are the descendants of generations of free Negroes, some of trained house servants long in close contact with their masters' families. Others are the sons of field hands, untouched and untrained by contact with civilized institutions. All this vast difference in preparation shows vast difference in results. The second reason lies in the increased competition within the group and the growing lack of incentive to do good work, owing to the difficulty of escaping from manual toil into higher and better paid callings. The higher classes of white labor are continually being incorporated into the skilled trades or clerical workers or other higher grades of labor. Sometimes this happens with Negroes, but not often. The first-class ditcher can seldom become foreman of a gang. The hod carrier can seldom become a mason. The porter cannot have much hope of being a clerk, or the elevator boy of becoming a salesman. Consequently, we find the ranks of the laborers among Negroes filled to an unusual extent with disappointed men, with men who have lost the incentive to excel and have become chronic grumblers and complainers, spreading this spirit further than it would naturally go. At the same time, this shutting of the natural outlet for ability means an increase of competition for ordinary work. Without doubt, there is not in Philadelphia enough work of the kind that the mass of Negroes can and may do to employ at fair wages the laborers who at present desire work. The result of this must of course be disastrous and give rise to many loafers, criminals, and casual laborers. The situation is further complicated by the fact that in season when work is more plentiful, temporary immigrations from the South swell the number of laborers abnormally. Every spring the tide of immigration sets in, consisting of brickmakers, teamsters, asphalt workers, common laborers, etc., who work during the summer in the city and return to the cheaper living of Virginia and Maryland for the winter. This makes the competition in summer close for Philadelphians and often brings actual distress in winter. A pressing duty is to see that the opportunities for work in the city are not misrepresented and to relieve congestion in some avenues by opening others to Negro labor. Nor would this be a boon simply for Negroes. The excessive competition of Negroes in certain lines of work makes more suffering for their white competitors than if that competition were less intense in places and spread over a larger area. White hod carriers and porters suffer greatly from competition, while other branches of labor are artificially protected, an economic injustice which might be remedied. Another custom that works much harm to all classes and colors of laborers is the custom of working exclusively white or exclusively colored gangs of workmen. It is unjust to the Negro because it virtually closes the greater part of the field of labor against him, since his numbers are small compared with the population of the city, and it is harder for him to gather gangs than for the whites. It is, however, a fruitful cause of injustice to white laborers, for the contractor who gets a gang of Negroes to work has a temptation to force down wages which he seldom resists or cares to resist. He knows that the standard of living of the Negroes is low and their chances for employment limited. He therefore takes on a gang of Negroes, lowers the wages, and then if whites wish to regain their places, they must accept the lower wages. The white laborers then blame the Negroes for bringing down wages, a charge with just enough truth in it to intensify existing prejudices. If laborers on ordinary jobs were hired regardless of color and according to efficiency, no doubt both white and black labor would gain, and the employer would not in the long run lose much. Servants, probably over one-fourth of the domestic servants of Philadelphia are Negroes, and conversely nearly one-third of the Negroes in the city are servants. This makes the Negro a central problem in any careful study of domestic service, and domestic service a large part of the Negro problems. The matter thus is so important that it has been made the subject of a special study appended to this work. A few general considerations only will be advanced here. So long as entrance into domestic service involves the loss of all social standing and consideration, so long will domestic service be a social problem. The problem may vary in character with different countries and times, but there will always be some maladjustment in social relations when any considerable part of a population is required to get its support in a manner which the other part despises or affects to despise. In the United States, the problem is complicated by the fact that for years domestic service was performed by slaves, and afterward up till today largely by black freedmen, thus adding a despised race to a despised calling. Even when white servants increased in number, they were composed of white foreigners, with but a small proportion of Native Americans. Thus, by long experience, the United States has come to associate domestic service with some inferiority in race or training. The effect of this attitude on the character of the service rendered and the relation of mistress and maid has been only too evident, and has in late years engaged the attention of some students and many reformers. These have pointed out how necessary and worthy a work the domestic performs, or could perform if properly trained, that the health, happiness, and efficiency of thousands of homes, which are training the future leaders of the Republic, depend largely on their domestic service. This is true, and yet the remedy for present ills is not clear until we recognize how far removed the present commercial method of hiring a servant in market is from that which obtained at the time when the daughters of the family or of the neighbor's family helped in the housework. In other words, the industrial revolution of the century has affected domestic service along with other sorts of labor by separating employer and employed into distinct classes. With the Negro, the effect of this was not apparent so long as slavery lasted. The house servant remained an integral part of the master's family with rights and duties. When emancipation broke this relation, there went forth to hire a number of trained black servants who were welcomed North and South. They liked their work, and they knew no other kind. They understood it, and they made ideal servants. In Philadelphia 20 or 30 years ago, there were plenty of this class of Negro servants, and a few are still left. A generation has, however, greatly altered the face of affairs. There were in the city in 1890 42,795 servants, and of those 10,235 were Negroes. Who are these Negroes? No longer members of Virginia households trained for domestic work, but principally young people who were using domestic service as a stepping stone to something else, who worked as servants simply because they could get nothing else to do, who had received no training in service because they never expected to make it their life calling. They, in common with their white fellow citizens, despised domestic service as a relic of slavery, and they longed to get other work as their fathers had longed to be free. In getting other work, however, they were not successful, partly on account of lack of ability, partly on account of the strong race prejudice against them. Consequently, today, the ranks of Negro servants, and that means largely the ranks of domestic service in general in Philadelphia, have received all those whom the harsh competition of a great city has pushed down, all whom a relentless color proscription has turned back from other chosen vocations, half-trained teachers and poorly equipped students who have not succeeded, carpenters and masons who may not work at their trades, girls with common school training eager for the hard work but respectable standing of shop girls and factory hands, and proscribed by their color. In fact, all those young people who by natural evolution in the case of the whites would have stepped a grade higher than their fathers and mothers in the social scale have in the case of the postbellum generation of Negroes been largely forced back into the great mass of the listless and incompetent to earn bread and butter by menial service. And they resent it. They are often discontented and bitter, easily offended and without interest in their work. Their attitude and complaint increases the discontent of their fellows who have little ability and probably could not rise in the world if they might. And above all, both the disappointed and the incompetents are alike ignorant of domestic service in nearly all its branches, and in this respect are a great contrast to the older set of Negro servants. Under such circumstances, the first far-sighted movement would have been to open such avenues of work and employment to young Negroes that only those best fitted for domestic work would enter service. Of course, this is difficult to do even for whites, and yet it is still the boast of America that within certain limits talent can choose the best calling for its exercise. Not so with Negro youth. On the contrary, the field for exercising their talent and ambition is, broadly speaking, confined to the dining room, kitchen, and street. If now competition had drained off the talented and aspiring into other avenues and eased the competition in this one vocation, then there would have been room for a second movement, namely for training schools which would fit the mass of Negro and white domestic servants for their complicated and important duties. Such a twin movement, the diversification of Negro industry and the serious training of domestic servants, would do two things. It would take the ban from the calling of domestic service by ceasing to make Negro and servant synonymous terms. This would make it possible for both whites and blacks to enter more freely into service without a fatal and disheartening loss of self-respect. Secondly, it would furnish trained servants, a sad necessity today, as any housekeeper can testify. Such a movement did not, however, take place, but on the contrary, another movement. English-trained servants, the more docile Swedes and better-paid white servants, were brought in to displace Negro servants. One has but to notice the coachmen on the driveways, or the butlers on Rittenhouse Square, or the nursemaids in Fairmount Park, to see how largely white servants have displaced Negroes. How has this displacement been brought about? First, by getting better trained and more willing servants. Secondly, by paying servants higher wages. The Swedish and American servants in most cases know more of domestic service than the postbellum generation of Negroes, and certainly as a class they are far more reconciled to their lot. In the higher branches of domestic service, cooks, butlers, and coachmen, the process has been to substitute a man at $50 to $75 a month for one at $30 to $40, and naturally again the result has been gratifying because a better class of men are attracted by the wages. Thus the waiters at the new large hotels are not merely white, but better paid and undoubtedly ought to render better service. In these ways, without doubt, domestic service has in some respects improved in the city by a partial substitution of better trained, better paid, and more contented white servants for poorly trained, discontented, and in the case of waiters, butlers, and coachmen, poorly paid Negroes. Moreover, the substitution has not met with active opposition or economic resistance on the part of Negroes, because fully one half of those in domestic service would be only too glad to get other work of any kind. What now has been the result of these economic changes? The result has undoubtedly been the increase of crime, pauperism, and idleness among Negroes, because while they are being to some extent displaced as servants, no corresponding opening for employment in other lines has been made. How long can such a process continue? How long can a community pursue such a contradictory economic policy? First, confining a large portion of its population to a pursuit which public opinion persists in looking down upon, then displacing them even there by better trained and better paid competitors. Manifestly such a course is bound to make that portion of the community a burden on the public, to debauch its women, pauperize its men, and ruin its homes. It makes the one central question of the Seventh Ward not imperative social betterments, raising of the standard of home life, taking advantage of the civilizing institutions of the great city. On the contrary, it makes it a sheer question of bread and butter, and the maintenance of a standard of living above that of the Virginia plantation. Nor has the whole group failed in every case to answer this question. The foregoing statistics show how slowly and under many discouragements diversification of employments is taking place among the black population. This, however, is the brighter side and represents the efforts of that determined class among all people that surmount eventually nearly all obstacles. The spirit of the age, however, looks today not to the best and most energetic, but to those on the edge, those who will become effective members of society only when properly encouraged. The great mass of the Negroes naturally belong to this class, and when we turn to the darker side of the picture and study the disease, poverty, and crime of the Negro population, then we realize that the question of employment for Negroes is the most pressing of the day, and that the starting point is domestic service, which still remains their peculiar province. First, then, as before said, the object of social reform should be so to diversify Negro employments as to afford proper escape from menial employment for the talented few, and so as to allow the mass some choice in their life work. This would be not only for the sake of Negro development, but for the sake of a great human industry which must continue to suffer as long as the odium of race is added to a disposition to look down upon the employment under any circumstances. The next movement ought to be to train servants, not towards servility and toadying, but in problems of health and hygiene, in proper cleaning and cooking, and in matters of etiquette and good form. To this must be added such arousing of the public conscience as shall lead people to recognize more keenly than now the responsibility of the family towards its servants, to remember that they are constituent members of the family group, and as such have rights and privileges as well as duties. Today in Philadelphia the tendency is the other way. Thousands of servants no longer lodge where they work, but are free at night to wander at will, to hire lodgings in suspicious houses, to consort with paramours, and thus to bring moral and physical disease to their place of work. A reform is imperatively needed, and here, as in most of the Negro problems, a proper reform will benefit white and black alike, the employer as well as the employed. 24. History of the occupations of Negroes. There early arose in the colony of Pennsylvania the custom of hiring out slaves, especially mechanics and skilled workmen. This very soon roused the ire of the free white workmen, and in 1708 and 1722 we find them petitioning the legislature against the practice and receiving some encouragement therefrom. As long, however, as an influential class of slaveholders had a direct financial interest in black mechanics, they saw to it that neither law nor prejudice hindered Negroes from working. Thus, before and after the Revolution, there were mechanics as well as servants among the Negroes. The proportion of servants, however, was naturally very large. We have no figures until 1820, when of the 7,582 Negroes in the city, 2,585 or 34% were servants. In 1840, 27% were servants. Some of these servants represented families so that the proportion of those dependent on domestic service was larger even than the percentage indicated. In 1896, in the 7th Ward, the percent of servants using the same method of computation was 27.3%. Of these not servants, the Negroes themselves declared in 1832 that, quote, notwithstanding the difficulty of getting places for our sons as apprentices to learn mechanical trades, owing to the prejudices with which we have to contend, there are between 400 and 500 people of color in the city and suburbs who follow mechanical employments, end of quote. In 1838, the investigator of the Abolition Society found 997 of the 17,500 Negroes in the county who had learned trades, although only a part of these, perhaps 350, actually worked at their trades at that time. The rest, outside the servants and men with trades, were manual laborers. Many of these mechanics were afterward driven from the city by the mobs. In 1848, another study of the Negroes found that a high percentage of the workmen were laborers. Of 4,249 women, 21 years and over, most of the women were washerwomen. Of both sexes, 5 to 20 years of age, there were mostly school children, and then there are quite a number who are unaccounted for. Besides these, there were in white families 3,716 servants. Just how accurate the statistics of 1847 were, it is now difficult to say. Probably there was some exaggeration from the well-meant effort of the friends of the Negro to show the best side. Nevertheless, it seems as though the diversity of employments at this time was considerable, although, of course, under such heads as shopkeepers and traders, street stands more often than stores were meant. In 1856, the inquiry appears to have been more exhaustive and careful, and the number of Negroes with trades had increased to 1,637, including barbers and dressmakers. Even here, however, some uncertainty enters, for, quote, less than two-thirds of those who have trades follow them. A few of the remainder pursue other avocations from choice, but the greater number are compelled to abandon their trades on account of the unrelenting prejudice against their color. End of quote. In the light of such historical testimony, it seems certain that the industrial condition of the Negro in the last century has undergone great vicissitudes, although it is difficult sometimes to trace them. In the half-century 1840–1890, the proportion of Negroes who are domestic servants has not greatly changed. The mass of the remainder are still laborers. Their opportunities for employment have been restricted by three causes: competition, industrial change, color prejudice. The competition has come in later years from the phenomenal growth of cities and the consequent hardening of conditions of life. The Negro has especially felt this change because of all the elements of our urban population. He is least prepared by previous training for rough, keen competition. The industrial changes since and just before the emancipation of the slaves have had a great influence on their development, to which little notice has hitherto been given. In the industrial history of nations, the change from agriculture to manufacturing and trade has been a long, delicate process. First came house industries, spinning and weaving and the like, then the market with its simple processes of barter and sale, then the permanent stall or shop, and at last the small retail store. In our day, this small retail store is in process of evolution to something larger and more comprehensive. When we look at this development and see how suddenly the American city Negro has been snatched from agriculture to the centers of trade and manufactures, it should not surprise us to learn that he has not as yet succeeded in finding a permanent place in that vast system of industrial cooperation. Apart from all questions of race, his problem in this respect is greater than the problem of the white country boy or the European peasant immigrant, because his previous industrial condition was worse than theirs and less calculated to develop the power of self-adjustment, self-reliance, and cooperation. All these considerations are further complicated by the fact that the industrial condition of the Negro cannot be considered apart from the great fact of race prejudice. Indefinite and shadowy as that phrase may be, it is certain that while industrial cooperation among the groups of a great city population is very difficult under ordinary circumstances, that here it is rendered more difficult and in some respects almost impossible by the fact that 19/20ths of the population have in many cases refused to cooperate with the other 20th, even when the cooperation means life to the latter and great advantage to the former. In other words, one of the great postulates of the science of economics, that men will seek their economic advantage, is in this case untrue, because in many cases men will not do this if it involves association, even in a casual and business way, with Negroes, and this fact must be taken account of in all judgments as to the Negro's economic progress. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of the Philadelphia Negro, a Social Study by W.E.B. Du Bois. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Health of Negroes. 25. The Interpretation of Statistics. The characteristic signs which usually accompany a low civilization are a high birth rate and a high death rate, or in other words, early marriages and neglect of the laws of physical health. This fact, which has often been illustrated by statistical research, has not yet been fully apprehended by the general public, because they have long been used to hearing more or less true tales of the remarkable health and longevity of barbarous peoples. For this reason, the recent statistical research which reveals the large death rate among American Negroes is open to very general misapprehension. It is a remarkable phenomenon which throws much light on the Negro problems and suggests some obvious solutions. On the other hand, it does not prove, as most seem to think, a vast recent change in the condition of the Negro. Reliable data as to the physical health of the Negro in slavery are entirely wanting, and yet, judging from the horrors of the Middle Passage, the decimation of the West Indian plantations, and the bad sanitary conditions of the Negro quarters on most Southern plantations, there must have been an immense death rate among slaves, notwithstanding all reports as to endurance, physical strength, and phenomenal longevity. Just how emancipation has affected this death rate is not clear. The rush to cities where the surroundings are unhealthful has had a bad effect, although this migration on a large scale is so recent that its full effect is not yet apparent. On the other hand, the better care of children and improvement in home life has also had some favorable effect. On the whole, then, we must remember that reliable statistics as to Negro health are but recent in date, and that as yet no important conclusions can be arrived at as to historic changes or tendencies. One thing we must, of course, expect to find, and that is a much higher death rate at present among Negroes than among whites. This is one measure of the difference in their social advancement. They have in the past lived under vastly different conditions, and they still live under different conditions. To assume that in discussing the inhabitants of Philadelphia one is discussing people living under the same conditions of life is to assume what is not true. Broadly speaking, the Negroes as a class dwell in the most unhealthful parts of the city and in the worst houses in those parts, which is, of course, simply saying that the part of the population having a large degree of poverty, ignorance, and general social degradation is usually to be found in the worst portions of our great cities. Therefore, in considering the health statistics of the Negroes, we seek first to know their absolute condition rather than their relative status. We want to know what their death rate is, how it has varied and is varying, and what its tendencies seem to be. With these facts fixed, we must then ask, what is the meaning of a death rate like that of the Negroes of Philadelphia? Is it, compared with other races, large, moderate, or small? And in the case of nations or groups with similar death rates, what has been the tendency and outcome? Finally, we must compare the death rate of the Negroes with that of the communities in which they live, and thus roughly measure the social difference between these neighboring groups. We must endeavor also to eliminate, so far as possible, from the problem disturbing elements which would make a difference in health among people of the same social advancement. Only in this way can we intelligently interpret statistics of Negro health. Here, too, we have to remember that the collection of statistics, even in Philadelphia, is by no means perfect. The death returns are to be relied upon, but the returns of births are wide of the true condition. The statistics of causes of death are also faulty. 26. The statistics of the city. The mortality of Negroes in Philadelphia, according to the best reports. Average annual deaths per 1,000 Negroes, 1820 to 1830, 47.6%, compared with 1891 to 1896, 28.02%. The average annual death rate, 1884 to 1890, in the wards having over 1,000 Negro inhabitants, ranges from 43.38% in the 4th Ward, compared to 15.91% in the 22nd Ward. Separating the deaths by the sex of the deceased, we have a higher percentage for males than for females. Separating by age, we find the highest levels are for the ages under 15 and 65 and over. The large infant mortality is shown by the average annual weight of 171.44, including stillbirths for children under 5 years of age during the years 1884 to 1890. These statistics are very instructive. Compared with modern nations, the death rate of Philadelphia Negroes is high, but not extraordinarily so. Hungary 33.7, Austria 30.6, and Italy 28.6 had in the years 1871 to 90 a larger average than the Negroes in 1891 to 96, and some of these lands surpassed the rate of 1884 to 90. Many things combine to cause the high Negro death rate: poor heredity, neglect of infants, bad dwellings, and poor food. On the other hand, the age classification of city Negroes, with its excess of females and of young people of 20 to 35 years of age, must serve to keep the death rate lower than its rate would be under normal circumstances. The influence of bad sanitary surroundings is strikingly illustrated in the enormous death rate of the 5th Ward, the worst Negro slum in the city and the worst part of the city in respect to sanitation. On the other hand, the low death of the 30th Ward illustrates the influences of good houses and clean streets in a district where the better class of Negroes have recently migrated. The marked excess of the male death rate points to a great difference in the social condition of the sexes in the city, as it far exceeds the ordinary disparity, as, for example, in Germany, where the rates are males 28.6, females 25.3. The young girls who come to the city have practically no chance for work except domestic service. This branch of work, however, has the great advantage of being healthful. The servant has usually a good dwelling, good food, and proper clothing. The boy, on the contrary, usually has to live in a bad part of the city, on poorly prepared or irregular food, and is more exposed to the weather. Moreover, his chances of securing any work at all are much smaller than the girls'. Consequently, the female death rate is but 81% of the male rate. When we turn to the statistics of death according to age, we immediately see that, as usual in such cases, the high death rate is caused by an excessive infant mortality, which ranks very high compared with other groups. The chief diseases to which Negroes fall victims: the highest is death by consumption, and secondly, diseases of the nervous system and pneumonia, heart disease, and others. The strikingly excessive rate here is that of consumption, which is the most fatal disease for Negroes. Bad ventilation, lack of outdoor life for women and children, poor protection against dampness and cold are undoubtedly the chief causes of this excessive death rate. To this must be added some hereditary predisposition, the influence of climate, and the lack of nearly all measures to prevent the spread of the disease. We find thus a group of people with a high but not unusual death rate, which rate has been gradually decreasing, if statistics are reliable, for 75 years. This death rate is due principally to infantile mortality and consumption, and these are caused chiefly by conditions of life and poor hereditary physique. How now does this group compare with the condition of the massive community with which it comes in daily contact? Comparing the death rates of whites and Negroes shows a considerable difference in death rates, amounting to nearly 10% in 1884 to 1890 and to 4% by the estimated rates of 1891 to 1896. If the estimate of population on which the latter rate is based is correct, then the difference in death rate is not larger than would be expected from different conditions of life. In all the wards, there is a large Negro population comprising a considerable percent of new immigrants, and these wards contain the worst slum districts and most unsanitary dwellings of the city. However, there are in these same wards peculiar circumstances which decrease the death rate of the whites. First, in the fourth and fifth wards, a large number of foreign immigrants whose death rate on account of the absence of old people and children is small, and of Jews whose death rate is on account of their fine family life also small. Secondly, in the seventh and eighth wards there are, as all Philadelphians know, large sections inhabited by the best people of the city, with a death rate below the average. The best Negro families have been renting and buying homes in the last 10 years in order to escape from the crowded downtown wards. The 30th and 26th wards are the best sections. The statistics of the 14th and 15th wards show the same thing, although their validity is somewhat vitiated by the large number of Negro servants there in the prime of life. The statistics for some wards are higher, where the best Negro families have been renting and buying homes in the last 10 years in order to escape from the crowded downtown wards. The 30th and 26th wards are the best sections. The statistics of the 14th and 15th wards show the same thing, although their validity is somewhat vitiated by the large number of Negro servants there in the prime of life. In most of these, some exceptional circumstances make the Negro death rate abnormally low. Generally, this arises from the fact that these are white residential wards, and the Negro population is largely composed of servants. These, as has been before noted, have a small death rate because of their ages, and then, too, when they are sick, they go home to die in the 7th ward or to the hospitals in the 27th and other wards. Statistics would seem to adduce considerable proof that the Negro death rate is largely a matter of condition of living. When we look at the comparative deaths of the races by sex, we see that the forces operating among Negroes to make a disparity between the death rates of men and women are largely absent among the whites. The age structure reveals partially the character of the great difference in death rate between the races. The Negroes exceed the white death rate largely in consumption, pneumonia, diseases of the urinary system, heart disease, and dropsy, and in stillbirths. They exceed moderately in diarrheal diseases, diseases of the nervous system, malarial and typhoid fevers. The white death rate exceeds that of the Negroes for diphtheria and croup, cancer and tumor, diseases of the liver, and deaths from suicide. We have side by side, in an intimate relationship in a large city, two groups of people who, as a mass, differ considerably from each other in physical health. The difference is not so great as to preclude hopes of final adjustment. Probably certain social classes of the larger group are in no better health than the mass of the smaller group. So, too, there are, without doubt, classes in the smaller group whose physical condition is equal to or superior to the average of the larger group. Particularly with regard to consumption, it must be remembered that Negroes are not the first people who have been claimed as its peculiar victims. The Irish were once thought to be doomed by that disease, but that was when Irishmen were unpopular. Nevertheless, so long as any considerable part of the population of an organized community is, in its mode of life and physical efficiency, distinctly and noticeably below the average, the community must suffer. The suffering part furnishes less than its quota of workers, more than its quota of the helpless and dependent, and consequently becomes to an extent a burden on the community. This is the situation of the Negroes of Philadelphia today. Because of their physical health, they receive a larger portion of charity, spend a larger proportion of their earnings for physicians and medicine, throw on the community a larger number of helpless widows and orphans than either they or the city can afford. Why is this? Primarily it is because the Negroes are, as a mass, ignorant of the laws of health. One has but to visit a Seventh Ward church on Sunday night and see an audience of 1,500 sit 2 and 3 hours in the foul atmosphere of a closely shut auditorium to realize that long-formed habits of life explain much of Negro consumption and pneumonia. Again, the Negroes live in unsanitary dwellings, partly by their own fault, partly on account of the difficulty of securing decent houses by reason of race prejudice. If one goes through the streets of the Seventh Ward and picks out those streets and houses which, on account of their poor condition, lack of repair, absence of conveniences, and limited share of air and light, contain the worst dwellings, one finds that the great majority of such streets and houses are occupied by Negroes. In some cases it is the Negroes' fault that the houses are so bad, but in very many cases landlords refuse to repair and refit for Negro tenants, because they know that there are few dwellings which Negroes can hire, and they will not therefore be apt to leave a fair house on account of damp walls or poor sewer connections. Of modern conveniences Negro dwellings have few. Of the 2,441 families of the Seventh Ward, only 14% had water closets and baths, and many of these were in poor condition. In a city of yards, 20% of the families had no private yard and consequently no private outhouses. Again, in habits of personal cleanliness and taking proper food and exercise, the colored people are woefully deficient. The Southern field hand was hardly supposed to wash himself regularly, and the house servants were none too clean. Habits thus learned have lingered, and a gospel of soap and water needs now to be preached. Negroes are commonly supposed to eat rather more than necessary, and this perhaps is partially true. The trouble is more in the quality of the food than its quantity, in the wasteful method of its preparation, and in the irregularity in eating. For instance, one family of 3 living in the depth of dirt and poverty on a crime-stricken street spent for their daily food 19 cents. When we imagine this pork fried in grease and eaten with baker's bread taken late in the afternoon or at bedtime, what can we expect of such a family? Moreover, the tendency of the classes who are just struggling out of extreme poverty is to stint themselves for food in order to have better-looking homes. Thus the rent in too many cases eats up physical nourishment. Finally, the number of Negroes who go with insufficient clothing is large. One of the commonest causes of consumption and respiratory disease is migration from the warmer South to a northern city without change in manner of dress. The neglect to change clothing after becoming damp with rain is a custom dating back to slavery time. These are a few obvious matters of habit and manner of life which account for much of the poor health of Negroes. Further than this, when in poor health, the neglect to take proper medical advice, or to follow it when given, leads to much harm. Often at the hospital a case is treated and temporary relief given, the patient being directed to return after a stated time. More often with Negroes than with whites, the patient does not return until he is worse off than at first. To this must be added a superstitious fear of hospitals, prevalent among the lower classes of all people, but especially among Negroes. This must have some foundation in the roughness or brusqueness of manner prevalent in many hospitals, and the lack of a tender spirit of sympathy with the unfortunate patients. At any rate, many a Negro would almost rather die than trust himself to a hospital. We must remember that all these bad habits and surroundings are not simply matters of the present generation, but that many generations of unhealthy bodies have bequeathed to the present generation impaired vitality and hereditary tendency to disease. This at first seems to be contradicted by the reputed robustness of older generations of blacks, which was certainly true to a degree. There cannot, however, be much doubt, when formal social conditions are studied, but that hereditary disease plays a large part in the low vitality of Negroes today, and the health of the past has to some extent been exaggerated. All these considerations should lead to concerted efforts to root out disease. The city itself has much to do in this respect. For so large and progressive a city, its general system of drainage is very bad. Its water is wretched, and in many other respects the city and the whole state are, "woefully and discreditably behind almost all the other states in Christendom." The main movement for reform must come from the Negroes themselves, and should start with a crusade for fresh air, cleanliness, healthfully located homes, and proper food. All this might not settle the question of Negro health, but it would be a long step toward it. The most difficult social problem in the matter of Negro health is the peculiar attitude of the nation toward the well-being of the race. There have, for instance, been few other cases in the history of civilized peoples where human suffering has been viewed with such peculiar indifference. Nearly the whole nation seemed delighted with the discredited census of 1870, because it was thought to show that Negroes were dying off rapidly, and the country would soon be well rid of them. So recently, when attention has been called to the high death rate of this race, there is a disposition among many to conclude that the rate is abnormal and unprecedented, and that since the race is doomed to early extinction, there is little left to do but to moralize on inferior species. Now the fact is, as every student of statistics knows, that considering the present advancement of the masses of the Negroes, the death rate is not higher than one would expect. Moreover, there is not a civilized nation today which has not in the last 2 centuries presented a death rate which equaled or surpassed that of this race. That the Negro death rate is at present is anything that threatens the extinction of the race is either the bugbear of the untrained or the wish of the timid. What the Negro death rate indicates is how far this race is behind the great, vigorous, cultivated race about it. It should then act as a spur for increased effort and sound upbuilding, and not as an excuse for passive indifference or increased discrimination. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of the Philadelphia Negro, a Social Study by W.E.B. Du Bois. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Negro Family. 27. The size of the family. There were in the 7th Ward in 1896 7,751 members of families, including 171 persons living alone, and 1,924 single lodgers. The average size of the family without lodgers and boarders was 3.18. With the whole population of the ward included, the average size was about 4, and counting married and single lodgers as part of the renting family, the average size is about 5. In any case, the smallness of the families is remarkable, and is probably due to local causes in the ward, to the general situation in the city, and to development in the race at large. The 7th Ward is a ward of lodgers and casual sojourners. Newly married couples settle down here until they are compelled by the appearance of children to move into homes of their own, and these in later years are being chosen in the 26th, 30th, and 36th Wards and uptown. Some couples leave their families in the South with grandmothers and live in lodgings here, returning to Virginia or Maryland only temporarily in summer or winter. A good many men come here from elsewhere, live as lodgers, and support families in the country. Then 2 childless couples often work out, the woman at service and the man lodging in this ward. The woman joins her husband once or twice a week, but does not lodge regularly there, and so is not a resident of the ward. Such are the local conditions that affect greatly the size of families. The size of families in cities is nearly always smaller than elsewhere, and the Negro family follows this rule. Late marriages among them undoubtedly act as a check to population. Moreover, the economic stress is so great that only the small family can survive. The large families are either kept from coming to the city or move away, or, as is most common, send the breadwinners to the city while they stay in the country. It is, of course, but conjecture to say how far these causes are working among the general Negro population of the country, but considering that the whole race has today begun its great battle for economic survival, and that few of the better class, male or female, can expect to get married early in life, it is fair to expect that for several decades to come the average size of the Negro family will decrease until economic well-being can keep pace with the demands of a rising standard of living, and that then we shall have another era of good-sized, though not very large, Negro families. As has before been intimated, the difficulty of earning income enough to afford to marry has had its ill effects on the sexual morality of city Negroes, especially, too, since their hereditary training in this respect has been lax. It is therefore fair to conclude that a number of the families of two are simply more or less permanent cohabitations, and that a large number of families are centers of irregular sexual intercourse. Observation in the ward bears out this conclusion, and shows that 58 of the families of two were certainly unmarried persons. The result of all these causes, compared to the whole population, shows that the Negroes in families of 2 to 6 is the largest, but the comparison with the census family of other groups exaggerates the proportion of smaller families among the Negroes. Further comparison with France may be made. Making allowance for the errors of this comparison, it nevertheless seems true that the conditions of family life in the ward are abnormal and characterized by an unusually large number of families of two persons. There are no statistics for the Negro families of the whole city. Such as would serve to eliminate the local peculiarities of the Seventh Ward. General observation would indicate in the Fifth and Eighth Wards similar conditions to the Seventh. In most of the other wards conditions are different, and in all probability vary widely from these crowded central wards. Nevertheless, throughout all of them, large families are not the rule. The number of bachelors and lodgers is considerable, and there is some cohabitation, although this is, in the city at large, much less prevalent than in the Seventh Ward. It would seem, therefore, that the indications of our study of conjugal condition were here emphasized, and that the Negro urban home has commenced a revolution which will either purify and raise it, or more thoroughly debauch it than now, and that the determining factor is economic opportunity. The full picture of this change demands statistics of births and marriages from year to year. These, unfortunately, are not so registered as to be even partially reliable. Both the birth and marriage rate, however, are in all probability steadily decreasing. The death rate also comes in here as a factor, not only by reason of the great infant mortality, but also on account of the excessive death rate of the men. In all this one catches a faint glimpse of the intricacy and far-reaching influence of the Negro problems. 28. Incomes. The economic problem of the Negroes of the city has been repeatedly referred to. We now come directly to the question, what do Negroes earn in a year? About what is the income of an average family? Such a question is difficult to answer with anything like accuracy. Only returns based on actual written accounts would furnish thoroughly reliable statistics. Such accounts cannot be had in this case. The few that keep accounts would in many cases naturally be unwilling to produce them. On the other hand, the great mass of people in the lower walks of life scarcely know how much they earn in a year. Any attempt to establish the percentages must be regarded simply as careful estimates. These estimates are based on 3 or more of the following items. 1. The statement of the family as to their earnings. Some of the better class gave a general estimate of their average yearly income. Most gave the wages earned per week or month at their usual occupation. 2. The occupations, followed by the several members of the family. 3. The time lost from work in the last year, or the time usually lost. 4. The apparent circumstances of the family, judging from the appearance of the home and inmates, the rent paid, the presence of lodgers, etc. In most cases the first item was given the greatest weight in settling the matter, but was modified by the others. In other cases, however, either this statement could not be obtained, or was vague, and in a few instances evidently false. In such circumstances a second item was decisive. The occupations, followed by the mass of Negroes, are paid according to a pretty well-known scale of prices. A hotel waiter's income could be pretty accurately fixed without further data. The third item was important in many occupations. Stevedores, for instance, receive generally 20 cents per hour. Nevertheless, few, if any, earn $600 a year, because they lose much time between ships and in winter. Finally, as a general corrective to deception or inadvertence, the circumstances of home life as seen by the investigator on his visit, the rent paid, an item which could be pretty accurately ascertained, the number of lodgers, the occupation of the housewife and children, all these items serve to confirm or throw doubt on the conclusions indicated by the other data, and were given some weight in the final judgment. Thus it can easily be seen that these returns may contain, and probably do contain, considerable error. On the one hand, they cannot be as accurate as returns based on income tax reports, and on the other hand they are probably more reliable than data founded solely on the bare statements of those asked. The personal judgment of the investigator enters into the determination of the figures to a larger extent than is desirable, and yet it has been limited as carefully as the nature of the inquiry permitted. The income according to size of family, and making some allowance for larger and smaller families, we can conclude that 19% of the Negro families in the 7th Ward earn $5 and less per week on the average, 48% earn between $5 and $10, 26% $10 to $15, and 8% over $15 per week. It is difficult to compare this with other groups because of the varying meaning of the terms poor, well-to-do, and the like. Nevertheless, a comparison with Booth's diagram of London will, if not carried too far, be interesting. The chief difficulty of the comparison lies in the distribution of the population between the poor and comfortable. Probably the former class among the Negroes is here somewhat exaggerated. At any rate, the division between these two grades is in the 7th Ward much less stable than in London, since their economic status is less fixed. In good times, perhaps 50% of the Negroes could well be designated comfortable, but in time of financial stress, vast numbers of this class fall below the line into the poor and go to swell the number of paupers, and in many cases of criminals. Indeed, this whole division into incomes of different classes is among the Negroes much less stable than among the whites, just as it used to be less stable among the whites of 50 years ago than it is among those of today. The whole division into poor, comfortable, and well-to-do depends primarily on the standard of living among a people. Let us therefore note something of the income and expenditure of certain families in different grades. The very poor and semi-criminal class are congregated in the slums at 7th and Lombard Streets, 17th and Lombard, and 18th and Nodane, together with other small back streets scattered over the ward. They live in 1- and 2-room tenements, scantily furnished and poorly lighted and heated. They get casual labor, and the women do washing. The children go to school irregularly or loaf on the streets. This class does not frequent the large Negro churches, but part of them fill the small, noisy missions. The vicious and criminal portion do not usually go to church. Those of this class who are poor but decent are next-door neighbors, usually to pronounced criminals and prostitutes. The income and expenditure of some of these families follow. Family number 1 lives in one of the worst streets of the ward, surrounded by thieves and prostitutes. There are 3 persons in the family, a woman of 34 with a son of 16 and a second husband of 26. Both the husband and son are out of work, the former being a waiter and the latter a boot black. They live in one filthy room, 12 feet by 14, scantily furnished and poorly ventilated. The woman works at service and receives about $3 a week. They pay $12 a month for 3 rooms and subrent 2 of them to other families, which makes their rent about $3. Their food costs them about $1 a week, and the fuel 56 cents a week during the winter. Their expenditure for other items is varying and indefinite. Beer, however, comes in for something. Their whole expenditure is probably $125 to $150 a year, of which the woman earns at least $100. Family number 2 has a yearly budget as follows for 2 persons of $139.48. Other items would bring this up to about $150 to $175. Family number 3, consisting of 1 person, reports the following budget, not including rent. The rent of such a family would not exceed $40, making the total expenditure about $121.50. Family number 4, 4 persons, man and wife, and 2 babies living in one room, spend $123.16. The man has work 1½ weeks in the month as a wire fence maker when regularly employed, which is about half the time. The rest of the time he takes care of the babies while his wife works at service. The last 2 families seem respectable but unfortunate. The other 2 are doubtful. The poor are a degree above these cases. They are composed of the inefficient, unfortunate, and improvident, and just manage to get enough to eat, a little to wear, and shelter. A specimen family is composed of 6 persons, man and wife, a widowed daughter, 2 grandsons of 13 and 11, and a nephew of 28. They live in 3 rooms with poor furniture and a fair cleanliness. The father and nephew are laborers, often out of work. The mother does day's work, and the daughter is at service. They spend $239.52. Clothing, etc., will bring this total to $250 to $275. This is an honest family belonging to one of the large Baptist churches. Family number 5, a mother and child, expends for $206. To this must be added house rent, bringing the total to $250 or $275. We next come to the great hard-working laboring class, the 47% of the population, which is, on the whole, most truly representative of the mass. They live in houses with 3 to 6 rooms, nearly always well furnished. They spend considerable for food and dress and for churches and beneficial societies. They are honest and good-natured for the most part, but are not used to large responsibility. Number 6, a family of 3 from this class, man, wife, and 17-year-old son, earn and spend $455. This family occupies a 7-room house, but rents out 3 of the rooms to lodgers. They have a nicely furnished parlor. 3 other families of the same class follow. Number 7, expenditure for 1 year, $338, not including rent. Number in family, adults 2, children 2. Number 8, expenditure for 1 year, $520. Number in family, adults 3, children 2. Number 9, expenditure for 1 year, about $600. Number in family, adults 2, children 7. 3 other budgets are appended, representing a still better class. Number 10, $542. This is a small family, mother and daughter, who are evidently saving money. The daughter is a teacher. Number 11, total expenditure exclusive of rent, $683. There are 4 adults and 3 children in this family. Number 12, total expenditure exclusive of rent, $805. This is one of the best families in the city. They keep 1 servant. There are 3 adults and 2 children in the family. The class to which these last families belong is often lost sight of in discussing the Negro. It is the germ of a great middle class, but in general its members are curiously hampered by the fact that, being shut off from the world about them, they are the aristocracy of their own people, with all the responsibilities of an aristocracy, and yet they, on the one hand, are not prepared for this role, and their own masses are not used to looking to them for leadership. As a class, they feel strongly the centrifugal force of class repulsion among their own people, and indeed are compelled to feel it in sheer self-defense. They do not relish being mistaken for servants. They shrink from the free and easy worship of most of the Negro churches, and they shrink from all such display and publicity as will expose them to the veiled insult and depreciation which the masses suffer. Consequently, this class, which ought to lead, refuses to head any race movement on the plea that thus they draw the very color line against which they protest. On the other hand, their ability to stand apart, refusing on the one hand all responsibility for the masses of the Negroes, and on the other hand seeking no recognition from the outside world, which is not willingly accorded. Their opportunity to take such a stand is hindered by their small economic resources. Even more than the rest of the race, they feel the difficulty of getting on in the world by reason of their small opportunities for remunerative and respectable work. On the other hand, their position as the richest of their race, though their riches is insignificant compared with their white neighbors, makes unusual social demands upon them. A white Philadelphian with $1,500 a year can call himself poor and live simply. A Negro with $1,500 a year ranks with the richest of his race, and must usually spend more in proportion than his white neighbor in rent, dress, and entertainment. In every class thus reviewed there comes to the front a central problem of expenditure. Probably few poor nations waste more money by thoughtless and unreasonable expenditure than the American Negro, and especially those living in large cities like Philadelphia. First, they waste much money in poor food and in unhealthful methods of cooking. The meat bill of the average Negro family would surprise a French or German peasant, or even an Englishman. The crowds that line Lombard Street on Sundays are dressed far beyond their means. Much money is wasted in extravagantly furnished parlors, dining rooms, guest chambers, and other visible parts of the homes. Thousands of dollars are annually wasted in excessive rents, in doubtful societies of all kinds and descriptions, in amusements of various kinds, and in miscellaneous ornaments and gewgaws. All this is a natural heritage of a slave system, but it is not the less a matter of serious import to a people in such economic stress as Negroes now are. The Negro has much to learn of the Jew and Italian as to living within his means and saving every penny from excessive and wasteful expenditures. 29. Property. We must next inquire what part of these incomes have been turned into real property. Philadelphia keeps no separate account of her white and Negro real estate owners, and it is very difficult to get reliable data on the subject. Even the house-to-house inquiry could but approximate the truth on account of the number of houses owned by Negroes but rented out through white real estate agents. From the returns, it appears that 123 of the 2,441 families in the 7th Ward, or 5.3%, own property in that ward. 74 other families own property outside the ward, making in all 197, or 8% of the families who are property holders. It is possible that omissions may raise this total to 10%. The total value of this property is partly conjectural, but a careful estimate would place it at about $1 million, or 4.5% of the valuation of a ward where the Negroes form 42% of the population. Two estimates for the whole city represent the holdings of the well-to-do Negroes, that is, those having $10,000 and more of property. In all, these persons represent an ownership of at least $1,500,000. The other property holders can only be estimated. The total ownership of property by Philadelphia Negroes must be at least 5 millions, not including church property. Comparing this with estimates in the past, in 1849, the returns of the investigation showed that 7.4% of the Negroes in the county owned property at 5.5% in the city proper, compared with 5.3% in the 7th Ward today. In this comparison, however, we must consider the enormous increase in the value of Philadelphia real estate. Taking the heads of the 123 families known to live in the 7th Ward and to own real estate, we find that they are either Philadelphia-born or old residents, and that the mass of them are caterers and house servants, with a sprinkling of those representing the newer employments as clerks in public service, merchants, and the like. 89 own homes in the city, and 34 own real estate somewhere. Returns from 40 of these holders indicate a total holding of $250,000, or if we add in one large estate, $650,000. Other less definite but fairly reliable returns raise the total ownership of property in the 7th Ward to $1 million or more. 63 of the 74 owning property outside the city report $49,010 in real estate. In none of these returns has there been any account of the mortgage indebtedness taken, nor is there any means of ascertaining this debt. On the whole, the statistics show comparatively few Negro property holders in Philadelphia, in a city where the percentage of homeowners is unusually large. Over 94% of the Negroes appear from the imperfect returns available to be renters. There are several reasons for this. First, the Negroes distrust all saving institutions since the fatal collapse of the Freedmen's Bank. Secondly, they have difficulty in buying homes in decent neighborhoods. Thirdly, the rising price of real estate and the falling off of wage and industrial opportunity for the Negro must be taken into account. Finally, a curious effect of color prejudice, to be discussed later, has had enormous influence in concentrating Negro population in localities where it was hard to buy homes. All these are cogent reasons, and yet they are not enough to excuse the Negroes from not buying much more property than they have. Much of the money that should have gone into homes has gone into costly church edifices, dues to societies, dress, and entertainment. If the Negroes had bought little homes as persistently as they have worked to develop a church and secret society system, and had invested more of their earnings in savings banks and less in clothes, they would be in a far better condition to demand industrial opportunity than they are today. This does not mean that the Negro is lazy or a spendthrift. It simply means misdirected energies which cause the Negro people yearly to waste thousands of dollars in rents and live in poor homes, when they might with proper foresight do much better. There are some signs of awakening to this fact among the Negroes. Lately they are just beginning to understand and profit by the building and loan associations. 41 families in the 7th Ward, or about 2%, belong now to such associations, and the number is increasing. Outside the 7th Ward is large, and probably a larger percentage belong to cooperative home-buying societies. The peculiar phenomenon among the colored people, however, is the wide development of beneficial and secret orders. 306 families, or 17% of the Negroes of the ward, are reported as belonging to beneficial societies, and probably 25% or more actually belong. Beside these, there are the petty insurance societies, to which 1,021 families, or 42%, belong. In more prosperous times, this membership may reach 50 or 60%, or a total of at least 4,000 men, women, and children. The beneficial and secret societies, being organizations of Negroes, will be spoken of later. The petty insurance societies are, for the most part, conducted by whites. Some of these are reliable enterprises, and by careful management and honest dealing do something to encourage the saving spirit among the Negroes. It is doubtful, however, if they form the best kind of incentive, and probably they stand in the way of the Savings Bank and Building Association. Only a few deserve this qualified approval. The large majority are little better than licensed gambling operations. It is a disgrace that a great municipality allows them to prey upon the people in the manner they do. They usually rest on no sound business principles. They take any and all risks, generally without medical examination, and depend on lapses in payments and bold cheating to make money. Even the best conducted of these societies have to depend on the unreturned contributions of persons who cannot keep up their payments to make both ends meet. There were, in 1897, 31 insurance societies doing business in the 7th Ward, for which premiums had to be paid for sick and death benefits at the rate of $46.80 to $52 for a $1,000 life policy at the age of 43, which can be had in regular companies for about $35. The excess represents the expense of collection and the gambler's risk. Into these companies a large part of the income of many families goes, remembering that the total income of these families is in most cases $20 to $40 a month. It is impossible to get accurate returns as to the total amount spent by the Negroes of the 7th Ward for insurance in such societies, but answers to questions on this point indicate a total expenditure of approximately $25,000 annually. For this enormous outlay, something comes back in the benefits, but probably much less than half. The method of conducting these societies puts a premium on dishonesty and misrepresentation, and a tax on honesty and health. A certain class of the insured get sick regularly and draw benefits and are winked at by the societies as a paying advertisement on the street. Their honest neighbors, on the other hand, will struggle on and work for years, paying regularly, in some cases 5, 10, and 15 or more years in various societies, only to be cheated out of their insurance by rascally agents or conniving home offices, or their own failure at the last moment to keep up payments. Of course, the sum involved is too small and the cheated persons too unknown and lowly to lead to litigation. 1. This family lost $100 paid in for insurance by final lapse in payments. The woman was 60 years old and poor. 2. This family belonged to the society 10 years and paid $12 a year. Finally fell 7 days in arrears with payments and was dropped. Had received $65 in benefits. 3. This family had paid in $50, was 1 day behind, and was dropped. 4. This family had a woman insured for $2.50 a week and $50 at death. She received no sick benefits at all, and only $20 at death. They said, "We stint ourselves of our victuals to keep up and then lose it all." 5. A family who put $75 into a society and lost it all. 6. A mother was in the society 2 years. When she was taken sick, she sent her child to notify them. They took no notice of this on the ground that the notification by a child was not legal, and paid her nothing. 7. This man was a member of the society 15 years, and his wife 7 years, paid in $354 in all, and drew out $90 in benefits. The society then discovered that the man belonged to the GAR and dropped him and kept the money. 8. This man belonged to a society 7 years at $1.30 per month, received $20 in benefits, and lost the rest through a lapse in payments. 9. This family belonged to different societies 8 years and lost all the money invested. 10. This person was a member of a society sometime when the collector absconded with the money, and the society refused to bear the responsibility. 11. The mother had paid $54.60 to a society for a death benefit, but at her death the society paid nothing. 12. The society collapsed, and this person lost $75. 13. This family invested $1.23 a month with a society for 13 years in order to receive $200 endowment. This was at the rate of $73.80 annually for a $1,000 policy. 14. This man has paid in $80 so far and has never received sick or other benefits. 15. This woman has belonged to a society for years and was once taken sick just before the agent called. When he came, he was asked to return as the sick woman was asleep. He did not return, and when a claim for sick benefits was made, it was denied on the ground that the woman had not paid her dues when the agent called. In many other cases, the matter of age is made a loophole for cheating. Numbers of the Negroes do not know their exact ages. In such cases, the insurance agent will suggest an age, usually below the evident truth, and insert it in the policy. If the insured dies, the physician guesses at another age nearer the truth and inserts it in the death certificate. Thereupon the insurance company points to the discrepancy, alleges an attempt to deceive on the part of the insured, and either refuses to pay any of the policy or generally offers to compound for a half or a third of the amount promised. This is perhaps the most common form of cheating outside the failure to account for the payments of lapsed members. In some cases, the Home Office pays the death claim, and the local office or agent cheats the insured. Without doubt, such societies meet outrageous attempts at deception on the part of the insured, and yet since their methods of business put a premium on this sort of cheating, they can hardly complain. The whole business is nothing more than gambling, where one set of sharpers bet against another set, and the honest, hard-working, but ignorant toilers pay the bill. With all the harm that open policy playing and other sorts of gambling do, it is to be doubted if their effects on character are more deleterious than this form of insurance business. The Negroes, by the crime of the Freedmen's Bank, have been long prejudiced against banks, and this business encourages their aversion to the slow, sure methods of saving. If the colored people are ever to learn four-handedness in place of the slipshod chance methods of living, the savings bank must soon replace the insurance society, and that they could support savings banks in abundance is shown by the fact that they annually invest between $75,000 and $100,000 in insurance societies in the city of Philadelphia. It is not generally known how lucrative a business the exploitation of the Negro in various lines has become. In ornaments, clothes, entertainments, books, and investment schemes, the shrewd and unscrupulous have a broad field of work, and it is being industriously cultivated, especially by whites, and to some extent by certain classes of Negroes. Instead, then, of a struggling people being met by aid in the direction of their greatest weakness, they are surrounded by agencies which tend to make them more wasteful and dependent on chance than they are now. One has only to watch the pawnbrokers' shops on Saturday night in winter to see how largely Negroes support them, and it is but to step from the insurance society to the pawn shop, and thence to the policy shop. 30. Family life. Among the masses of the Negro people in America, the monogamic home is comparatively a new institution, not more than 2 or 3 generations old. The Africans were taken from polygamy and transplanted into a plantation where the home life was protected only by the caprice of the master, and practically unregulated polygamy and polyandry was the result on the plantation of the West Indies. In states like Pennsylvania, the marriage institution among slaves was early established and maintained. Consequently, one meets among the Philadelphia Negroes the result of both systems, the looseness of plantation life and the strictness of Quaker teaching. Among the lowest class of recent immigrants and other unfortunates there is much sexual promiscuity and the absence of a real home life. Actual prostitution for gain is not as widespread as would at first thought seem natural. On the other hand, there are 2 widespread systems among the lowest classes, viz., temporary cohabitation and the support of men. Cohabitation of a more or less permanent character is a direct offshoot of the plantation life, and is practiced considerably. In distinctly slum districts like that at 7th and Lombard, from 10 to 25% of the unions are of this nature. Some of them are simply common law marriages and are practically never broken. Others are compacts which last for 2 to 10 years, others for some months. In most of these cases the women are not prostitutes, but rather ignorant and loose. In such cases there is, of course, little home life, rather a sort of neighborhood life, centering in the alleys and on the sidewalks where the children are educated. Of the great mass of Negroes, this class forms a very small percentage and is absolutely without social standing. They are the dregs which indicate the former history and the dangerous tendencies of the masses. The system of supporting men is one common among the prostitutes of all countries and widespread among the Negro women of the town. 2 little colored girls walking along South Street stopped before a gaudy pair of men's shoes displayed in a shop window, and one said, "That's the kind of shoes I'd buy my fellow." The remark fixed their life history. They were from among the prostitutes of Middle Alley or Ratcliffe Street or some similar resort, where each woman supports some man from the results of her gains. The majority of the well-dressed loafers whom one sees on Locust Street near 9th, on Lombard near 7th and 17th, on 12th near Cater, and in other such localities are supported by prostitutes and political largesse, and spend their time in gambling. They are absolutely without home life and form the most dangerous class in the community, both for crime and political corruption. Leaving the slums and coming to the great mass of the Negro population, we see undoubted effort has been made to establish homes. 2 great hindrances, however, cause much mischief: the low wages of men and the high rents. The low wages of men make it necessary for mothers to work, and in numbers of cases to work away from home several days in the week. This leaves the children without guidance or restraint for the better part of the day, a thing disastrous to manners and morals. To this must be added the result of high rents, namely the lodging system. Whoever wishes to live in the center of Negro population, near the great churches and near work, must pay high rent for a decent house. This rent the average Negro family cannot afford, and to get the house they subrent apart to lodgers. As a consequence, 38% of the homes of the 7th Ward have unknown strangers admitted freely into their doors. The result is on the whole pernicious, especially where there are growing children. Moreover, the tiny Philadelphia houses are ill suited to a lodging system. The lodgers are often waiters who are at home between meals, at the very hours when the housewife is off at work, and growing daughters are thus left unprotected. In some cases, though this is less often, servant girls and other female lodgers are taken. In such ways the privacy and intimacy of home life is destroyed, and elements of danger and demoralization admitted. Many families see this and refuse to take lodgers, and move where they can afford the rent without help. This involves more deprivations to a socially ostracized race like the Negro than to whites, since it often means hostile neighbors or no social intercourse. If a number of Negroes settle together, the real estate agents dump undesirable elements among them which some enthusiastic association has driven from the slums. There are a large number of waiters, porters, and servant girls in the city who naturally have no home life and are exposed to peculiar temptations. The church is the rallying place of the best class of these young people, and it attempts to furnish their amusements. Loafing and promenading the streets is the only other entertainment most of these young folks have. They form a serious problem to which the lodging system is the only attempted answer, and that a dangerous one. Homes and clubs properly conducted ought to be open for them. A Christian association, which would not degenerate into an endless prayer meeting, might meet the wants of the young men. The home life of the middle laboring class lacks many of the pleasant features of good homes. Traces of plantation custom still persist, and there is a widespread custom of seeking amusement outside the home. Thus the home becomes a place for a hurried meal now and then, and lodging. Only on Sundays does the general gathering in the front room, the visits and leisurely dinner, smack of proper home life. Nevertheless, the spirit of home life is steadily growing. Nearly all the housewives deplore the lodging system and the work that keeps them away from home, and there is a widespread desire to remedy these evils and the other evil which is akin to them, the allowing of children and young women to be out unattended at night. In the better class families there is a pleasant family life of distinctly Quaker characteristics. One can go into such homes in the Seventh Ward and find all the quiet comfort and simple good-hearted fare that one would expect among well-bred people. In some cases the homes are lavishly furnished, in others they are homely and old-fashioned. Even in the best homes, however, there is easily detected a tendency to let the communal church and society life trespass upon the home. There are fewer strictly family gatherings than would be desirable, fewer simple neighborhood gatherings and visits. In their place are the church teas, the hall concerts, or the elaborate parties given by the richer and more ostentatious. These things are of no particular moment to the circle of families involved, but they set an example to the masses which may be misleading. The mass of the Negro people must be taught sacredly to guard the home, to make it the center of social life and moral guardianship. This it is largely among the best class of Negroes, but it might be made even more conspicuously so than it is. Such emphasis undoubtedly means the decreased influence of the Negro church, and that is a desirable thing. On the whole, the Negro has few family festivals. Birthdays are not often noticed. Christmas is a time of church and general entertainments. Thanksgiving is coming to be widely celebrated, but here again in churches as much as in homes. The home was destroyed by slavery, struggled up after emancipation, and is again not exactly threatened, but neglected in the life of city Negroes. Herein lies food for thought. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of the Philadelphia Negro, A Social Study by W.E.B. Du Bois. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Organized Life of Negroes. 31. History of the Negro Church in Philadelphia. We have already followed the history of the rise of the Free African Society, which was the beginning of the Negro Church in the North. We often forget that the rise of a church organization among Negroes was a curious phenomenon. The church really represented all that was left of African tribal life and was the sole expression of the organized efforts of the slaves. It was natural that any movement among freedmen should center about their religious life, the sole remaining element of their former tribal system. Consequently, when, led by two strong men, they left the white Methodist Church, they were naturally unable to form any democratic moral reform association. They must be led and guided, and this guidance must have the religious sanction that tribal government always has. Consequently, Jones and Allen, the leaders of the Free African Society, as early as 1791, began regular religious exercises, and at the close of the 18th century there were 3 Negro churches in the city, 2 of which were independent. St. Thomas Church has had a most interesting history. It early declared its purpose, quote, of advancing our friends in a true knowledge of God, of true religion, and of the ways and means to restore our long-lost race to the dignity of men and of Christians. End of quote. The church offered itself to the Protestant Episcopal Church and was accepted on condition that they take no part in the government of the general church. Their leader, Absalom Jones, was ordained deacon and priest and took charge of the church. In 1804, the church established a day school which lasted until 1816. In 1849, St. Thomas began a series of attempts to gain full recognition in the church by a demand for delegates to the church gatherings. The assembly first declared that it was not expedient to allow Negroes to take part. To this the vestry returned a dignified answer, asserting that, quote, expediency is no plea against the violation of the great principles of charity, mercy, justice, and truth, end of quote. Not until 1864 was the Negro body received into full fellowship with the Church. In the century and more of its existence, St. Thomas has always represented a high grade of intelligence, and today it still represents the most cultured and wealthiest of the Negro population and the Philadelphia-born residents. Its membership has consequently always been small, being 246 in 1794, 427 in 1795, 105 in 1860, and 391 in 1897. The growth of Bethel Church, founded by Richard Allen on South 6th Street, has been so phenomenal that it belongs to the history of the nation rather than to any one city. From a weekly gathering which met in Allen's blacksmith's shop on 6th near Lombard grew a large church edifice. Other churches were formed under the same general plan, and Allen, as overseer of them, finally took the title of bishop and ordained other bishops. The church, under the name of African Methodist Episcopal, grew and spread until in 1890 the organization had 452,725 members, 2,481 churches, and $6,468,280 worth of property. By 1813, there were in Philadelphia 6 Negro churches. The Presbyterian Church had been founded by 2 Negro missionaries, father and son, named Gloucester, in 1807. The Baptist Church was founded in 1809. 3 more churches were added in the next 10 years, and then a reaction followed. By 1867, there were, in all probability, nearly 20 churches, of which we have information of 17. Since the war, the growth of Negro churches has been by bounds, there being 25 churches and missions in 1880 and 55 in 1897. So phenomenal a growth as this here outlined means more than the establishment of many places of worship. The Negro is, to be sure, a religious creature. Most primitive folk are, but his rapid and even extraordinary founding of churches is not due to this fact alone, but is rather a measure of his development, an indication of the increasing intricacy of his social life, and the consequent multiplication of the organ which is the function of his group life, the church. To understand this, let us inquire into the function of the Negro Church. 32. The function of the Negro Church. The Negro Church is the peculiar and characteristic product of the transplanted African and deserves a special study. As a social group, the Negro Church may be said to have antedated the Negro family on American soil. As such, it has preserved, on the one hand, many functions of tribal organization, and on the other hand, many of the family functions. Its tribal functions are shown in its religious activity, its social authority and general guiding and coordinating work. Its family functions are shown by the fact that the church is a center of social life and intercourse, acts as newspaper and intelligence bureau, is the center of amusements, indeed is the world in which the Negro moves and acts. So far-reaching are these functions of the church that its organization is almost political. In Bethel Church, for instance, the mother African Methodist Episcopal Church of America, there are organizations which we call executive, legislative, financial, educational, and tax collecting, police, sheriffs and magistrates, music and amusements, militia, social reformers, corporations. Or to put it differently, here we have a mayor, appointed from without with great administrative and legislative powers. Although well limited by long and zealously cherished custom, he acts conjointly with a select council, the trustees, a board of finance, composed of stewards and stewardesses, a common council of committees, and occasionally of all church members. The various functions of the church are carried out by societies and organizations. The form of government varies, but is generally some form of democracy, closely guarded by custom. and tempered by possible and not infrequent secession. The functions of such churches in order of present emphasis are the raising of the budget, the maintenance of membership, social intercourse and amusements, setting of moral standards, promotion of general intelligence, efforts of social betterment. 1. The annual budget is of first importance because the life of the organization depends upon it. The amount of expenditure is not very accurately determined beforehand, although its main items do not vary much. There is the pastor's salary, the maintenance of the building, light and heat, the wages of a janitor, contributions to various church objects, and the like, to which must be usually added the interest on some debt. The sum thus required varies in Philadelphia from $200 to $5,000. A small part of this is raised by a direct tax on each member. Besides this, voluntary contributions by members, roughly gauged according to ability, are expected, and a strong public opinion usually compels payment. Another large source of revenue is the collection after the sermons on Sunday, when amid the reading of notices and a subdued hum of social intercourse, a stream of givers walk to the pulpit and place in the hands of the trustee or steward in charge a contribution varying from a cent to $1 or more. To this must be added the steady revenue from entertainments, suppers, socials, fairs, and the like. In this way the Negro churches of Philadelphia raise nearly $100,000 a year. They hold in real estate $900,000 worth of property and are thus no insignificant element in the economics of the city. 2. Extraordinary methods are used and efforts made to maintain and increase the membership of the various churches. To be a popular church with large membership means ample revenues, large social influence, and a leadership among the colored people unequaled in power and effectiveness. Consequently, people are attracted to the church by sermons, by music, and by entertainments. Finally, every year a revival is held at which considerable numbers of young people are converted. All this is done in perfect sincerity and without much thought of merely increasing membership, and yet every small church strives to be large by these means, and every large church to maintain itself or grow larger. The churches thus vary from a dozen to 1,000 members. 3. Without wholly conscious effort, the Negro church has become a center of social intercourse to a degree unknown in white churches, even in the country. The various churches, too, represent social classes. At St. Thomas, one looks for the well-to-do Philadelphians, largely descendants of favorite mulatto house servants, and consequently well-bred and educated, but rather cold and reserved to strangers or newcomers. At Central Presbyterian, one sees the older, simpler set of respectable Philadelphians with distinctly Quaker characteristics, pleasant but conservative. At Bethel may be seen the best of the great laboring class, steady, honest people, well-dressed and well-fed with church and family traditions. At Wesley will be found the new arrivals, the sightseers, and the strangers to the city, hearty and easy-going people who welcome all comers and ask few questions. At Union Baptist one may look for the Virginia servant girls and their young men, and so on throughout the city. Each church forms its own social circle, and not many stray beyond its bounds. Introductions into the circle come through the church, and thus the stranger becomes known. All sorts of entertainments and amusements are furnished by the churches: concerts, suppers, socials, fairs, literary exercises and debates, cantatas, plays, excursions, picnics, surprise parties, celebrations. Every holiday is the occasion of some special entertainment by some club, society, or committee of the church. Thursday afternoons and evenings, when the servant girls are free, are always sure to have some sort of entertainment. Sometimes these exercises are free, sometimes an admission fee is charged, sometimes refreshments or articles are on sale. The favorite entertainment is a concert with solo singing, instrumental music, reciting, and the like. Many performers make a living by appearing at these entertainments in various cities, and often they are persons of training and ability, although not always. So frequent are these and other church exercises that there are few Negro churches which are not open 4 to 7 nights in a week, and sometimes 1 or 2 afternoons in addition. Perhaps the pleasantest and most interesting social intercourse takes place on Sunday. The weary week's work is done, the people have slept late and had a good breakfast, and sally forth to church well-dressed and complacent. The usual hour of the morning service is 11, but people stream in until after 12. The sermon is usually short and stirring, but in the larger churches elicits little response other than an amen or two. After the sermon and the social features begin, notices on the various meetings of the week are read. People talk with each other in subdued tones, take their contributions to the altar, and linger in the aisles and corridors long after dismission to laugh and chat until 1 or 2 o'clock. Then they go home to good dinners. Sometimes there is some special 3 o'clock service, but usually nothing save Sunday school until night. Then comes the chief meeting of the day. Probably 10,000 Negroes gather every Sunday night in their churches. There is much music, much preaching, some short addresses. Many strangers are there to be looked at. Many beaux bring out their belles, and those who do not gather in crowds at the church door and escort the young women home. The crowds are usually well behaved and respectable, though rather more jolly than comports with a Puritan idea of church services. In this way the social life of the Negro centers in his church. Baptism, wedding and burial, gossip and courtship, friendship and intrigue, all lie in these walls. What wonder that this central clubhouse tends to become more and more luxuriously furnished, costly in appointment, and easy of access. 4. It must not be inferred from all this that the Negro is hypocritical or irreligious. His church is, to be sure, a social institution first, and religious afterwards, but nevertheless its religious activity is wide and sincere. In direct moral teaching and in setting moral standards for the people, however, the church is timid, and naturally so, for its constitution is democracy tempered by custom. Negro preachers are often condemned for poor leadership and empty sermons, and it is said that men with so much power and influence could make striking moral reforms. This is but partially true. The congregation does not follow the moral precepts of the preacher, but rather the preacher follows the standard of his flock, and only exceptional men dare seek to change this. And here it must be remembered that the Negro preacher is primarily an executive officer rather than a spiritual guide. If one goes into any great Negro church and hears the sermon and views the audience, one would say either the sermon is far below the caliber of the audience, or the people are less sensible than they look. The former explanation is usually true. The preacher is sure to be a man of executive ability, a leader of men, a shrewd and affable president of a large and intricate corporation. In addition to this, he may be, and usually is, a striking elocutionist. He may also be a man of integrity, learning, and deep spiritual earnestness, but these last three are sometimes all lacking, and the last two in many cases. Some signs of advance are here manifest. No minister of notoriously immoral life, or even of bad reputation, could hold a large church in Philadelphia without eventual revolt. Most of the present pastors are decent, respectable men. There are perhaps 1 or 2 exceptions to this, but the exceptions are doubtful rather than notorious. On the whole, then, the average Negro preacher in the city is a shrewd manager, a respectable man, a good talker, a pleasant companion, but neither learned nor spiritual nor a reformer. The moral standards are therefore set by the congregations, and vary from church to church in some degree. There has been a slow working toward a literal obeying of the Puritan and ascetic standard of morals which Methodism imposed on the freedmen, but condition and temperament have modified these. The grosser forms of immorality, together with theater-going and dancing, are specifically denounced. Nevertheless, the precepts against specific amusements are often violated by church members. The cleft between denominations is still wide, especially between Methodists and Baptists. The sermons are usually kept within the safe ground of a mild Calvinism, with much insistence on salvation, grace, fallen humanity, and the like. The chief function of these churches in morals is to conserve old standards and create about them a public opinion which shall deter the offender, and in this the Negro churches are peculiarly successful, although naturally the standards conserved are not as high as they should be. 5. The Negro churches were the birthplaces of Negro schools and of all agencies which seek to promote the intelligence of the masses, and even today no agency serves to disseminate news or information so quickly and effectively among the Negroes as the church. The lyceum and lecture here still maintain a feeble but persistent existence, and church newspapers and books are circulated widely. Night schools and kindergartens are still held in connection with churches, and all Negro celebrities, from a bishop to a poet like Dunbar, are introduced to Negro audiences from the pulpits. 6. Consequently, all movements for social betterment are apt to center in the churches. Beneficial societies in endless number are formed here. Secret societies keep in touch. Cooperative and building associations have lately sprung up. The minister often acts as an employment agent. Considerable charitable and relief work is done, and special meetings held to aid special projects. The race problem in all its phases is continually being discussed, and indeed from this forum many a youth goes forth inspired to work. Such are some of the functions of the Negro Church, and a study of them indicates how largely this organization has come to be an expression of the organized life of Negroes in a great city. 33. The present condition of the churches. The 2,441 families of the 7th Ward were distributed among the various denominations. Probably half of the unconnected and unknown habitually attend church. In the city at large, the Methodists have a decided majority, followed by the Baptists, and further behind the Episcopalians. Starting with the Methodists, we find three bodies: the African Methodist Episcopal, founded by Allen; the AME Zion, which sprung from a secession of Negroes from white churches in New York in the 18th century; and the M.E. Church, consisting of colored churches belonging to the white Methodist Church, like Zoar. The AME Church is the largest body, and had in 1897 14 churches and missions in the city, with a total membership of 3,210 and 13 church edifices seating 6,117 persons. These churches collected during the year $27,074.13. Their property is valued at $202,229, on which there is a mortgage indebtedness of $30,000 to $50,000. These churches are pretty well organized and are conducted with vim and enthusiasm. This arises largely from their system. Their bishops have been in some instances men of piety and ability, like the late Daniel A. Payne. In other cases they have fallen far below this standard, but they have always been men of great influence and had a genius for leadership, else they would not have been bishops. They have large powers of appointment and removal in the case of pastors, and thus each pastor, working under the eye of an inspiring chief, strains every nerve to make his church a successful organization. The bishop is aided by several presiding elders, who are traveling inspectors and preachers, and give advice as to appointments. This system results in great unity and power. The purely spiritual aims of the church, to be sure, suffer somewhat, but after all, this peculiar organism is more than a church. It is a government of men. The headquarters of the AME Church are in Philadelphia. Their publishing house at 7th and Pine publishes a weekly paper and a quarterly review, besides some books such as hymnals, church disciplines, short treatises, leaflets, and the like. The receipts of this establishment in 1897 were $16,058.26, and its expenditures $14,119.15. Its total outfit and property is valued at $45,513.64, with an indebtedness of $14,513.64. An Episcopal residence for the bishop of the district has recently been purchased on Belmont Avenue. The Philadelphia Conference disbursed from the General Church funds in 1897 $985 to superannuated ministers and $375 to widows of ministers. 2 or 3 women missionaries visited the sick during the year, and some committees of the Ladies' Mission Society worked to secure orphans' homes. Thus, throughout the work of this church, there is much evidence of enthusiasm and persistent progress. There are 3 churches in the city representing the AME Zion connection. The largest of these pays their pastor $1,500 a year, and the total income of the church is between $4,000 and $5,000. It does considerable charitable work among its aged members and supports a large sick and death benefit society. Its property is worth at least $25,000. 2 other Methodist churches of different denominations are Grace, UAME, Lombard Street above 15th, St. Matthew Methodist Protestant, 58th and Vine Streets. Both these churches are small, although the first has a valuable piece of property. The Methodist Episcopal Church has 6 organizations in the city among the Negroes. They own church property valued at $53,700, have a total membership of 1,202, and an income of $16,394 in 1897. Of this total income, $1,235, or 7.5%, was given for benevolent enterprises. These churches are quiet and well conducted, and, although not among the most popular churches, have nevertheless a membership of old and respected citizens. There were in 1896 17 Baptist churches in Philadelphia, holding property valued at more than $300,000, having 6,000 members, and an annual income of probably $30,000 to $35,000. One of the largest churches has in the last 5 years raised between $17,000 and $18,000. The Baptists are strong in Philadelphia and own many large and attractive churches, such as, for instance, the Union Baptist Church on 12th Street, Zion Baptist in the northern part of the city, Monumental in West Philadelphia, and the staid and respectable Cherry Street Church. These churches, as a rule, have large membership. They are, however, quite different in spirit and methods from the Methodists. They lack organization, are not so well managed as business institutions. Consequently, statistics of their work are very hard to obtain, and indeed in many cases do not even exist for individual churches. On the other hand, the Baptists are peculiarly clannish and loyal to their organization, keep their pastors a long time, and thus each church gains an individuality not noticed in Methodist churches. If the pastor is a strong, upright character, his influence for good is marked. At the same time, the Baptists have in their ranks a larger percentage of illiteracy than probably any other church, and it is often possible for an inferior man to hold a large church for years and allow it to stagnate and retrograde. The Baptist policy is extreme democracy applied to church affairs, and no wonder that this often results in a pernicious dictatorship. While many of the Baptist pastors of Philadelphia are men of ability and education, the general average is below that of the other churches, a fact due principally to the ease with which one can enter the Baptist ministry. These churches support a small publishing house in the city, which issues a weekly paper. They do some charitable work, but not much. There are 3 Presbyterian churches in this city. Central Church is the oldest of these churches and has an interesting history. It represents a withdrawal from the First African Presbyterian Church in 1844. The congregation first worshipped at 8th and Carpenter Streets, and in 1845 purchased a lot at 9th and Lombard, where they still meet in a quiet and respectable house of worship. Their 430 members include some of the oldest and most respectable Negro families of the city. Probably, if the white Presbyterians had given more encouragement to Negroes, this denomination would have absorbed the best elements of the colored population. They seem, however, to have shown some desire to be rid of the blacks, or at least not to increase their Negro membership in Philadelphia to any great extent. Central Church is more nearly a simple religious organization than most churches. It listens to able sermons, but does little outside its own doors. Bereans Church is the work of one man and is an institutional church. It was formerly a mission of Central Church and now owns a fine piece of property bought by donations contributed by whites and Negroes, but chiefly by the former. The conception of the work and its carrying out, however, is due to Negroes. This church conducts a successful building and loan association, a kindergarten, a medical dispensary, and a seaside home, beside the numerous church societies. Probably no church in the city except the Episcopal Church of the Crucifixion is doing so much for the social betterment of the Negro. The First African is the oldest colored church of this denomination in the city. The Episcopal Church has for Negro congregations 2 independent churches, 2 churches dependent on white parishes, and 4 missions and Sunday schools. The Episcopal churches receive more outside help than others and also do more general mission and rescue work. They hold $150,000 worth of property, have 900 to 1,000 members, and an annual income of $7,000 to $8,000. They represent all grades of the colored population. The oldest of the churches is St. Thomas. Next comes the Church of the Crucifixion, over 50 years old and perhaps the most effective church organization in the city for benevolent and rescue work. It has been built up virtually by one Negro, a man of sincerity and culture and of peculiar energy. This church carries on regular church work at Bainbridge and 8th, and at 2 branch missions. It helps in the Fresh Air Fund, has an ICE mission, a vacation school of 35 children, and a parish visitor. It makes an especial feature of good music with its vested choir. 1 or 2 courses of university extension lectures are held here each year, and there is a large beneficial and insurance society in active operation, and a home for the homeless on Lombard Street. This church especially reaches after a class of neglected poor, whom the other colored churches shun or forget, and for whom there is little fellowship in white churches. The rector says of this work, Quote, as I look back over nearly 20 years of labor in one parish, I see a great deal to be devoutly thankful for. Here are people struggling from the beginning of one year to another without ever having what can be called the necessaries of life. God alone knows what a real struggle life is to them. Many of them must always be moving on because they cannot pay the rent or meet other obligations. I've just visited a family of 4, mother and 3 children. The mother is too sick to work. The eldest girl will work when she can find something to do, but the rent is due, and there is not a cent in the house. This is but a sample. How can such people support a church of their own? To many, such religion often becomes doubly comforting. They seize eagerly on the promises of a life where these earthly distresses will be forever absent. If the other half only knew how this half is living, how hard and dreary and often hopeless life is, the members of the more favored half would gladly help to do all they could to have the gospel freely preached to those whose lives are so devoid of earthly comforts. $20,000 or $30,000, and that is not much, safely invested, would enable the parish to do a work that ought to be done and yet is not being done at present. The poor could then have the gospel preached to them in a way that it is not now being preached. End of quote. The Catholic Church has in the last decade made great progress in its work among Negroes and is determined to do much in the future. Its chief hold upon the colored people is its comparative lack of discrimination. There is one Catholic church in the city designed especially for Negro work, St. Peter Clavers at 12th and Lombard. Formerly a Presbyterian church, recently a parish house has been added. The priest in charge estimates that 400 or 500 Negroes regularly attend Catholic churches in various parts of the city. The Mary Drexel Home for Colored Orphans is a Catholic institution near the city which is doing much work. The Catholic Church can do more than any other agency in humanizing the intense prejudice of many of the working class against the Negro, and signs of this influence are manifest in some quarters. We have thus somewhat in detail reviewed the work of the chief churches. There are beside these continually springing up and dying a host of little noisy missions which represent the older and more demonstrative worship. A description of one applies to nearly all. Take, for instance, one in the slums of the Fifth Ward. Quote, the tablet in the gable of this little church bears the date 1837. For 60 years it has stood and done its work in the narrow lane. What its history has been all this time it is difficult to find out, for no records are at hand, and no one is here to tell the tale. The last few months of the older order was something like this. It was in the hands of a Negro congregation. Several visits were paid to the church, and generally a dozen people were found there. After a discourse by a very illiterate preacher, hymns were sung, having many repetitions of senseless sentiment and exciting cadences. It took about an hour to work up the congregation to a fervor aimed at. When this was reached, a remarkable scene presented itself. The whole congregation pressed forward to an open space before the pulpit and formed a ring. The most excitable of their number entered the ring, and with clapping of hands and contortions led the devotions. Those forming the ring joined in the clapping of hands and wild and loud singing, frequently springing into the air and shouting loudly. As the devotions proceeded, most of the worshippers took off their coats and vests and hung them on pegs on the wall. This continued for hours until all were completely exhausted, and some had fainted and been stowed away on the benches or the pulpit platform. This was the order of things at the close of 60 years' history. When this congregation vacated the church, they did so stealthily under cover of darkness, removed furniture not their own, including the pulpit, and left bills unpaid. End of quote. There are dozens of such little missions in various parts of Philadelphia, led by wandering preachers. They are survivals of the methods of worship in Africa and the West Indies. In some of the larger churches, noise and excitement attend the services, especially at the time of revival or in prayer meetings. For the most part, however, these customs are dying away. To recapitulate, we have in Philadelphia 55 Negro churches with 12,845 members owning $907,729 worth of property with an annual income of at least $94,968. And these represent the organized efforts of the race better than any other organizations. Second to them, however, come the secret and benevolent societies, which we now consider. 34 secret and beneficial societies and cooperative business. The art of organization is the one hardest for the freedman to learn, and the Negro shows his greatest deficiency here. Whatever success he has had has been shown most conspicuously in his church organizations, where the religious bond greatly facilitated union. In other organizations where the bond was weaker, his success has been less. From early times, the precarious economic condition of the free Negroes led to many mutual aid organizations. They were very simple in form. An initiation fee of small amount was required, and small regular payments. In case of sickness, a weekly stipend was paid, and in case of death, the members were assessed to pay for the funeral and help the widow. Confined to a few members, all personally known to each other, such societies were successful from the beginning. We hear of them in the 18th century, and by 1838 there was 100 such small groups with 7,448 members in the city. They paid in $18,851, gave $14,172 in benefits, and had $10,023 on hand. 10 years later, about 8,000 members belonged to 106 such societies. 76 of these had a total membership of 5,187. They contributed usually 25 cents to 37.5 cents a month. The sick received $1.50 to $3 a week, and death benefits of $10 to $20 were allowed. The income of these 76 societies was $16,814.23. 681 families were assisted. These societies have since been superseded to some extent by other organizations. They are still so numerous, however, that it is impractical to catalog all of them. There are probably several hundred of various kinds in the city. To these were early added the secret societies, which naturally had great attraction for Negroes. A Boston lodge of black Masons received a charter direct from England, and independent orders of Odd Fellows, Knights of Pythias, etc., grew up. During the time the Negroes were shut out of the public libraries, there were many literary associations with libraries. These have now disappeared. Outside the churches, the most important organizations among Negroes today are secret societies, beneficial societies, insurance societies, cemeteries, building and loan associations, labor unions, homes of various sorts, and political clubs. The most powerful and flourishing secret order is that of the Odd Fellows, which has 200,000 members among American Negroes. In Philadelphia, there are 19 lodges with a total membership of 1,188 and $46,000 worth of property. This order owns 2 halls in the city worth perhaps $40,000. One is occupied by the officers of the Grand Lodge, which employs several salaried officials and clerks. The order conducts a newspaper called the Odd Fellows Journal. There are 19 lodges of Masons in the city, 6 chapters and 5 commanderies, 3 of the Scottish Rite, and 1 drill corps. The Masons are not so well organized and conducted as the Odd Fellows, and detailed statistics of their lodges are not available. They own 2 halls worth at least $50,000 and probably distribute not less than $3,000 to $4,000 annually in benefits. Beside these chief secret orders, there are numerous others, such as the American Protestant Association, which has many members, the Knights of Pythias, the Galilean Fishermen, the various female orders attached to these, and a number of others. It is almost impossible to get accurate statistics of all these orders, and any estimate of their economic activity is liable to considerable error. However, from general observation and the available figures, it seems fairly certain that at least 4,000 Negroes belong to secret orders, and that these orders annually collect at least $25,000, part of which is paid out in sick and death benefits and part invested. The real estate, personal property, and funds of these orders amount to no less than $125,000. The function of the secret society is partly social intercourse and partly insurance. They furnish pastime from the monotony of work, a field for ambition and intrigue, a chance for parade, and insurance against misfortune. Next to the church, they are the most popular organizations among Negroes. Of the beneficial societies we have already spoken in general. A detailed account of a few of the larger and more typical organizations will now suffice. The Quaker City Association is a sick and death benefit society, 7 years old, which confines its membership to native Philadelphians. It has 280 members and distributes $1,400 to $1,500 annually. The Sons and Daughters of Delaware is over 50 years old. It has 106 members and owns $3,000 worth of real estate. The Fraternal Association was founded in 1861. It has 86 members and distributes about $300 a year. It, quote, was formed for the purpose of relieving the wants and distresses of each other in the time of affliction and death, and for the furtherance of such benevolent views and objects as would tend to establish and maintain a permanent and friendly intercourse among them in their social relations in life, end of quote. The Sons of St. Thomas was founded in 1823 and was originally confined to members of St. Thomas Church. It was formerly a large organization, but now has 80 members and paid out in 1896 $416 in relief. It has $1,500 invested in government bonds. In addition to these, there is the Old Men's Association, the Female Cox Association, the Sons and Daughters of Moses, and a large number of other small societies. There is arising also a considerable number of insurance societies differing from the beneficial in being conducted by directors. The best of these are the Crucifixion, connected with the Church of the Crucifixion, and the Avery, connected with Wesley AMEZ Church. Both have a large membership and are well conducted. Nearly every church is beginning to organize one or more such societies, some of which in times past have met disaster by bad management. The True Reformers of Virginia, the most remarkable Negro beneficial organization yet started, has several branches here. Beside these, there are numberless minor societies as the Alpha Relief, Knights and Ladies of St. Paul, the National Cooperative Society, Colored Women's Protective Association, Loyal Beneficial, etc. Some of these are honest efforts, and some are swindling imitations of the pernicious white petty insurance societies. There are 3 building and loan associations conducted by Negroes. Some of the directors in one are white. All the others are colored. The oldest association is the Century, established October 26, 1886. Its board of directors is composed of teachers, upholsterers, clerks, restaurant keepers, and undertakers, and it has had marked success. Its income for 1897 was about $7,000. It has $25,000 in loans outstanding. The Berean Building and Loan Association was established in 1888 in connection with Berean Presbyterian Church. 13 of the 19 officers and directors are colored. Its income for 1896 was nearly $30,000, and it had $60,000 in loans. 43 homes have been bought through this association. The Pioneer Association is composed entirely of Negroes, the directors being caterers, merchants, and upholsterers. It was founded in 1888 and has an office on Pine Street. Its receipts in 1897 were $9,000, and it had about $20,000 in loans. 9 homes are at present being bought in this association. There are arising some loan associations to replace the pawn shops and usurers to some extent. The Small Loan Association, for instance, was founded in 1891 and has made successful loans. The Conservative is a similar organization consisting of 10 members. This account has attempted to touch only the chief and characteristic organizations and makes no pretensions to completeness. It shows, however, how intimately bound together the Negroes of Philadelphia are. These associations are largely experiments, and as such are continually reaching out to new fields. The latest ventures are toward labor unions, cooperative stores, and newspapers. There are the following labor unions, among others: the Caterers Club, the Private Waiters Association, the Coachmen's Association, the Hotel Brotherhood of Waiters, the Cigar Makers Union, white and colored, the Hod Carriers Union, the Barbers Union, etc. Of the Caterers Club we have already heard. The Private Waiters Association is an old beneficial order with well-to-do members. The private waiter is really a skilled workman of high order and used to be well paid. Next to the Guild of Caterers, he ranked as high as any class of Negro workmen before the war. Indeed, the caterer was but a private waiter further developed. Consequently, this labor union is still jealous and exclusive, and contains some members long retired from active work. The Coachmen's Association is a similar society. Both these organizations have a considerable membership and make sick and death benefits and social gatherings a feature. The Hotel Brotherhood is a new society of hotel waiters and is conducted by young men on the lines of the regular trade unions with which it is more or less affiliated in many cities. It has some relief features and considerable social life. It strives to open and keep open work for colored waiters, and often arranges to divide territory with whites or to prevent one set from supplanting the other. The Cigar Makers Union is a regular trades union with both white and Negro members. It is the only union in Philadelphia where Negroes are largely represented. No friction is apparent. The Hod Carriers Union is large and of considerable age, but does not seem to be very active. A league of colored mechanics was formed in 1897, but did not accomplish anything. There was before the war a league of the sort which flourished, and there undoubtedly will be attempts of this sort in the future until a union is effected. The two cooperative grocery stores and the caterer's supply store have been mentioned. There was a dubious attempt in 1896 to organize a cooperative tinware store, which has not yet been successful. With all this effort and movement, it is natural that the Negroes should want some means of communication. This they have in the following periodicals conducted wholly by Negroes: AME Church Review, quarterly; Christian Recorder, 8-page weekly newspaper; Baptist Christian Banner, 4-page weekly newspaper; Oddfellows Journal, 8-page weekly newspaper; Weekly Tribune, 8-page weekly newspaper; The Astonisher, 8-page weekly newspaper; The Standard Echo, 4-page weekly newspaper. The Tribune is the chief news sheet, and is filled generally with social notes of all kinds, and news of movements among Negroes over the country. Its editorials are usually of little value, chiefly because it does not employ a responsible editor. It is in many ways, however, an interesting paper, and represents pluck and perseverance on the part of its publisher. The Astonisher and Standard Echo are new sheets. The first is bright but crude. The Recorder, Banner, and Journal are chiefly filled with columns of heavy church and lodge news. The Review has had an interesting history, and is probably the best Negro periodical of the sort published. It is often weighed down by the requirements of church politics, and compelled to publish some trash written by aspiring candidates for office, and with all this it has much solid matter, and indicates the trend of thought among Negroes to some extent. It has greatly improved in the last few years. Many Negro newspapers from other cities circulate here, and widen the feeling of community among the colored people of the city. One other kind of organization has not yet been mentioned: the political clubs, of which there are probably 50 in the city. They will be considered in another chapter. 35. Institutions. The chief Negro institutions of the city are: the Home for Aged and Infirmed Colored Persons, the Douglas Hospital and Training School, the Women's Exchange and Girls' Home, 3 cemetery companies, the Home for the Homeless, the special schools, as an institute for colored youth, the House of Industry, Raspberry Street Schools and Jones School for Girls, the YMCA, and University Extension Center. The Home for the Aged, situated at the corner of Girard and Belmont Avenues, was founded by a Negro lumber merchant, Stephen Smith, and is conducted by whites and Negroes. It is one of the best institutions of the kind. Its property is valued at $400,000, and it has an annual income of $20,000. It has sheltered 558 old people since its foundation in 1864. The Douglas Memorial Hospital and Training School is a curious example of the difficult position of Negroes. For years, nearly every hospital in Philadelphia sought to exclude Negro women from the course in nurse training, and no Negro physician could have the advantage of hospital practice. This led to a movement for a Negro hospital. Such a movement, however, was condemned by the whites as an unnecessary addition to a bewildering number of charitable institutions, by many of the best Negroes as a concession to prejudice and a drawing of the color line. Nevertheless, the promoters insisted that colored nurses were efficient and needed training, that colored physicians needed a hospital, and that colored patients wished one. Consequently, the Douglas Hospital has been established, and its success seems to warrant the effort. The total income of the year 1895 to 96 was $4,656.31. 61 patients were treated during the year, and 32 operations performed. 987 outpatients were treated. The first class of nurses was graduated in 1897. The Women's Exchange and Girls' Home is conducted by the principal of the Institute for Colored Youth at 756 South 12th Street. The exchange is open at stated times during the week, and various articles are on sale. Cheap lodging and board is furnished for a few schoolgirls and working girls. So far, the work of the exchange has been limited, but it is slowly growing, and is certainly a most deserving venture. The exclusion of Negroes from cemeteries has, as before mentioned, led to the organization of 3 cemetery companies, 2 of which are nearly 50 years old. The Olive holds 8 acres of property in the 24th Ward, claimed to be worth $100,000. It has 900 lot owners. The Lebanon holds land in the 36th Ward, worth at least $75,000. The Marion is a new company which owns 21 acres in Montgomery County, worth perhaps $30,000. These companies are in the main well conducted, although the affairs of one are just now somewhat entangled. The Home for the Homeless is a refuge and home for the aged connected with the Church of the Crucifixion. It is supported largely by whites, but not entirely. It has an income of about $500. During 1896, 1,108 lodgings were furnished to 90 women, 8,384 meals given to inmates, 2,705 to temporary lodgers, 2,078 to transients, and 812 to invalids. The schools have all been mentioned before. The Young Men's Christian Association has had a checkered history, chiefly, as it would seem, from the wrong policy pursued. There is in the city a grave and dangerous lack of proper places of amusement and recreation for young men. To fill this need, a properly conducted Young Men's Christian Association with books and newspapers, baths, bowling alleys and billiard tables, conversation rooms, and short, interesting religious services is demanded. It would cost far less than it now costs the courts to punish the petty misdemeanors of young men who do not know how to amuse themselves. Instead of such an institution, however, the colored YMCA has been virtually an attempt to add another church to the numberless colored churches of the city, with endless prayer meetings and loud gospel hymns in dingy and uninviting quarters. Consequently, the institution is now temporarily suspended. It had accomplished some good work by its night schools and social meetings. Since the organization of the Bainbridge Street University Extension Center, May 10, 1895, lectures have been delivered at the Church of the Crucifixion, 8 and Bainbridge Streets, by Reverend W. Hudson Shaw on English history, by Thomas Whitney Surratt on the development of music, by Henry W. Elson on American history, and by Hilaire Belloc on Napoleon. Each of these lecturers, except Mr. Belloc, has given a course of 6 lectures on the subject stated, and classes have been held in connection with each course. The attendance has been above the average as compared with other centers in the city. Beside these efforts, there are various embryonic institutions: a day nursery in the 7th Ward by the Women's Missionary Society, a large organization which does much charitable work, an industrial school near the city, etc. There are too many institutions conducted by whites for the benefit of Negroes, which will be mentioned in another place. Much of the need for separate Negro institutions has in the last decade disappeared by reason of the opening of the doors of the public institutions to colored people. There are many Negroes who, on this account, strongly oppose efforts which they fear will tend to delay further progress in these lines. On the other hand, thoughtful men see that invaluable training and discipline is coming to the race through these institutions and organizations, and they encourage the formation of them. 36. The experiment of organization. Looking back over the field which we have thus reviewed, the churches, societies, unions, attempts at business, cooperation, institutions, and newspapers, it is apparent that the largest hope for the ultimate rise of the Negro lies in this mastery of the art of social organized life. To be sure, compared with his neighbors, he has as yet advanced but a short distance. We are apt to condemn this lack of unity, the absence of carefully planned and laboriously executed effort among these people, as a voluntary omission, a bit of carelessness. It is far more than this. It is a lack of social education, a group training, and the lack can only be supplied by a long, slow process of growth. And the chief value of the organizations studied is that they are evidences of growth, of actual accomplishment. They have, to be sure, something to show, but nothing to boast of inordinately. The churches are far from ideal associations for fostering the higher life. Rather, they combine too often intrigue, extravagance, and show with all their work, saving, and charity. Their secret societies are often diverted from their better ends by scheming and dishonest officers, and by the temptation of tinsel and braggadocio. Their beneficial associations, along with all their good work, have an unenviable record of business inefficiency and internal dissension. And yet all these and other agencies have accomplished much, and their greatest accomplishment is stimulation of effort to further and more effective organization among a disorganized and headless host. All this world of cooperation and subordination into which the white child is in most cases born is, we must not forget, new to the slaves' sons. They have been compelled to organize before they knew the meaning of organization, to cooperate with those of their fellows to whom cooperation was an unknown term, to fix and fasten ideas of leadership and authority among those who had always looked to others for guidance and command. For these reasons, the present efforts of Negroes in working together along various lines are peculiarly promising for the future of both races. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the Philadelphia Negro, A Social Study, by W.E.B. Du Bois. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Negro Criminal. 37. History of Negro Crime in the City. From his earliest advent, the Negro, as was natural, has figured largely in the criminal annals of Philadelphia. Only such superficial study of the American Negro as dates his beginning with 1863 can neglect this past record of crime in studying the present. Crime is a phenomenon of organized social life and is open rebellion of an individual against his social environment. Naturally, then, if men are suddenly transported from one environment to another, the result is lack of harmony with the new conditions, lack of harmony with the new physical surroundings, leading to disease and death or modification of physique, lack of harmony with social surroundings, leading to crime. Thus, very early in the history of the colony, characteristic complaints of the disorder of the Negro slaves is heard. In 1693, July 11, the governor and council approved an ordinance, upon the request of some of the members of council, that an order be made by the Court of Quarter Sessions for the county of Philadelphia, the 4th July instant, proceeding upon a presentment of the grand jury for the body of the said county against the tumultuous gatherings of the negroes of the town of Philadelphia on the first days of the week, ordering the constables of Philadelphia or any other person whatsoever to have power to take up negroes, male or female, whom they should find gadding abroad on the said first days of the week, without a ticket from their Mr. or Mrs., or not in their company, or to carry them to jail, there to remain that night, and that without meat or drink, and to cause them to be publicly whipped next morning with 39 lashes well laid on their bare backs, for which their said Mr. or Mrs. should pay 15 pence to the whipper, etc. Penn himself introduced a law for the special trial and punishment of negroes very early in the history of the colony, as has been noted before. The slave code finally adopted was mild compared with the legislation of the period, but it was severe enough to show the unruly character of many of the imported slaves. Especially in Philadelphia did the negroes continue to give general trouble, not so much by serious crime as by disorder. In 1732, under Mayor Hassel, the city council, quote, taking under consideration the frequent and tumultuous meetings of the negro slaves, especially on Sunday, gaming, cursing, swearing, and committing many other disorders, to the great terror and disquiet of the inhabitants of this city, end of quote, ordered an ordinance to be drawn up against such disturbances. Again, 6 years later, we hear of the draft of another city ordinance for, quote, the more effectual suppressing tumultuous meetings and other disorderly doings of the negroes, mulattoes, and Indian servants and slaves, end of quote. And in 1741, August 17, quote, frequent complaints having been made to the board that many disorderly persons meet every evening about the courthouse of this city, and great numbers of negroes and others sit there with milk pails and other things late at night, and many disorders are there committed against the peace and good government of this city, end of quote. Council ordered the place to be cleared, quote, in half an hour after sunset, end of quote. Of the graver crimes by negroes we have only reports here and there which do not make it clear how frequently such crimes occurred. In 1706 a slave is arrested for setting fire to a dwelling. In 1738 3 Negroes are hanged in neighboring parts of New Jersey for poisoning people, while at Rocky Hill a slave is burned alive for killing a child and burning a barn. Whipping of Negroes at the public whipping post was frequent, and so severe was the punishment that in 1743 a slave brought up to be whipped committed suicide. In 1762 2 Philadelphia slaves were sentenced to death for felony and burglary. Petitions were circulated in their behalf, but counsel was obdurate. Little special mention of Negro crime is again met with until the freedmen, under the Act of 1780, began to congregate in the city, and other free immigrants joined them. In 1809, the leading colored churches united in a society to suppress crime, and were cordially endorsed by the public for this action. After the war, immigration to the city increased, and the stress of hard times bore heavily on the lower classes. Complaints of petty thefts and murderous assaults on peaceable citizens now began to increase, and in numbers of cases they were traced to Negroes. The better class of colored citizens felt the accusation and held a meeting to denounce crime and take a firm stand against their own criminal class. A little later the Negro riots commenced, and they received their chief moral support from the increasing crime of Negroes. A Cuban slave brained his master with a hatchet. 2 other murders by Negroes followed, and gambling, drunkenness, and debauchery were widespread wherever Negroes settled. The terribly vindictive insurrection of Nat Turner in a neighboring state frightened the citizens so thoroughly that when some black fugitives actually arrived at Chester from Southampton County, Virginia, the legislature was hastily appealed to, and the whole matter came to a climax in the disfranchisement of the Negro in 1837 and the riots in the years of 1830 to 1840. This was the worst period of Negro crime ever experienced in the city. The Eastern Penitentiary was opened in 1829, near the close of the year. The problem of Negro crime in Philadelphia from 1830 to 1850 arose from the fact that less than 1/14 of the population was responsible for nearly a third of the serious crimes committed. These figures, however, are apt to relate more especially to a criminal class. A better measure of the normal criminal tendencies of the group would perhaps be found in the statistics of Bois and Mensing, where ordinary cases of crime and misdemeanor are confined, and which contains only county prisoners. Here we have even a worse showing than before. In 1896, the Negroes, forming 4% of the population, furnished 9% of the arrests, but in 1850, being 5% of the population, they furnished 32% of the prisoners received at the county prison. Of course, there are some considerations which must not be overlooked in interpreting these figures for 1836 to 55. It must be remembered that the discrimination against the Negro was much greater then than now. He was arrested for less cause and given longer sentences than whites. Great numbers of those arrested and committed for trial were never brought to trial, so that their guilt could not be proven or disproven. Of 737 Negroes committed for trial in 6 months of the year 1837, it is stated that only 123 were actually brought to trial. Of the prisoners in the Eastern Penitentiary, 1829 to 1846, 14% of the whites were pardoned and 2% of the Negroes. All these considerations increase the statistics to the disfavor of the Negro. Nevertheless, making all reasonable allowances, it is undoubtedly true that the crime of Negroes in this period reached its high tide for this city. If we take simply petty larceny for 1,359 whites and 718 Negroes, we find that 48.8% of the whites and 55% of the Negroes were committed for this offense. 38 Negro crimes since the war. Throughout the land there has been since the war a large increase in crime, especially in cities. This phenomenon would seem to have sufficient cause in the increased complexity of life in industrial competition and the rush of great numbers to the large cities. It would therefore be natural to suppose that the Negro would also show this increase in criminality, and, as in the case of all lower classes, that he would show it in greater degree. His evolution has, however, been marked by some peculiarities. For nearly 2 decades after emancipation, he took little part in many of the great social movements about him for obvious reasons. His migration to city life, therefore, and his sharing in the competition of modern industrial life came later than was the case with the mass of his fellow citizens. The Negro began to rush to the cities in large numbers after 1880, and consequently the phenomena attendant on that momentous change of life are tardier. In his case, his rate of criminality has in the last 2 decades risen rapidly, and this is a parallel phenomenon to the rapid rise of the white criminal record 2 or 3 decades ago. Moreover, in the case of the Negro, there were special causes for the prevalence of crime. He had lately been freed from serfdom. He was the object of stinging oppression and ridicule, and paths of advancement open to many were closed to him. Consequently, the class of the shiftless, aimless, idle, discouraged, and disappointed was proportionately larger. In the city of Philadelphia, the increasing number of bold and daring crimes committed by Negroes in the last 10 years has focused the attention of the city on this subject. There is a widespread feeling that something is wrong with a race that is responsible for so much crime, and that strong remedies are called for. One has but to visit the corridors of the public buildings when the courts are in session to realize the part played in law-breaking by the Negro population. The various slum centers of the colored criminal population have lately been the objects of much philanthropic effort, and the work there has aroused discussion. Judges on the bench have discussed the matter. Indeed, to the minds of many, this is the real Negro problem. That it is a vast problem, a glance at statistics will show, and since 1880 it has been steadily growing. At the same time, crime is a difficult subject to study, more difficult to analyze into its sociological elements, and most difficult to cure or suppress. It is a phenomenon that stands not alone, but rather as a symptom of countless wrong social conditions. The simplest but crudest measure of crime is found in the total arrests for a period of years. The value of such figures is lessened by the varying efficiency and diligence of the police, by discrimination in the administration of law, and by unwarranted arrests. And yet the figures roughly measure crime. We find that the total arrests in the city per annum have risen from 34,221 in 1864 to 61,478 in 1894, an increase of 80% in crime, parallel to an increase of 85% in population. The Negroes arrested have increased from 3,114 in 1864 to 4,805 in 1894, an increase of 54% in crime, parallel to an increase of 77% in the Negro population of the city. So, too, the percentage of Negroes in the total arrests is less in 1894 than in 1864. If, however, we follow the years between these two dates, we see an important development. 1864 was the date bounding the antebellum period of crime. Thereafter, the proportion of Negro arrests fell steadily until, in 1874, the Negroes came as nearly as ever furnishing their normal quota of arrests, 3.9% from 3.28%, 1870, of the population. Then slowly there came a change. With the Centennial Exposition in 1876 came a stream of immigrants, and once started, the stream increased in speed by its own momentum. With this immigration, the proportion of Negro arrests arose rapidly, at first as a result of the Exposition, falling off a little in the early 80s, but with 1885 rising again steadily and quickly to over 6% in 1888. 6.4% in 1890, 7% in 1893, 8.5% in 1895, 9% in 1896. This is, as has been said before, but a rough indication of the amount of crime for which the Negro is responsible. It must not be relied on too closely, for the number of arrests cannot in any city accurately measure wrongdoing save in a very general way. Probably increased efficiency in the police force since 1864 has had large effect, and yet we can draw the legitimate conclusion here that Negro crime in the city is far less, according to population, than before the war, that after the war it decreased until the middle of the 70s, and then coincident with the beginning of the new Negro immigration to cities, it has risen pretty steadily. If we compare statistics from 1876 to 1885 with that of 1886 to 1895, we find that the proportion of Negro criminals in the first period was 5.6%, in the second 7.8%. The statistics of inmates of the House of Correction, where mild cases and juveniles are sent for the last few years, go to tell the same tale. Gathering up the statistics presented, let us make a rough diagram of some of the results. First, let us scan the record of the Negro in serious crimes, such as entails incarceration in the Eastern Penitentiary. In these figures, the Philadelphia convicts are not separated from those in the eastern counties of the state prior to 1885. A large proportion of the prisoners, however, are from Philadelphia. Perhaps the net result of the error is somewhat to reduce the apparent proportion of Negroes in the earlier years. Taking then the proportion of Negro prisoners received to total reception since the founding of the penitentiary, we find that the general rate of criminality may be graphically represented from the proportion of Negroes in the county prison, although changes in the policy of the courts make the validity of this somewhat uncertain. It thus seems certain that general criminality is represented by commitments to the county prison has decreased markedly since 1840, and that its rapid increase since 1880 leaves it still far behind the decade of 1830 to 1840. Serious crime, as represented by commitments to the penitentiary, shows a similar decrease, but one that not so marked, indicating the presence of a pretty distinct criminal class. The increase in crime between 1890 and 1895 is not without pretty adequate explanation in the large Negro immigration cityward, and especially in, quote, the terrible business depression of 1893, end of quote, to which the police bureau attributes the increase of arrests. The effect of this would naturally be greater among the economic substrata. This brings us to the question, who are the Negro criminals and what crimes do they commit? To obtain an answer to this query, let us make a special study of the typical group of criminals. 39. A special study in crime. During 10 years previous to and including 1895, there were committed to the Eastern Penitentiary the following prisoners from the city of Philadelphia, amounting to 541. Let us now take the 541 Negroes who have been the perpetrators of the serious crimes charged to their race during the last 10 years and see what we may learn. These are all criminals convicted after trial for periods varying from 6 months to 40 years. It seems plain, in the first place, that the 4% of the population of Philadelphia having Negro blood furnished from 1885 to 1889 14% of the serious crimes, and from 1890 to 1895 22.5%. This, of course, assumes that the convicts in the penitentiary represent with a fair degree of accuracy the crime committed. The assumption is not wholly true. In convictions by human courts, the rich always are favored somewhat at the expense of the poor, the upper classes at the expense of the unfortunate classes, and whites at the expense of Negroes. We know, for instance, that certain crimes are not punished in Philadelphia because the public opinion is lenient, as, for instance, embezzlement, forgery, and certain sorts of stealing. On the other hand, a commercial community is apt to punish with severity petty thieving, breaches of the peace, and personal assault or burglary. It happens, too, that the prevailing weakness of ex-slaves brought up in the communal life of the slave plantation, without acquaintanceship with the institution of private property, is to commit the very crimes which a great center of commerce like Philadelphia especially abhors. We must add to this the influences of social position and connections in procuring whites pardons or lighter sentences. It has been charged by some Negroes that color prejudice plays some part, but there is no tangible proof of this, save perhaps that there is apt to be a certain presumption of guilt when a Negro is accused on the part of police, public, and judge. All these considerations modify somewhat our judgment of the moral status of the mass of Negroes, and yet with all allowances there remains a vast problem of crime. The chief crimes for which these prisoners were convicted were theft, serious assaults, robbery, rape, homicide. In 10 years, convictions to the penitentiary for theft have somewhat increased. Robbery, burglary, and assault have considerably increased. Homicide has remained about the same, and sexual crimes have decreased. 497 of criminals, 91.87%, were males, and 44, 8.13% were females. 296, 54.71% were single. 208, 34.45% were married, and 37, 6.84% were widowed. The mass of criminals are, it is easy to see, young single men under 30. Altogether, 21% were natives of Philadelphia, 217 were born in the North, and 309, or 57%, were born in the South. Two-thirds of the Negroes of the city, judging from the 7th Ward, were born outside the city, and this part furnishes 79% of the serious crime. 54% were born in the South, and this part furnishes 57% of the crime, or more, since many giving their birthplace as in the North were really born in the South. The total illiteracy of this group reaches 26%, or adding in those who can read and write imperfectly, 34%, compared with 18% for the Negroes of the city in 1890. In other words, the illiterate fifth of the Negro population furnished a third of the worst criminals. Naturally, as the general intelligence of a community increases, the general intelligence of its criminals increases, though seldom in the same proportion, showing that some crime may justly be attributed to pure ignorance. The number of criminals able to read and write has increased from 50% in 1885 to 79% in 1895. The number of colored men from 15 to 30 who can read and write was about 90% in the 7th Ward in 1896. This shows how little increased intelligence alone avails to stop crime in the face of other powerful forces. It would, of course, be illogical to connect these phenomena directly as cause and effect and make Negro crime the result of Negro education. In that case, we should find it difficult to defend the public schools in most modern lands. Crime comes either in spite of intelligence or as a result of misdirected intelligence under severe economic and moral strain. Thus we find here, as is apparently true in France, Italy, and Germany, increasing crime and decreasing illiteracy as concurrent phenomena rather than as cause and effect. However, the rapid increase of intelligence in Negro convicts does point to some grave social changes. First, a large number of young Negroes are in such environment that they find it easier to be rogues than honest men. Secondly, there is evidence of the rise of more intelligent and therefore more dangerous crime from a trained criminal class, quite different from the thoughtless, ignorant crime of the mass of Negroes. The women are nearly all committed for stealing and fighting. They are generally prostitutes from the worst slums. The boys of 15 to 19 are sentenced largely for petty thieving. There is here revealed no special peculiarity. Stealing and fighting are ever the besetting sins of half-developed races. It would be very instructive to know how many of the 541 criminals have been in the hands of the law before. This is, however, very difficult to ascertain correctly, since in many, if not the majority of cases, the word of the prisoner must be taken. Even these methods, however, reveal the startling fact that only 315 or 58% of these 541 convicts are reported as being incarcerated for the first time. 226 or 42% can be classed as habitual criminals. When we realize that probably a large number of the other convicts are on their second and third term, we begin to get an idea of the real Negro criminal class. A few other facts are of interest. If we tabulate crime according to illiteracy of its perpetrators, we have The more serious and revolting the crime, the larger part does ignorance play as a cause. If we separate prisoners convicted for the above crimes according to length of sentence, we have of the 49 sentenced for 5 years and over, 18 or 37% were illiterate. Of those sentenced for less than 5 years, 160 or 35% were illiterate. From this study, we may conclude that young men are the perpetrators of the serious crime among Negroes, that this crime consists mainly of stealing and assault, that ignorance and emigration to the temptations of city life are responsible for much of this crime, but not for all, that deep social causes underlie this prevalence of crime, and they have so worked as to form among Negroes since 1864 a distinct class of habitual criminals, that to this criminal class and not to the great mass of Negroes the bulk of the serious crime perpetrated by this race should be charged. 40. Some cases of crime. It is difficult while studying crime in the abstract to realize just what the actual crimes committed are and under what circumstances they take place. A few typical cases of the crimes of Negroes may serve to give a more vivid idea than the abstract statistics give. Most of these cases are quoted from the daily newspapers. First, let us take a couple of cases of larceny. Edward Ashbridge, a colored boy, pleaded guilty to the larceny of a quart of milk, the property of George Abbott. The boy's mother said he was incorrigible, and he was committed to the house of refuge. William Drumgoole, colored and aged 31 years, of Lawrenceville, Virginia, was shot in the back and probably fatally wounded late yesterday afternoon by William H. McCauley, a detective employed in the store of John Wanamaker, 13th and Chestnut Streets. Drumgoole, it is alleged, stole a pair of shoes from the store and was followed by McCauley to the corner of 13th and Chestnut Streets, where he placed him under arrest. Drumgoole broke away from the detective's grasp, and running down 13th Street, turned into Drury Street, a small thoroughfare above Sampson Street. McCauley started in pursuit, calling upon him to stop, but the fugitive darted into an alleyway, and when his pursuer came up within a few yards of him, he threatened to do him up if he followed him any further. McCauley drew his revolver from his pocket, and as Drumgoole again broke into a run, he pointed the weapon at his legs and fired. Drumgoole fell to the ground, and when McCauley came up to him, he was unable to rise. McCauley saw at a glance that instead of wounding him in the leg, as he had intended, the bullet had lodged in the man's back. He hurriedly sought assistance and had the wounded man taken to the Jefferson Hospital. McCauley then surrendered himself to Reserve Policeman Powell, and was taken to the Central Station. Fighting and quarreling among neighbors and associates is common in the slum districts. Etta Jones, colored, aged 21 years, residing on Hurst Street above 5th, was stabbed near her home last night. It is alleged by Lottie Lee, also colored, of 2nd and Race Streets. The other woman was taken to the Pennsylvania Hospital, where her injuries were found to consist of several cuts on the left shoulder and side, none of which are dangerous. Her assailant was arrested later by Policeman Dean and locked up in the 3rd and Union Streets station house. The assault is said by the police to have been the outcome of an old grudge. Joseph Cole, colored, aged 24 years, residing in Gillis Alley, was dangerously stabbed shortly before midnight on Saturday, as is alleged, by Abraham Wheeler at the latter's house on Hurst Street. Cole was taken to the Pennsylvania Hospital, where it was found the knife had penetrated to within a short distance of the right lung. Wheeler fled from the house after the cutting and eluded arrest until yesterday afternoon, when he was captured by policeman Mitchell near 5th and Lombard Streets. When brought to the station house, Wheeler denied having cut Cole, but acknowledged having struck him because he was insulting his wife. He was locked up, however, to await the result of Cole's injuries. Sometimes servants are caught pilfering. Theodore Grant, colored, residing on Burton Street, attempted to pledge a woman's silk dress for $15 at McFillan's 17th and Market Street several days ago. The pawnbroker refused under his rule to take women's raiment from a man and told Grant to bring the owner. Grant went away and returned with Ella Jones, a young colored woman, who consented to take $7 for the dress. Since the time, C.F. Robertson, residing at 60th and Spruce Streets, made complaints to the police of the loss of the dress. address, and as the result of an investigation made by Special Policemen Gallagher and Ewing, Grant and Ella Jones were arrested yesterday, charged with the larceny of the silk dress which was recovered. Grant admitted to the special policeman that Ella had given him the dress to pawn, but asserted that he had nothing to do with the matter except to offer to pledge the article. At a hearing before Magistrate German at the City Hall yesterday, Mr. Robertson stated that the girl had made a statement to him saying that Grant had induced her to take the dress. He said the girl had been perfectly trustworthy up to the time of her acquaintance with Grant, and had been left in full charge of the house, and that nothing was ever missed. He said he also expected to show that Grant had been concerned in 2 or 3 robberies. Ella Jones, a neatly dressed girl who said she came from Maryland, stated to the magistrate that Grant had been coming to see her for about a year past. She said he had been importuning her to take something and let him pawn it so that he could raise some money, until she finally consented. After she started to go to her mistress' room to get the dress, her heart failed, and she turned back, but he persuaded her, telling her that Mrs. Robertson would not miss it, and then she took the dress. Mr. Robertson informed the magistrate, and Ella assented to the statement, that Grant had taken every cent of her earnings from her for weeks past, and had also pawned all of her clothing, so that at the present time she was penniless, and had not a single garment except what she wore. The magistrate said it was undoubtedly a hard case, but he would have to hold Grant and Ella on the charge of larceny, and Grant under additional bail for a further hearing next Thursday on the charges referred to by Mr. Robertson. The police say that Grant, who is a smooth-faced, cross-eyed mulatto, is a crap fiend, and that whatever money he has managed to obtain by threats and cajolery from his victim Ella Jones has gone into the pockets of the small fry gamblers. There is growing evidence of the appearance of a set of thieves of intelligence and cunning, sneak thieves, confidence men, pickpockets, and sharpers. Some typical cases follow. Marion Shields and Alice Hoffman, both colored and residing on Fitzwater Street above 12th, had a further hearing yesterday before Magistrate South at the City Hall, and were held for trial on the charge of pilfering wearing apparel, money, vases, umbrellas, surgical instruments, and other portable property from physicians' offices and houses where they had made visits under the pretense of desiring to hold consultations with the doctors. The magistrate said there were 10 cases against Marion Shields individually, on which she would be placed under $2,500 bail, and 6 cases against both women, on which the bail would be $1,500. For her frankness, Marion Shields was given the lighter sentence, 1 year in the Eastern Penitentiary, and Alice Hoffman was sentenced to 18 months in the same institution. 2 daring thieves yesterday entered the jewelry store of Albert Bode Shops, 468.5 North 8th Street, and secured a number of articles of jewelry from under the very eyes of the proprietor. They had left the store and proceeded leisurely down the street before the jeweler discovered his loss, with the result that before an alarm could be given, the thieves had traveled a considerable distance. One of the men was captured after a long chase, but the other's whereabouts is unknown. About 1:30 o'clock, 2 colored men entered the store, and upon their request were shown trays of various articles. One of the men engaged the proprietor in conversation, while the other continued to inspect the jewelry. They said they did not intend buying then, and would call again, and opening the door, walked hurriedly down the street. Mr. Bode Shops says the men got away with a gold-filled watch case, a silver watch, 3 gold lockets, each set with a small diamond, 2 dozen ladies' gold rings not jeweled, a gold scarf pin, and a man's gold watch. A crime for which Negroes of a certain class have become notorious is that of snatching pocketbooks on the streets. While passing down 11th Street near Mount Vernon shortly after 9 o'clock, Mrs. K. Newchin of 1947 Warnock Street was approached from behind by a Negro, who snatched a pocketbook containing $2 from her hand and ran down a small thoroughfare towards 10th Street. Very few pedestrians were upon the street at the time, but 2 men who were attracted by the woman's scream started in pursuit of the thief. The latter had too much of a start, however, and escaped. William Williams, colored, of Dayton, Ohio, was locked up in the Central Station yesterday by Reserve Policeman A. Jones on the charge of snatching a pocketbook from the hands of Mrs. Mary Tevis of 141 Mifflin Street. The theft occurred at 8 and Market Street. After securing the pocketbook, Williams ran until he reached the old office of the city solicitor At 6th and Locust Streets he was followed by Reserve Jones, who captured him in the cellar of the building. Williams was taken to 8th and Sansom Streets to await the arrival of the patrol wagon, and while getting into the vehicle the pocketbook dropped from out of his trousers. Detectives Bond and O'Leary and Special Policeman Duffy of the 8th and Lombard Street Station arrested last night Sylvester Archer of 5th Street below Lombard, William Whittington, alias Piggy, of Florida Street, and William Carter of South 15th Street, all colored and about 21 years of age, on the charge of assault upon and robbery of Mrs. Harrington Fitzgerald, wife of the editor of the Evening Item. The assault occurred on Monday at noon. As Mrs. Fitzgerald was passing 13th and Spruce Streets, a purse which she carried in her hand and which contained $20 was snatched from her by one of the three colored men. They took advantage of the crowd to strike her after the robbery had been perpetrated and escaped before her outcry was heard. When the men were brought to the Central Station last night and questioned by Captain of Detectives Miller, Whittington, it is said, confessed complicity in the crime. He told the captain that they had been following a band up 13th Street, and as they reached Spruce Street, Carter said, "There's a pocketbook. I'm going to get it." "All right, get it," came the response. Carter ran up to Mrs. Fitzgerald and in a moment shouted, "I've got it." Then he and Archer ran up 13th Street. Each man has a criminal record, and the picture of each is in the rogues gallery. Carter has just completed a 6-month sentence for purse snatching, while Williams and Archer have each served time for larceny. So frequent have these crimes become that sometimes Negroes are wrongfully suspected. Whoever snatches a pocketbook on a dark night is supposed to be black. A favorite method of stealing is to waylay and rob the frequenters of bawdy houses. Very little of this sort of crime, naturally, is reported. Here are some cases of such badger thieves, as they are called. William Lee, colored, and Kate Hughes, a white woman, were convicted of robbing Vincenzo Monticello of $10. Lee was sentenced to 3 years and 3 months in the Eastern Penitentiary, and his accomplice to 3 years in the county prison. Mary Roach, jointly indicted with them, was acquitted. Monticello testified that while walking along Christian Street between 8th and 9th Streets on Thursday night of last week, he was accosted by Mary Roach and accompanied her to her home on Essex Street. Here he met Lee and Kate Hughes, and they all drank considerable beer. Later in the night he started with Kate Hughes at her suggestion to a house further up the street. Well, on their way, the prosecutor said he was struck in the face with a brick by Lee, after which the money was stolen from him. Mary Roach took the stand against the other two defendants, and the case against her was abandoned. Ella Jones, colored, claiming to be from Baltimore, was arrested yesterday by Policeman Dean on the charge of the larceny of a $10 bill from Joseph Gosh, a Pole who came from Pittsburgh on Sunday, and claims that while he was looking for lodging he was taken to the woman's house and robbed. From pocketbook snatching to highway robbery is but a step. Before Judge Yerkes in Court No. 1, Samuel Buckner, a young colored man, was convicted of robbing George C. Goddard of a gold watch and chain and a pocketbook containing $3. He was sentenced to 10 years in the Eastern Penitentiary. Mr. Goddard, with his head swathed in bandages, was called to the stand. He said that a few minutes past midnight of November 28 he was returning to his home, number 1220 Spruce Street, after a visit. He placed his hand in his pocket, drew out his key, and was about to mount the steps when a dark form appeared from Dean Street, a small, poorly lighted thoroughfare next door but one to his home, and at the same instant he was struck a violent blow full to the face with a brick. He sank to the pavement unconscious. When he recovered his senses he was in the Pennsylvania hospital. There was a long, deep cut on his right cheek, another across the forehead. Both eyes were blackened and swollen, and his nose was also bruised. At the same time he discovered the loss of his pocketbook and jewelry. Judge Yerkes reviewed the facts of the case, and in imposing sentence said, "When you committed this offense you were absolutely indifferent as to the consequences of your cowardly attack. You rifled this man's person of all his valuables and left him lying unconscious on the pavement, and for aught you knew he might have been dead. It is necessary not only that society be protected from the depredations of such fiends as you, but also that an example be made of such ruffians. The sentence of the court is that you undergo an imprisonment of 10 years at labor in the Eastern Penitentiary, and stand committed until this sentence shall be complied with." The official record shows that Buckner was arrested on December 11, 1893, by policeman Logan of the Lombard Street Station on the charge of the larceny of a purse from Mrs. Caroline Lodge of 2416 North 15th Street on the street, and was sentenced December 14, 1893, by Judge Biddle to 1 year's imprisonment. Cases of aggravated assaults for various reasons are frequent. Rube Warren, colored, 30 years, of Folk, Rod, and Cedar Streets, was held in $1,000 bonds by Magistrate Eisenbrown for an alleged aggravated assault and battery on policeman Hogg of the Frankfort station during a dog fight about a month ago. The policeman attempted to stop the fight when Warren, it is charged, assisted by several companions, assaulted him, broke his club, and took away his revolver. During the free fight that followed, in which other policemen took part, Warren escaped and went to Baltimore. There it is said he was sent to prison for 30 days. As soon as he was released, he went back to Frankfort, where he was arrested on Saturday night. William Braxton, colored, aged 28 years, of Irving Street above 37th, was yesterday held in $800 bail for a further hearing, charged with having committed an aggravated assault on William Keebler of South 30th Street. The assault occurred about 3 o'clock yesterday morning on Irving Street, near 37th, where the colored folks of the neighborhood were having a party. Keebler and 2 friends, none of whom were colored, forced their company on the invited guests, it is said, and a fight ensued. Keebler was found a short time afterward lying in the snow with one eye almost gouged out. He was conveyed to the University Hospital, and the police of the Woodland Avenue station, under acting Sergeant Ward, upon being notified of the affair, hurried to the Irving Street house and arrested 20 of the guests just in the height of their merrymaking. All of them, however, were discharged at the hearing, upon Braxton's being recognized as the man who struck Keebler. The physician at the hospital says that the injured man will very likely lose the sight of one eye. Gambling goes on almost openly in the slum sections, and occasions perhaps more quarreling and crime than any other single cause. Reporters declared in 1897 that policy playing is rampant in Philadelphia, under the very noses of the police officials, and it is safe to say, with the knowledge of some of them, policy shops are conducted openly and with amazing audacity. They are doing a land office business. Hundreds of poor people every day place upon the infatuating lottery money that had better be spent for food and clothing. They actually deny themselves the necessaries of life to gamble away their meager income, with small chance of getting any return. Superintendent of Police Linden, discussing the general subject of policy playing with a Ledger reporter, said, "There are not words enough in the dictionary to express my feelings upon this matter. I regard policy as the worst evil in a large city among the poor people. There are several reasons for this. One is that women and children may play. Another is that players may put a few cents on the lottery. Policy may do more harm than all the saloons and speakeasies in the city. The price of a drink of liquor is 5 or 10 cents, and the cost of a growler is 10 cents, but a man or a woman can buy 2 cents worth of policy. The effect of this is obvious. Persons who have not the price of a drink may gamble away the few pennies they do possess in a policy shop. Then the drain is constant. Policy fiends play twice a day, risking from 2 cents to $1 upon the chance. They become so infatuated with the play that they will spend their last cent upon it in the hope of making a hit. Many children go hungry and with insufficient clothing as a result of policy playing. I've heard of young children engaging in this sort of gambling. Of course, the effect of this is very bad. The policy evil is, to my mind, the very worst that exists in our large cities as affecting the poorer classes of people. Once in a while, gambling houses are raided. 23 colored men who were arrested in a raid of the police on an alleged gambling house on Rodman Street above 12 had a hearing yesterday before Magistrates South at the City Hall. One man residing on Griscom Street testified that the house was supposed to be a club, and that it was customary to pay $1 before admission could be secured, and that he had been gambling at crap and a card game known as 5-Up, and had lost $18. He said there was a president, marshal, and sergeant-at-arms. He pointed out Bowling, Jordan, and Phillips as the principals. Special Policeman Duffy testified that the crowd was playing crap with dice on the floor when he headed the raid on Monday night. He said he had notified Bowling as the head of the house 3 months ago, when he had heard that gambling was going on there, to stop it. On cross-examination, the witness said he did not know that it was a social club called the Working Men's Club. Patrolman William Harvey testified that he went to the house on last Saturday night and got in readily and was not called on to pay $1 initiation fee, as had been claimed was the rule. He said he played sweat and lost 25 cents, but did not win anything. He said Bowling was running the game. He said that when he entered the house, somebody called out, "Sam's got a new man," and that was all that was said. More and more frequently in the last few years have crime, excess, and disappointment led to attempted suicide. Policeman Wynn of the 5th and Race Street Station last evening found an unknown colored woman lying unconscious in an alleyway at Delaware Avenue and Race Street. Beside the woman was an empty bottle labeled benzine. Wynn immediately summoned the patrol wagon and had the woman removed to the Pennsylvania hospital, where her condition was said to be critical. The physician said there was no doubt the woman had drunk the contents of the bottle, and narcotics were at once administered to counteract the effect of the poison. At midnight the woman showed signs of returning consciousness, and it was thought that she would recover. The police have no clue to her identity, as she could not tell her name, and the alleyway where she was found is surrounded by business houses, and no one could be found who knew her. It is but fair to add that many unsustained charges of crime are made against Negroes, and possibly more in proportion than against other classes. Some typical cases of this sort are of interest. W.E.B, colored, 30 years old, who said he resided in Maysville, South Carolina, was a defendant before Magistrate German at the City Hall yesterday on the charge of assault with intent to steal. Detective Gallagher and Special Policeman Thomas testified that their attention was attracted to the prisoner by his actions in a crowd at the New York train gate at Broad Street Station on Saturday. He had with him several parcels which he laid on the floor near the gate, and they said they saw him make several attempts to pick women's pockets and arrested him. The man, however, proved by documentary evidence that he was a clergyman, a graduate of Howard University, and financial agent of a Southern school. He was released. Under instructions from Judge Finletter, a jury rendered a verdict of not guilty in the case of George Queen, a young colored man charged with the murder of Joseph A. Sweeney and John G. O'Brien. Dr. Frederick G. Coxon, pastor of the Pittman Methodist Episcopal Church at 23rd and Lombard Streets, testified that on the night in question he was about to retire when he heard a disturbance on the street. Upon going out he saw 3 young men, 2 of whom were leading the other and persuading him to come with them. At the same time the prisoner, Queen, came along in the middle of the street, walking leisurely. Immediately upon seeing him, the 3 men attacked him, and were shortly afterward joined by 3 others, and the entire crowd, among whom were Sweeney and O'Brien, continued beating and striking the colored man. Suddenly the crowd scattered, and Queen was placed under arrest. He had fatally stabbed 2 of his assailants. This testimony showed that the accused was not the aggressor, and without hearing the defense, Judge Finletter ordered the jury to render a verdict of not guilty. The case, he said, was one of justifiable homicide, the defendant having a right to resist the attack by force. The judge further said he thought the case would have a tendency to repel the brutal attacks made on inoffensive persons in the community, and to make the streets safe for every man to walk on at any hour without fear. Leaving for a moment the question of the deeper social causes of crime among Negroes, let us consider 2 closely allied subjects, pauperism and use of alcoholic liquors. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of the Philadelphia Negro, a Social Study by W.E.B. Du Bois. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Pauperism and Alcoholism. 41. Pauperism. Emancipation and pauperism must ever go hand in hand. When a group of persons have been for generations prohibited from self-support and self-initiative in any line, there is bound to be a large number of them who, when thrown upon their own resources, will be found incapable of competing in the race of life. Pennsylvania, from early times, when emancipation of slaves in considerable numbers first began, has seen and feared this problem of Negro poverty. The Act of 1726 declared, "Whereas free Negroes are an idle and slothful people, and often prove burdensome to the neighborhood, and afford ill examples to other Negroes, therefore be it enacted, that if any master or mistress shall discharge or set free any Negro, he or she shall enter into recognizance with sufficient securities in the sum of £30 to indemnify the county for any charge or encumbrance they may bring upon the same, in case such Negro through sickness or otherwise be rendered incapable of self-support." The Acts of 1780 and 1788 took pains to provide for Negro paupers in the county where they had legal residence, and many decisions of the courts bear upon this point. About 1820, when the final results of the Act of 1780 were being felt, an act was passed, "to prevent the increase of pauperism in the Commonwealth." It provided that if a servant was brought into the state over 28 years of age, the age of emancipation, his master was to be liable for his support in case he became a pauper. Thus we can infer that much pauperism was prevalent among the freedmen during these years, although there are no actual figures on the subject. In 1837, 235 of the 1,673 inmates of the Philadelphia County Almshouse were Negroes, or 14% of paupers from 7.4% of the population. 10 years later, there were 196 Negro paupers in the almshouse. This practically covers the past. It shows a large amount of pauperism, and yet perhaps not more than could reasonably be expected. Today it is very difficult to get any definite idea of the extent of Negro poverty. There is a vast amount of almsgiving in Philadelphia, but much of it is unsystematic, and there is much duplication of work, and at the same time so meager are the records kept that the real extent of pauperism and its causes are very hard to study. The first available figures are those relating to lodgers at the station houses, that is, persons without shelter who have applied for and been given lodging. In 1891, total Negro lodgers 365. 1896, 2,359 Negroes. Somewhat similar statistics are furnished by the report of arrests by the vagrant detective for the last 10 years. 1887, 581 Negroes arrested. 1896, 629 Negroes arrested. The Negro vagrants arrested during the last 6 years are far fewer. These records give a vague idea of that class of persons just hovering between pauperism and crime: tramps, loafers, defective persons, and unfortunates, a class difficult to deal with because made up of diverse elements. Turning to the true paupers, we have the record of the paupers admitted to the Blockley almshouse during 6 years. In 1891, 4.2% of the whites admitted were insane, and 2.3% of the Negroes. In 1895, 8.3% of the whites and 8.6% of the Negroes. We have already seen that in the 7th Ward, about 9% of the Negroes can be classed as the very poor, needing public assistance in order to live. From this we may conclude that between 3,000 and 4,000 Negro families in the city may be classed among the semi-pauper class. Thus it is plain that there is a large problem of poverty among the Negro problems. 4% of the population furnish, according to the foregoing statistics, at least 8% of the poverty. Considering the economic difficulties of the Negro, we ought perhaps to expect rather more than less than this. Beside these permanently pauperized families, there is a considerable number of persons who from time to time must receive temporary aid, but can usually get on without it. In time of stress, as during the year 1893, this class is very large. There is especial suffering and neglect among the children of this class of people. The total receptions during these 10 years have been 1,389, of which the Negroes formed 8%. This but emphasizes the fact of poor family life among the lower classes, which we have spoken of before. A little better light can be thrown on the problems of poverty by a study of concrete cases. For this purpose, 237 families have been selected. They live in the 7th Ward and are composed of those families of Negroes whom the Charity Organization Society 7th District has aided for at least 2 winters. The number of persons was 638. Some of the causes for this poverty are lack of work, sickness, accident, death of breadwinner, gambling, laziness, alcoholism, crime. Of course, many of these causes indirectly influence each other. Crime causes sickness and misfortune. Lack of employment causes crime. Laziness causes lack of work. Several typical families will illustrate the varying conditions encountered. Number 1, South 18th Street, 4 in the family, husband intemperate drinker, wife decent but out of work. Number 2, South 10th Street, 5 in the family, widow and children out of work, and had sold the bed to pay for expense of a sick child. Number 3, Dean Street, a woman paralyzed, partially supported by a colored church. Number 4, Carver Street, worthy woman, deserted by her husband 5 years ago, helped with coal but is paying the Charity Organization Society back again. Number 5, Hampton Street, 3 in family, living in 3 rooms with 3 other families, no push and improvident. Number 6, Stockton Street. The woman has just had an operation performed in the hospital and cannot work yet. Number 7, Addison Street. 3 in family left their work in Virginia through the misrepresentations of an Arch Street Employment Bureau, out of work. Number 8, Richard Street. Laborer injured by falling of a derrick. 5 in the family. His fellow workmen have contributed to his support, but the employers have given nothing. Number 9, Lombard Street, 5 in family. Wife white, living in 1 room. Hard cases, rum and lies. Pretended 1 child was dead in order to get aid. Number 10, Carver Street, woman and demented son. She was found very drunk on the street. Plays policy. Number 11, Lombard Street, worthy woman sick with a tumor, given temporary aid. Number 12, Ohio Street, woman and 2 children deserted by her husband, helped to pay her rent. Number 13, Rodman Street, a widow and child out of work, 1 very little room, clean and orderly. Number 14, Fothergill Street, 2 in the family, the man sick, half crazy and lazy, going to convert Africa and didn't want to cook, given temporary help. Number 15, Lombard Street, an improvident young couple out of work, living in 1 untidy room with nothing to pay rent. Number 16, Lombard Street, a poor widow of a wealthy caterer, cheated out of her property, has since died. Number 17, Ivy Street, a family of 4. Husband was a stevedore, but is sick with asthma, and wife out of work, decent but improvident. Number 18, Nodane Street, family of 3. The man, who is decent, has broken his leg. The wife plays policy. Number 19, South Juniper Street, woman and 2 children, deserted by her husband and in the last stages of consumption. Number 20, Radcliffe Street, family of 3, borrowed of Charity Organization Society $1 to pay rent, and repaid it in 3 weeks. Number 21, Lombard Street, a genteel American white woman married to a colored man. He is at present in the South looking for employment. Have 1 child. Both are respectable. Number 22, Fothergill Street. Wife deserted him and 2 children and ran off with a man. He is out of work. Asked aid to send his children to friends. Number 23, Carver Street. Man of 23 came from Virginia for work, was run over by cars at 45th Street in Baltimore Avenue and lost both legs and right arm. Is dependent on colored friends and wants something to do. Number 24, Helmuth Street. Family of 3, man out of work all winter, and wife with 2 1/2 days' work a week. Respectable. Number 25, Richard Street. Widow, niece, and baby. The niece betrayed and deserted. They ask for work. 42. The drink habit. The intemperate use of intoxicating liquors is not one of the Negro's special offenses. Nevertheless, there is considerable drinking, and the use of beer is on the increase. The Philadelphia liquor saloons are conducted under an unusually well-administered system, and are not to so great an extent centers of brawling and loafing as in other cities. No amusements, as pool and billiards, are allowed in rooms where liquor is sold. This is not an unmixed good, for the result is that much of the drinking is thus driven into homes, clubs, and speakeasies. The increase of beer drinking among all classes, black and white, is noticeable. The beer wagons deliver large numbers of bottles at private residences, and much is carried from the saloons in buckets. An attempt was made in 1897 to count the frequenters of certain saloons in the 7th Ward during the hours from 8 to 10 on a Saturday night. It was impracticable to make this count simultaneously or to cover the whole ward, but 8 or 10 were watched each night. The results are a rough measurement of the drinking habits in this ward. There are in the ward 52 saloons, of which 26 were watched in districts mostly inhabited by Negroes. In these 2 hours the following record was made. Persons entering the saloons: Negroes, male, 1,373, female, 213, whites, male, 1,445, female, 139. Of those entering, the following are known to have carried liquor away: Negroes, male, 238, female, 125, whites, male, 275, female, 81. 3,170 persons entered half the saloons of the 7th Ward in the hours from 8 to 10 of one Saturday night in December 1897. Of these, 1,586 were Negroes and 1,584 were whites. 2,818 were males and 352 were females. Of those entering these saloons at this time, a part carried away liquor, mostly beer, in tin buckets. Of those thus visibly carrying away liquor, there were in all 719. Of these, 363 were Negroes, and 356 were whites. 513 were males, and 206 were females. The observers stationed near these saloons saw, in the 2 hours they were there, 79 drunken persons. The general character of the saloons and their frequenters can best be learned from a few typical reports. The numbers given are the official license numbers. Number 5, 16 persons entering saloon. Men, white, 40, Negro, 68. Women, white, 12, Negro, 12. Persons carrying liquor away: men, white, 8, Negro, 16. Women, white, 1, Negro, 3. Drunken persons seen, 12. General character of saloon and frequenters: a small corner saloon kept by a white man. The saloon appears to be a respectable one, and has 3 entrances, one on 13th Street and the 2 on a small court. The majority of the colored patrons are poor people and of the working class. The white patrons are, for the greater part, of the better class. Among the latter, very few were intoxicated. Number 488, persons entering: men, white, 24, Negro, 102, women, white, 2, Negro, 3. Carrying liquor away: 12. Drunken persons seen, 8. General character: the saloon was none too orderly. Policemen remained near all the time. The Negro men entering were, as a rule, well dressed. Perhaps one-third were laborers. The white men were well dressed, but suspicious-looking characters. Number 515, persons entering, men, white, 81, Negro, 59, women, white, 4, Negro, 10, persons carrying liquor away, men, white, 15, one a boy of 12 or 14 years of age, Negro, 11, women, white, 4, Negro, 8, drunken persons seen, 2 to 1, nothing was sold. General character of saloon and frequenters. There were 2 Negro men and 7 white men in saloon when the count was started. The place has 3 doors, but all are easily observed. The trade is largely in distilled liquors, and a great deal is sold in bottles. A barrel shop. Number 484, persons entering saloon. Men, white, 70, Negro, 32, women, white, 10, Negro, 1, persons carrying liquor away, men, white, 10, Negro, 12, women, white, 4, Negro, 0. Drunken persons seen, 11, 6 of whom were white and 5 black. I cannot say that the saloon was responsible for all of them, but they were all in or about it. This saloon is in the worst slum section of the ward, and is of bad character. Frequenters were a mixed lot, fast, tough, criminal, and besotted. Number 47, persons entering, men, white, 79, Negro, 129, women, white, 13, Negro, 34, persons carrying liquor away, men, white, 15, Negro, 25, women, white, 5, Negro, 8. Number 525, total Negroes entering, 14, total whites entering, 13. No loafers about the front of the saloon. Streets well lighted and neighborhood quiet, according to the policeman. There was a barber's shop next door and a saloon on the corner, 10 doors below. Very few drunken people were seen. Trade was most brisk between 8 and 9 o'clock. In 2 hours 1 more Negro than white entered. 2 more Negroes, men, than whites carried away liquor. 1 white man, a German, returned 3 times for beer in a kettle. 2 Negro women carried beer away in kettles. 1 white woman, Irish, made 2 trips. All women entered by side door. The saloon is under a residence 3 stories corner of Waverly and 11th Streets. Waverly Street has a Negro population which fairly swarms. Good position for Negro trade. Proprietor and assistant were both Irish. The interior of the saloon was finished in white pine stained to imitate cherry. Extremely plain. Barkeeper said, "A warm night, but we are doing very well." 1 beggar came in, a colored auntie. She wanted bread, not gin. Negroes were well dressed as a rule, many smoking. The majority of frequenters, by their bustling air and directness with which they found the place, showed long acquaintance with the neighborhood, especially this corner. General character of saloon and frequenters. 4-story building, plain and neat. 3 entrances, iron awning, electric and Welsbach lights. Negroes generally tidy and appear to be pretty well to do. Whites not so tidy as Negroes and generally mechanics. Almost all smoked cigars. Liquor carried away openly in pitchers and kettles. 3 of the white women carrying away liquor looked like Irish servant girls. Some of the Negroes carried bundles of laundry and groceries with them. Few general conclusions can be drawn from this data. The saloon is evidently not so much a moral as an economic problem among Negroes. If the 1,586 Negroes who went into the saloons within 2 hours Saturday night spent 5 cents apiece, which is a low estimate, they spent $79.30. If, as is probable, at least $100 was spent that Saturday evening throughout the ward, then in a year we would not be wrong in concluding their Saturday night's expenditure was at least $5,000, and their total expenditure could scarcely be less than $10,000, and it may reach $20,000, a large sum for our poor people to spend in liquor. 43. The causes of crime and poverty. A study of statistics seems to show that the crime and pauperism of the Negroes exceeds that of the whites, that in the main, nevertheless, it follows in its rise and fall the fluctuations shown in the records of the whites, that is, if crime increases among the whites, it increases among Negroes, and vice versa, with this peculiarity, that among the Negroes the change is always exaggerated, the increase greater, the decrease more marked in nearly all cases. This is what we would naturally expect. We have here the record of a low social class, and as the condition of a lower class is by its very definition worse than that of a higher, so the situation of the Negroes is worse as respects crime and poverty than that of the mass of whites. Moreover, any change in social conditions is bound to affect the poor and unfortunate more than the rich and prosperous. We have in all probability an example of this in the increase of crime since 1890. We have had a period of financial stress and industrial depression. The ones who have felt this most are the poor, the unskilled laborers, the inefficient and unfortunate, and those with small social and economic advantages. The Negroes are in this class, and the result has been an increase in Negro crime and pauperism. There has also been an increase in the crime of the whites, though less rapid by reason of their richer and more fortunate upper classes. So far, then, we have no phenomena which are new or exceptional, or which present more than the ordinary social problems of crime and poverty, although these, to be sure, are difficult enough. Beyond these, however, there are problems which can rightly be called Negro problems. They arise from the peculiar history and condition of the American Negro. The first peculiarity is, of course, the slavery and emancipation of the Negroes. That their emancipation has raised them economically and morally is proven by the increase of wealth and cooperation and the decrease of poverty and crime between the period before the war and the period since. Nevertheless, this was manifestly no simple process. The first effect of emancipation was that of any sudden social revolution, a strain upon the strength and resources of the Negro, moral, economic, and physical, which drove many to the wall. For this reason, the rise of the Negro in this city is a series of rushes and backslidings, rather than a continuous growth. The second great peculiarity of the situation of the Negroes is the fact of immigration. The great numbers of raw recruits who have from time to time precipitated themselves upon the Negroes of the city and shared their small industrial opportunities have made reputations which, whether good or bad, all their race must share. And finally, whether they failed or succeeded in the strong competition, they themselves must soon prepare to face a new immigration. Here, then, we have two great causes for the present condition of the Negro, slavery and emancipation, with their attendant phenomena of ignorance, lack of discipline, and moral weakness; immigration, with its increased competition and moral influence. To this must be added a third as great, possibly greater in influence than the other two, namely, the environment in which a Negro finds himself, the world of custom and thought in which he must live and work, the physical surrounding of house and home and ward, the moral encouragements and discouragements which he encounters. We dimly seek to define this social environment partially when we talk of color prejudice, but this is but a vague characterization. What we want to study is not a vague thought or feeling, but its concrete manifestations. We know pretty well what the surroundings are of a young white lad or a foreign immigrant who comes to this great city to join in his organic life. We know what influences and limitations surround him, to what he may attain, what his companionships are, what his encouragements are, what his drawbacks. This we must know in regard to the Negro if we would study his social condition. His strange social environment must have immense effect on his thought and life, his work and crime, his wealth and pauperism. That this environment differs, and differs broadly, from the environment of his fellows, we all know, but we do not know just how it differs. The real foundation of the difference is the widespread feeling all over the land, in Philadelphia as well as in Boston and New Orleans, that the Negro is something less than an American, and ought not to be much more than what he is. Argue as we may for or against this idea, we must as students recognize its presence and its vast effects. At the Eastern Penitentiary, where they seek so far as possible to attribute to definite causes the criminal record of each prisoner, the vast influence of environment is shown. This estimate is naturally liable to error, but the peculiar system of this institution and the long service and wide experience of the warden and his subordinates gives it a peculiar and unusual value. Of the 541 Negro prisoners previously studied, 191 were catalogued as criminals by reason of natural and inherent depravity. This designation is not used to describe white criminals. This rough judgment of men who have come into daily contact with 500 Negro criminals but emphasizes the fact alluded to, the immense influence of his peculiar environment on the black Philadelphian, the influence of homes badly situated and badly managed, with parents untrained for their responsibilities, the influence of social surroundings which, by poor laws and inefficient administration, leave the bad to be made worse, the influence of economic exclusion, which admits Negroes only to those parts of the economic world where it is hardest to retain ambition and self-respect, and finally that indefinable but real and mighty moral influence that causes men to have a real sense of manhood, or leads them to lose aspiration and self-respect. For the last 10 or 15 years, young Negroes have been pouring into this city at the rate of 1,000 a year. The question is then what homes they find or make, what neighbors they have, how they amuse themselves, and what work they engage in. Again, into what sort of homes are the hundreds of Negro babies of each year born? Under what social influences do they come? What is the tendency of their training, and what places in life can they fill? To answer all these questions is to go far toward finding the real causes of crime and pauperism among this race. The next 2 chapters, therefore, take up the question of environment. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Philadelphia Negro, A Social Study by W.E.B. Du Bois. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Environment of the Negro. 44. Houses and Rent. The inquiry of 1848 returned quite full statistics of rents paid by the Negroes. In the whole city at that date, 4,019 Negro families paid $199,665.46 in rent, or an average of $49.68 per family each year. 10 years earlier, the average was $44 per family. Nothing better indicates the growth of the Negro population in numbers and power when we compare with this the figures for 1896 for one ward. In that year, the Negroes of the 7th Ward paid $25,699.50 each month in rent, or $308,034 a year, an average of $126.19 per annum for each family. This ward may have a somewhat higher proportion of renters than most other wards. At the lowest estimate, however, the Negroes of Philadelphia pay at least $1,250,000 in rent each year. We see that in 1848 the average Negro family rented by the month or quarter and paid between $4 and $5 per month rent. The highest average rent for any section was less than $15 a month. For such rents the poorest accommodations were afforded, and we know from descriptions that the mass of Negroes had small and unhealthful homes, usually on the back streets and alleys. We find that the Negroes pay rent $5 per month to $30 and over a month. The lodging system so prevalent in the 7th Ward makes some rents appear higher than the real facts warrant. This ward is in the center of the city, near the places of employment for the mass of the people, and near the center of their social life. Consequently, people crowd here in great numbers. Young couples just married engage lodging in 1 or 2 rooms. Families join together and hire one house, and numbers of families take in single lodgers. The practice of sub-renting is found, of course, in all degrees, from the business of boarding housekeeper to the case of a family which rents out its spare bedchamber. In the first case the rent is practically all repaid, and must in some cases be regarded as income. In the other cases a small fraction of the rent is repaid, and the real rent and the size of the home reduced. In most cases the room rent of lodgers covers some return for the care of the room. It appears that nearly $9,000 is paid by the sub-renting families and lodgers to the renting families. A part of this ought to be subtracted from the total rent paid if we would get at the net rent. Just how much, however, should be called wages for care of room or other conveniences furnished sub-renters, it is difficult to say. Possibly the net rent of the ward is $20,000, and of the city about $1 million. The accommodations furnished for the rent paid must now be considered. The number of rooms occupied is the simplest measurement, but is not very satisfactory in this case, owing to the lodging system, which makes it difficult to say how many rooms a family really occupies. A very large number of families of 2 and 3 rent a single bedroom, and these must be regarded as one-room tenants, and yet this renting of a room often includes a limited use of a common kitchen. On the other hand, this sub-renting family cannot in justice be counted as belonging to the renting family. The number of families occupying one room is here exaggerated as before, shown by the lodging system. On the other hand, the number occupying 6 rooms and more is also somewhat exaggerated by the fact that not all sub-rented rooms have been subtracted, although this has been done as far as possible. Of the 2,441 families, only 334 had access to bathrooms and water closets, or 13.7%. Even these 334 families have poor accommodations in most instances. Many share the use of one bathroom with one or more other families. The bathtubs usually are not supplied with hot water, and very often have no water connection at all. This condition is largely owing to the fact that the 7th Ward belongs to the older part of Philadelphia, built when vaults in the yards were used exclusively, and bathrooms could not be given space in the small houses. This was not so unhealthful before the houses were thick and when there were large backyards. Today, however, the backyards have been filled by tenement houses, and the bad sanitary results are shown in the death rate of the ward. Even the remaining yards are disappearing. Of the 1,751 families making returns, 932 had a private yard 12 by 12 feet or larger, 312 had a private yard smaller than 12 by 12 feet, 507 had either no yard at all, or yard and outhouse in common with the other denizens of the tenement or alley. Of the latter, only 16 families had water closets, so that over 20% and possibly 30% of the Negro families of this ward lack some of the very elementary accommodations necessary to health and decency. And this, too, is in spite of the fact that they are paying comparatively high rents. Here, too, there comes another consideration, and that is the lack of public urinals and water closets in this ward, and in fact throughout Philadelphia. The result is that the closets of tenements are used by the public. When, however, certain districts like the 7th Ward become crowded and given over to tenants, the thirst for usually a parlor, dining room, and kitchen on the first floor, and 2 to 4 bedrooms, of which 1 or 2 are apt to be rented to a waiter or coachman for $4 a month, or to a married couple at $6 to $10 a month. The more elaborate houses are on Lombard Street and its cross streets. The rents paid by the Negroes are without doubt far above their means, and often from 1/4 to 3/4 of the total income of a family goes in rent. This leads to much non-payment of rent, both intentional and unintentional, to frequent shifting of homes, and above all to stinting the families in many necessities of life in order to live in respectable dwellings. Many a Negro family eats less than it ought for the sake of living in a decent house. Some of this waste of money in rent is sheer ignorance and carelessness. The Negroes have an inherited distrust of banks and companies, and have long neglected to take part in building and loan associations. Others are simply careless in the spending of their money, and lack the shrewdness and business sense of differently trained peoples. Ignorance and carelessness, however, will not explain all or even the greater part of the problem of rent among Negroes. There are three causes of even greater importance. These are the limited localities where Negroes may rent, the peculiar connection of dwelling and occupation among Negroes, and the social organization of the Negro. The undeniable fact that most Philadelphia white people prefer not to live near Negroes limits the Negro very seriously in his choice of a home, and especially in the choice of a cheap home. Moreover, real estate agents, knowing the limited supply, usually raise the rent $1 or $2 for Negro tenants if they do not refuse them altogether. Again, the occupations which the Negro follows, and which at present he is compelled to follow, are of a sort that makes it necessary for him to live near the best portions of the city. The mass of Negroes are, in the economic world, purveyors to the rich, working in private houses and hotels, large stores, etc. In order to keep this work they must live nearby. The laundress cannot bring her Spruce Street family's clothes from the 30th Ward, nor can the waiter at the Continental Hotel lodge in Germantown. With the mass of white workmen, this same necessity of living near work does not hinder them from getting cheap dwellings. The factory is surrounded by cheap cottages, the foundry by long rows of houses, and even the white clerk and shop girl can, on account of their hours of labor, afford to live further out in the suburbs than the black porter who opens the store. Thus it is clear that the nature of the Negro's work compels him to crowd into the center of the city much more than is the case with the mass of white working people. At the same time, this necessity is apt in some cases to be overestimated, and a few hours of sleep or convenience serve to persuade a good many families to endure poverty in the 7th Ward when they might be comfortable in the 24th Ward. Nevertheless, much of the Negro problem in this city finds adequate explanation when we reflect that here is a people receiving a little lower wages than usual for less desirable work, and compelled in order to do that work to live in a little less pleasant quarters than most people, and pay for them somewhat higher rents. The final reason of the concentration of Negroes in certain localities is a social one, and one peculiarly strong. The life of the Negroes of the city has for years centered in the 7th Ward. Here are the old churches, St. Thomas, Bethel, Central, Shiloh, and Wesley. Here are the halls of the secret societies. Here are the homesteads of old families. To a race socially ostracized, it means far more to move to remote parts of the city than to those who will in any part of the city easily form congenial acquaintances and new ties. The Negro who ventures away from the mass of his people and their organized life finds himself alone, shunned and taunted, stared at and made uncomfortable. He can make few new friends, for his neighbors, however well disposed, would shrink to add a Negro to their list of acquaintances. Thus he remains far from friends and the concentrated social life of the church, and feels in all its bitterness what it means to be a social outcast. Consequently, emigration from the ward has gone in groups and centered itself about some church, and individual initiative is thus checked. At the same time, color prejudice makes it difficult for groups to find suitable places to move to. One Negro family would be tolerated where 6 would be objected to. Thus we have here a very decisive hindrance to emigration to the suburbs. It is not surprising that this situation leads to considerable crowding in the homes, that is, to the endeavor to get as many people into the space hired as possible. It is this crowding that gives the casual observer many false notions as to the size of Negro families, since he often forgets that every other house has its sub-renters and lodgers. It is, however, difficult to measure this crowding on account of this very lodging system, which makes it very often uncertain as to just the number of rooms a given group of people occupy. It is likely that the number of rooms given is somewhat greater than is really the case, and that consequently there is more crowding than is indicated. This error, however, could not be wholly eliminated under the circumstances. A study shows that in the 7th Ward there are 9,302 rooms occupied by 2,401 families, an average of 3.8 rooms to a family, and 1.04 individuals to a room. A division by rooms will better show where the crowding comes in. There is considerable overcrowding. This is largely due to the character of Philadelphia houses, which are small and low, and will not admit many inmates. 5 persons in one room of an ordinary tenement would be almost suffocating. The large number of one-room tenements with 2 persons should be noted. These 572 families are, for the most part, young or childless couples, sub-renting a bedroom and working in the city. 45 sections and wards. The spread of Negro population in the city during the 19th century is worth studying. In 1793, 1/4 of the black inhabitants, or 538 persons, lived north of Market Street and south of Vine, and were either in the homes of white families as servants or in the alleys as Shivleys, pewter platter, crooms, sugar, Cressons, etc. Between Market and South lived 1/2 of the blacks, crowded in a region that centered at 6th and Lombard, in Strawberry Alley and Lane, Elbow Lane, Gray's Alley, Shippens Alley, etc., besides in the families of the whites on Walnut, Spruce, Pine, etc. The remaining 1/4 of the population was in Southwark, south of South Street, and in the Northern Liberties, north of Vine. Thus we see, in 1838, that the center of Negro population had gone southward toward Moyamensing, the Cedar, Locust, Newmarket, Pine, and South wards, as they were then called, had the bulk of the population, and they corresponded approximately to the 4th, 5th, 7th, and 8th wards of today. 10 years later than this, in 1848, we have a more detailed account of the distribution of the Negroes in the various sections of the city. They were mostly crowded into narrow courts and alleys. The colored population north of Vine and east of 6th Streets consisted of 272 families with 1,285 persons. 101 families of these, 415 persons, lived on Apple Street and its courts, and in Paschal's Alley, now Lynn Street. Apple Street itself, including Hicks Court, had 37 families with 138 persons living in 16 houses. Shotwell's Row, on the same street, had 16 families with 65 persons in 7 houses. The rooms were about 8 feet square. Paschal's Alley contained 48 families with 212 persons in 28 houses. One house had 7 families, 33 persons living in 13 rooms, 8 feet square. The rent of the whole house was $266 per year, yet all of them, that is, these families, have comfortable beds and bedding. About 1/3 of the total Negro population of Moyamensing, the district south of Cedar Street and west of Passyunk Road, was crowded into the space between 5th and 8th Streets and South and Fitzwater. It is in this district and in the adjoining portion of the city, especially Mary Street and its vicinity, that the great destitution and wretchedness exist. The personal property of 176 of 302 families is returned as $603.50, or $3.43 per family. 15 families, 42 persons on Small Street, Alaska Street, above 6th, have their whole property valued at $7. Most of these Negroes were rag pickers, and 29 out of 42 families were not natives of the state. Mary Street and its court has 80 families, and with 281 persons living in 35 houses. Some were industrious and temperate, but there was much surrounding misery. In Giles Alley, from Cedar to Lombard Street, were 42 families, 147 persons in 20 houses. 83 of these persons were not natives of the state, and 13 of the families received public charity. A description of this district in 1847 is interesting. The vicinity of the place we sought was pointed out by a large number of colored people congregated on the neighboring pavements. We first inspected the rooms, yards, and cellars of the 4 or 5 houses next above Baker Street on 7th. The cellars were wretchedly dark, damp, and dirty, and were generally rented for 12½ cents per night. These are occupied by one or more families at the present time, but in the winter season, when the frost drives those who in summer sleep abroad in fields, in board yards, and in sheds to seek more effectual shelter, they often contain from 12 to 20 lodgers per night. Commencing at the back of each house are small wooden buildings roughly put together, about 6 feet square, without windows or fireplaces, a hole about a foot square being left in front along side of the door to let in fresh air and light, and to let out foul air and smoke. These desolate pens, the roofs of which are generally leaky, and their floors so low that more or less water comes in on them from the yard in rainy weather, would not give comfortable winter accommodations to a cow. Although as dismal as dirt, damp and insufficient ventilation can make them, they are nearly all inhabited. In one of the first we entered, we found the dead body of a large negro man who had died suddenly there. This pen was about 8 feet deep by 6 wide. There was no bedding in it, but a box or two around the sides furnished places where 2 colored persons, one said to be the wife of the deceased, were lying either drunk or fast asleep. The body of the dead man was on the wet floor beneath an old torn coverlet. In 1853 a similar description of the crime, filth, and poverty of this district shows us that the present slums do not compare with those in misfortune and depravity. Much of this poverty and degradation could in 1847 be laid at the door of the new immigrants, and although some of the immigrants were in good circumstances, yet in general most of the poverty was found where most of the immigrants were. The historic center of Negro settlement in the city can thus be seen to be at 6th and Lombard. From this point it moved north, as it indicated, for instance, by the establishment of Zoar Church in 1794. Immigration of foreigners and the rise of industries, however early, began to turn it back, and it found outlet in the alleys of Southwark and Moyamensing. For a while, about 1840, it was bottled up here, but finally it began to move west. A few early left the mass and settled in West Philadelphia. The rest began a slow, steady movement along Lombard Street. The influx of 1876 and thereafter sent the wave across Broad Street to a new center at 17th and Lombard. There it divided into 2 streams. One went north and joined remnants of the old settlers in the northern Liberties and Spring Garden. The other went south to the 26th, 30th, and 36th wards. Meantime, the new immigrants poured in at 7th and Lombard, while 6th and Lombard down to the Delaware was deserted to the Jews, and Moyamensing partially to the Italians. The Irish were pushed on beyond 18th to the Schuylkill, or emigrated to the mills of Kensington and elsewhere. This migration explains much that is paradoxical about Negro slums, especially their present remnant at 7th and Lombard. Many people wonder that the mission and reformatory agencies at work there for so many years have so little to show by way of results. One answers that this work has new material continually to work upon, while the best classes move to the West and leave the dregs behind. The parents and grandparents of some of the best families of Philadelphia Negroes were born in the neighborhood of 6th and Lombard at a time when all Negroes, good, bad, and indifferent, were confined to that and a few other localities. With the greater freedom of domicile which has since come, these slum districts have sent a stream of emigrants westward. There has, too, been a general movement from the alleys to the streets and from the back to the front streets. And moreover, it is untrue that the slums of 7th and Lombard have not greatly changed in character. Compared with 1840, 1850, or even 1870, these slums are much improved in every way. More and more every year the unfortunate and poor are being sifted out from the vicious and criminal and sent to better quarters. And yet, with all the obvious improvement, there are still slums and dangerous slums left. Of the 5th ward and adjoining parts of the 7th, a city health inspector says, few of the houses are under-drained, and if the closets have sewer connections, the people are too careless to keep them in order. The streets and alleys are strewn with garbage, excepting immediately after the visit of the street cleaner. Penetrate into one of these houses and beyond into the backyard, if there is one. Frequently there is not, and there will be found a pile of ashes, garbage, and filth, the accumulation of the winter, perhaps of the whole year. In such heaps of refuse, what disease germ may be breeding? To take a typical case, Gillis Alley, famed in the police court, in a narrow alley extending from Lombard Street through to South Street above Fifth Street, cobbled and without sewer connections. Houses and stables are mixed promiscuously. Buildings are of frame and of brick. No, looks both outside and in like a Southern Negro's cabin. In this miserable place 4 colored families have their homes. The aggregate rent demanded is $22 a month, though the owner seldom receives the full rent. For 3 small dark rooms in the rear of another house in this alley, the tenants pay, and have paid for 13 years, $11 a month. The entrance is by a court not over 2 feet wide. Except at midday, the sun does not shine in the small open space in the rear that answers for a yard. It is safe to say that not one house in this alley could pass an inspection without being condemned as prejudicial to health. But if they are so condemned and cleaned, with such inhabitants, how long will they remain clean? The general characteristics and distribution of the Negro population at present in the different wards can only be indicated in general terms. The wards with the best Negro population are parts of the 7th, 26th, 30th, and 36th, 14th, 15th, 24th, 27th, and 29th. The worst Negro population is found in parts of the 7th and in the 4th, 5th, and 8th. In the other wards, either the classes are mixed or there are very few colored people. The tendency of the best migration today is toward the 26th, 30th, and 36th wards and West Philadelphia. 46. Social classes and amusements. Notwithstanding the large influence of the physical environment of home and ward, nevertheless there is a far mightier influence to mold and make the citizen, and that is the social atmosphere which surrounds him. First, his daily companionship, the thoughts and whims of his class, then his recreations and amusements, finally the surrounding world of American civilization which the Negro meets, especially in his economic life. Let us take up here the subject of social classes and amusements among Negroes, reserving for the next chapter a study of the contact of the whites and blacks. There is always a strong tendency on the part of the community to consider the Negroes as composing one practically homogeneous mass. This view has, of course, a certain justification. The people of Negro descent in this land have had a common history, suffer today common disabilities, and contribute to one general set of social problems. And yet, if the foregoing statistics have emphasized any one fact, it is that wide variations in antecedents, wealth, intelligence, and general efficiency have already been differentiated within this group. These differences are not, to be sure, so great or so patent as those among the whites of today, and yet they undoubtedly equal the difference among the masses of the people in certain sections of the land 50 or 100 years ago, and there is no surer way of misunderstanding the Negro or being misunderstood by him than by ignoring manifest differences of condition and power in the 40,000 black people of Philadelphia. And yet, well-meaning people continually do this. They regale the thugs and whoremongers and gamblers of 7th and Lombard Streets with congratulations on what the Negroes have done in a quarter century and pity for their disabilities, and they scold the caterers of Addison Street for the pickpockets and paupers of the race. A judge of the city courts who for years has daily met a throng of lazy and debased Negro criminals comes from the bench to talk of the Negroes about their criminals. He warns them first of all to leave the slums, and either forgets or does not know that the fathers of the audience he is speaking to left the slums when he was a boy, and that the people before him are as distinctly differentiated from the criminals he has met as honest laborers anywhere differ from thieves. Nothing more exasperates the better class of Negroes than this tendency to ignore utterly their existence. The law-abiding, hard-working inhabitants of the 30th Ward are aroused to righteous indignation when they see that the word Negro carries most Philadelphians minds to the alleys of the Fifth Ward or the police courts. Since so much misunderstanding, or rather forgetfulness and carelessness on this point is common, let us endeavor to try and fix with some definiteness the different social classes which are clearly enough defined among Negroes to deserve attention. When the statistics of the families of the Seventh Ward were gathered, each family was put in one of four grades as follows. Grade 1, families of undoubted respectability, earning sufficient income to live well, not engaged in menial service of any kind, the wife engaged in no occupation save that of housewife, except in a few cases where she had special employment at home, the children not compelled to be breadwinners, but found in school, the family living in a well-kept home. Grade 2, the respectable working class, in comfortable circumstances with a good home and having steady remunerative work, the younger children in school. Grade 3, the poor, persons not earning enough to keep them at all times above want, honest, although not always energetic or thrifty, and with no touch of gross immorality or crime, including the very poor and the poor. Grade 4, the lowest class of criminals, prostitutes, and loafers, the submerged tenth. Thus we have in these four grades the criminals, the poor, the laborers, and the well-to-do. The last class represents the ordinary middle-class folk of most modern countries, and contains the germs of other social classes which the Negro has not yet clearly differentiated. Let us begin first with the fourth class. The criminals and gamblers are to be found at such centres as 7th and Lombard Streets, 17th and Lombard, 12th and Cater, 18th and Naudane, etc. Many people have failed to notice the significant change which has come over these slums in recent years. The squalor and misery and dumb suffering of 1840 has passed, and in its place have come more baffling and sinister phenomena: shrewd laziness, shameless lewdness, cunning crime. The loafers who line the curbs in these places are no fools, but sharp, wily men who often outwit both the police department and the Department of Charities. Their nucleus consists of a class of professional criminals who do not work, figure in the rogues' galleries of a half-dozen cities, and migrate here and there. About these are a set of gamblers and sharpers who seldom are caught in serious crime, but who nevertheless live from its proceeds and aid and abet it. The headquarters of all these are usually the political clubs and pool rooms. They stand ready to entrap the unwary and tempt the weak. Their organization, tacit or recognized, is very effective, and no one can long watch their actions without seeing that they keep in close touch with the authorities in some way. Affairs will be gliding on lazily some summer afternoon at the corner of 7th and Lombard Streets. A few loafers on the corners, a prostitute here and there, and the Jew and Italian plying their trades. Suddenly there is an oath, a sharp altercation, a blow, then a hurried rush of feet. The silent door of a neighboring club closes, and when the policeman arrives, only the victim lies bleeding on the sidewalk. Or at midnight the drowsy quiet will be suddenly broken by the cries and quarreling of a half-drunken gambling table. Then comes the sharp, quick crack of pistol shots, a scurrying in the darkness, and only the wounded man lies awaiting the patrol wagon. If the matter turns out seriously, the police know where in Minister Street and Middle Alley to look for the aggressor. Often they find him, but sometimes not. The size of the more desperate class of criminals and their shrewd abettors is, of course, comparatively small, but it is large enough to characterize the slum districts. Around this central body lies a large crowd of satellites and feeders, young idlers attracted by excitement, shiftless and lazy ne'er-do-wells who have sunk from better things, and a rough crowd of pleasure seekers and libertines. These are the fellows who figure in the police courts for larceny and fighting, and drift thus into graver crime or shrewder dissoluteness. They are usually far more ignorant than their leaders, and rapidly die out from disease and excess. Proper measures for rescue and reform might save many of this class. Usually they are not natives of the city, but immigrants who have wandered from the small towns of the South to Richmond and Washington, and thence to Philadelphia. Their environment in this city makes it easier for them to live by crime, or the results of crime, than by work, and being without ambition, and perhaps having lost ambition and grown bitter with the world, they drift with the stream. One large element of these slums, a class we have barely mentioned, are the prostitutes. It is difficult to get at any satisfactory data concerning such a class, but an attempt has been made. There were, in 1896, 53 Negro women in the 7th Ward, known on pretty satisfactory evidence to be supported wholly or largely by the proceeds of prostitution, and it is probable that this is not half the real number. 7 of the women had small children with them, and had probably been betrayed, and had then turned to this sort of life. There were 14 recognized bawdy houses in the ward. 10 of them were private dwellings where prostitutes lived and were not especially fitted up, although male visitors frequented them. 4 of the houses were regularly fitted up with elaborate furniture, and in 1 or 2 cases had young and beautiful girls on exhibition. All of these latter were 7 or 8 room houses, for which $26 to $30 a month was paid. They are pretty well-known resorts, but are not disturbed. In the slums, the lowest class of street walkers abound and ply their trade among Negroes, Italians, and Americans. One can see men following them into alleys in broad daylight. They usually have male associates whom they support and who join them in badger thieving. Most of them are grown women, though a few cases of girls under 16 have been seen on the street. This fairly characterizes the lowest class of Negroes. According to the inquiry in the 7th Ward, at least 138 families were estimated as belonging to this class out of 2,395 reported, or 5.8%. This would include between 500 and 600 individuals. Perhaps this number reaches 1,000 if the facts were known, but the evidence at hand furnishes only the number stated. In the whole city, the number may reach 3,000, although there is little data for an estimate. The next class are the poor and unfortunate and the casual laborers. Most of these are of the class of Negroes who, in the contact with the life of a great city, have failed to find an assured place. They include immigrants who cannot get steady work, good-natured but unreliable and shiftless persons who cannot keep work or spend their earnings thoughtfully, those who have suffered accident and misfortune, the maimed and defective classes, and the sick, many widows and orphans and deserted wives. All these form a large class and are here considered. It is, of course, very difficult to separate the lowest of this class from the one below, and probably many are included here who, if the truth were known, ought to be classed lower. In most cases, however, they have been given the benefit of the doubt. The lowest ones of this class usually live in the slums and back streets and next door or in the same house often with criminals and lewd women. Ignorant and easily influenced, they readily go with the tide, and now rise to industry and decency, now fall to crime. Others of this class get on fairly well in good times, but never get far ahead. They are the ones who earliest feel the weight of hard times in their latest blight. Some correspond to the worthy poor of most charitable organizations, and some fall a little below that class. The children of this class are the feeders of the criminal classes. Often in the same family one can find respectable and striving parents, weighed down by idle, impudent sons and wayward daughters. This is partly because of poverty, more because of the poor home life. In the 7th Ward, 30.5% of the families, or 728, may be put into this class, including the poor, and those who manage just to make ends meet in good times. In the whole city, perhaps 10 or 12,000 Negroes fall in this third social grade. Above these come the representative Negroes, the mass of the servant class, the porters and waiters, and the best of the laborers. They are hard-working people, proverbially good-natured, lacking a little in foresight and forehandedness and in push. They are honest and faithful, of fair and improving morals, and beginning to accumulate property. The great drawback to this class is lack of congenial occupation, especially among the young men and women, and the consequent widespread dissatisfaction and complaint. As a class, these persons are ambitious. The majority can read and write. Many have a common school training, and all are anxious to rise in the world. Their wages are low compared with corresponding classes of white workmen. Their rents are high, and the field of advancement open to them is very limited. The best expression of the life of this group is the Negro Church, where their social life centers, and where they discuss their situation and prospects. A note of disappointment and discouragement is often heard at these discussions, and their work suffers from a growing lack of interest in it. Most of them are probably best fitted for the work they are doing, but a large percentage deserve better ways to display their talent and better remuneration. The whole class deserves credit for its bold advance in the midst of discouragements and for the distinct moral improvement in their family life during the last quarter century. These persons form 56%, or 1,252, of the families of the Seventh Ward, and include perhaps 25,000 of the Negroes of the city. They live in 5 to 10 room houses and usually have lodgers. The houses are always well furnished with neat parlors and some musical instrument. Sunday dinners and small parties, together with church activities, make up their social intercourse. Their chief trouble is in finding suitable careers for their growing children. Finally, we come to the 277 families, 11.5% of those of the Seventh Ward, and including perhaps 3,000 Negroes in the city, who form the aristocracy of the Negro population in education, wealth, and general social efficiency. In many respects, it is right and proper to judge a people by its best classes rather than by its worst classes or middle ranks. The highest class of any group represents its possibilities rather than its exceptions, as is so often assumed in regard to the Negro. The colored people are seldom judged by their best classes. Often the very existence of classes among them is ignored. This is partly due to the North, to the anomalous position of those who compose this class. They are not the leaders or ideal makers of their own group in thought, work, or morals. They teach the masses to a very small extent, mingle with them but little, do not largely hire their labor. Instead, then, of social classes held together by strong ties of mutual interest, we have, in the case of the Negroes, classes who have much to keep them apart, and only community of blood and color prejudice to bind them together. If the Negroes were by themselves, either a strong aristocratic system or a dictatorship would for the present prevail. With, however, democracy thus prematurely thrust upon them, the first impulse of the best, the wisest, and richest is to segregate themselves from the mass. This action, however, causes more of dislike and jealousy on the part of the masses than usual, because those masses look to the whites for ideals and largely for leadership. It is natural, therefore, that even today the mass of Negroes should look upon the worshippers at St. Thomas and Central as feeling themselves above them, and should dislike them for it. On the other hand, it is just as natural for the well-educated and well-to-do Negroes to feel themselves far above the criminals and prostitutes of Seventh and Lombard streets, and even above the servant girls and porters of the middle class of workers. So far they are justified, but they make their mistake in failing to recognize that, however laudable an ambition to rise may be, the first duty of an upper class is to serve the lowest classes. The aristocracies of all peoples have been slow in learning this, and perhaps the Negro is no slower than the rest, but his peculiar situation demands that in his case this lesson be learned sooner. Naturally, the uncertain economic status even of this picked class makes it difficult for them to spare much time and energy in social reform. Compared with their fellows they are rich, but compared with white Americans they are poor, and they can hardly fulfill their duty as the leaders of the Negroes until they are captains of industry over their people, as well as richer and wiser. Today the professional class among them is, compared with other callings, rather over-represented, and all have a struggle to maintain the position they have won. This class is itself an answer to the question of the ability of the Negro to assimilate American culture. It is a class small in numbers and not sharply differentiated from other classes, although sufficiently so to be easily recognized. Its members are not to be met with in the ordinary assemblages of the Negroes, nor in their usual promenading places. They are largely Philadelphia born, and being descended from the house servant class, contain many mulattoes. In their assemblies there are evidences of good breeding and taste, so that a foreigner would hardly think of ex-slaves. They are not, to be sure, people of wide culture, and their mental horizon is as limited as that of the first families in a country town. Here and there may be noted, too, some faint trace of careless moral training. On the whole, they strike one as sensible, good folks. Their conversation turns on the gossip of similar circles among the Negroes of Washington, Boston, and New York, on questions of the day, and less willingly on the situation of the Negro. Strangers secure entrance to this circle with difficulty and only by introduction. For an ordinary white person it would be almost impossible to secure introduction even by a friend. Once in a while some well-known citizen meets a company of this class, but it is hard for the average white American to lay aside his patronizing way toward a Negro and to talk of aught to him but the Negro question. The lack, therefore, of common ground, even for conversation, makes such meetings rather stiff and not often repeated. 52 of these families keep servants regularly. They live in well-appointed homes, which give evidence of taste and even luxury. Something must be said before leaving this subject of the amusements of the Negroes. Among the fourth grade and the third, gambling, excursions, balls, and cakewalks are the chief amusements. The gambling instinct is widespread, as in all low classes, and together with sexual looseness is their greatest vice. It is carried on in clubs, in private houses, in pool rooms, and on the street. Public gambling can be found at a dozen different places every night at full tilt in the Seventh Ward, and almost any stranger can gain easy access. Games of pure chance are preferred to those of skill, and in the larger clubs a sort of three-card monte is the favorite game, played with a dealer who gambles against all comers. In private houses in the slums, cards, beer, and prostitutes can always be found. In the public pool rooms there is some quiet gambling and playing for prizes. For the newcomer to the city, the only open places of amusement are these pool rooms and gambling clubs. Here are crowds of young fellows, and once started in this company, no one can say where they may not end. The most innocent amusements of this class are the balls and cakewalks, although they are accompanied by much drinking and are attended by white and black prostitutes. The cakewalk is a rhythmic promenade or slow dance, and when well done is pretty and quite innocent. Excursions are frequent in summer and are accompanied often by much fighting and drinking. The mass of the laboring Negroes get their amusement in connection with the churches. There are suppers, fairs, concerts, socials, and the like. Dancing is forbidden by most of the churches, and many of the stricter sort would not think of going to balls or theatres. The younger set, however, dance, although the parents seldom accompany them, and the hours kept are late, making it often a dissipation. Secret societies and social clubs add to these amusements by balls and suppers, and there are numbers of parties at private houses. This class also patronizes frequent excursions given by churches and Sunday schools and secret societies. They are usually well conducted, but cost a great deal more than is necessary. The money wasted in excursions above what would be necessary for a day's outing and plenty of recreation would foot up many $1,000s in a season. In the upper class alone has the home begun to be the center of recreation and amusement. There are always to be found parties and small receptions and gatherings at the invitations of musical or social clubs. One large ball each year is usually given, which is strictly private. Guests from out of town are given much social attention. Among nearly all classes of Negroes there is a large unsatisfied demand for amusement. Large numbers of servant girls and young men have flocked to the city, have no homes, and want places to frequent. The churches supply this need partially, but the institution which will supply this want better and add instruction and diversion will save many girls from ruin and boys from crime. There is today little done in places of public amusement to protect colored girls from designing men. Many of the idlers and rascals of the slums play on the affections of silly servant girls, and either ruin them or lead them into crime, or more often live on a part of their wages. There are many cases of this latter system to be met in the Seventh Ward. It is difficult to measure amusements in any enlightening way. Account of the amusements reported by the Tribune, the chief colored paper which reports for a select part of the laboring classes and the upper classes, resulted as follows for 9 weeks. The mention here is of parties, balls, concerts, church suppers, weddings, lectures, fairs, picnics. These, of course, are the larger parties of the whole city and do not include the numerous small church socials and gatherings. The proportions here are largely accidental, but the list is instructive. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of the Philadelphia Negro, a Social Study by W.E.B. Du Bois. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Contact of the Races. 47 Color prejudice. Incidentally, throughout this study, the prejudice against the Negro has been again and again mentioned. It is time now to reduce this somewhat indefinite term to something tangible. Everybody speaks of the matter. Everybody knows that it exists, but in just what form it shows itself, or how influential it is, few agree. In the Negro's mind, color prejudice in Philadelphia is that widespread feeling of dislike for his blood, which keeps him and his children out of decent employment, from certain public conveniences and amusements, from hiring houses in many sections, and in general from being recognized as a man. Negroes regard this prejudice as the chief cause of their present unfortunate condition. On the other hand, most white people are quite unconscious of any such powerful and vindictive feeling. They regard color prejudice as the easily explicable feeling that intimate social intercourse with the lower race is not only undesirable but impracticable if our present standards of culture are to be maintained. And although they are aware that some people feel the aversion more intensely than others, they cannot see how such a feeling has much influence on the real situation or alters the social condition of the mass of Negroes. As a matter of fact, color prejudice in the city is something between these two extreme views. It is not today responsible for all, or perhaps the greater part of the Negro problems, or of the disabilities under which the race labors. On the other hand, it is a far more powerful social force than most Philadelphians realize. The practical results of the attitude of most of the inhabitants of Philadelphia toward persons of Negro descent are as follows. 1. As to getting work. No matter how well trained a Negro may be, or how fitted for work of any kind, he cannot, in the ordinary course of competition, hope to be much more than a menial servant. He cannot get clerical or supervisory work to do, save in exceptional cases. He cannot teach, save in a few of the remaining Negro schools. He cannot become a mechanic except for small transient jobs, and cannot join a trades union. A Negro woman has but 3 careers open to her in this city: domestic service, sewing, or married life. 2. As to keeping work. The Negro suffers in competition more severely than white men. Change in fashion is causing him to be replaced by whites in the better paid positions of domestic service. Whim and accident will cause him to lose a hard-earned place more quickly than the same things would affect a white man. Being few in number compared with the whites, the crime or carelessness of a few of his race is easily imputed to all, and the reputation of the good, industrious, and reliable suffer thereby. Because Negro workmen may not often work side by side with white workmen, the individual black workman is rated not by his own efficiency, but by the efficiency of a whole group of black fellow workmen, which may often be low. Because of these difficulties, which virtually increase competition in his case, he is forced to take lower wages for the same work than white workmen. 3. As to entering new lines of work. Men are used to seeing Negroes in inferior positions. When, therefore, by any chance a Negro gets in a better position, most men immediately conclude that he is not fitted for it, even before he has a chance to show his fitness. If, therefore, he set up a store, men will not patronize him. If he is put into public position, men will complain. If he gain a position in the commercial world, men will quietly secure his dismissal, or see that a white man succeeds him. 4. As to his expenditure, the comparative smallness of the patronage of the Negro and the dislike of other customers makes it usual to increase the charges or difficulties in certain directions in which a Negro must spend money. He must pay more house rent for worse houses than most white people pay. He is sometimes liable to insult or reluctant service in some restaurants, hotels, and stores, at public resorts, theaters, and places of recreation, and at nearly all barber shops. 5. As to his children, the Negro finds it extremely difficult to rear children in such an atmosphere, and not have them either cringing or impudent. If he impresses upon them patience with their lot, they may grow up satisfied with their condition. If he inspires them with ambition to rise, they may grow to despise their own people, hate the whites, and become embittered with the world. His children are discriminated against, often in public schools. They are advised, when seeking employment, to become waiters and maids. They are liable to species of insult and temptation, peculiarly trying to children. 6. As to social intercourse, in all walks of life the Negro is liable to meet some objection to his presence, or some discourteous treatment, and the ties of friendship or memory seldom are strong enough to hold across the color line. If an invitation is issued to the public for any occasion, the Negro can never know whether he would be welcomed or not. If he goes, he is liable to have his feelings hurt and get into unpleasant altercation. If he stays away, he is blamed for indifference. If he meet a lifelong white friend on the street, he is in a dilemma. If he does not greet the friend, he is put down as boorish and impolite, and if he does greet the friend, he is liable to be flatly snubbed. If by chance he is introduced to a white woman or man, he expects to be ignored on the next meeting, and usually is. White friends may call on him, but he is scarcely expected to call on them, save for strictly business matters. If he gain the affections of a white woman and marry her, he may invariably expect that slurs will be thrown on her reputation and on his, and that both his and her race will shun their company. When he dies, he cannot be buried beside white corpses. 7. The result. Any one of these things happening now and then would not be remarkable or call for especial comment, but when one group of people suffer all these little differences of treatment and discriminations and insults continually, the result is either discouragement or bitterness or over-sensitiveness or recklessness, and the people feeling thus cannot do their best. Presumably the first impulse of the average Philadelphian would be emphatically to deny any such marked and blighting discrimination as the above against a group of citizens in this metropolis. Every one knows that in the past color prejudice in the city was deep and passionate. Living men can remember when a Negro could not sit in a streetcar or walk many streets in peace. These times have passed, however, and many imagine that active discrimination against the Negro has passed with them. Careful inquiry will convince any such one of his error. To be sure, a colored man today can walk the streets of Philadelphia without personal insult. He can go to theaters, parks, and some places of amusement without meeting more than stares and discourtesy. He can be accommodated at most hotels and restaurants, although his treatment in some would not be pleasant. All this is a vast advance and augurs much for the future, and yet all that has been said of the remaining discrimination is but too true. During the investigation of 1896, there was collected a number of actual cases which may illustrate the discrimination spoken of. So far as possible, these have been sifted, and only those which seem undoubtedly true have been selected. 1. As to getting work. It is hardly necessary to dwell upon the situation of the Negro in regard to work in the higher walks of life. The white boy may start in the lawyer's office and work himself into a lucrative practice. He may serve a physician as office boy, or enter a hospital in a minor position, and have his talent alone between him and affluence and fame. If he is bright in school, he may make his mark in a university become a tutor with some time and much inspiration for study, and eventually fill a professor's chair. All these careers are at the very outset closed to the Negro on account of his color. What lawyer would give even a minor case to a Negro assistant? Or what university would appoint a promising young Negro as tutor? Thus the young white man starts in life, knowing that within some limits and barring accidents, talent and application will tell. The young Negro starts knowing that on all sides his advance is made doubly difficult, if not wholly shut off, by his color. Let us come, however, to ordinary occupations which concern more nearly the mass of Negroes. Philadelphia is a great industrial and business center, with thousands of foremen, managers, and clerks, the lieutenants of industry who direct its progress. They are paid for thinking and for skill to direct, and naturally such positions are coveted because they are well paid, well thought of, and carry some authority. To such positions Negro boys and girls may not aspire, no matter what their qualifications. Even as teachers and ordinary clerks and stenographers, they find almost no openings. Let us note some actual instances. A young woman who graduated with credit from the Girls' Normal School in 1892 has taught in the kindergarten, acted as substitute, and waited in vain for a permanent position. Once she was allowed to substitute in a school with white teachers. The principal commended her work, but when the permanent appointment was made, a white woman got it. A girl who graduated from a Pennsylvania high school and from a business college sought work in the city as a stenographer and typewriter. A prominent lawyer undertook to find her a position. He went to friends and said, "Here is a girl that does excellent work and is of good character. Can you give her a job?" "But," said the lawyer, "I will be perfectly frank with you and tell you she is colored, and not in the whole city could he find a man willing to employ her." It happened, however, that the girl was so light in complexion that few, not knowing, would have suspected her descent. The lawyer therefore gave her temporary work in his own office until she found a position outside the city. "But," said he, "to this day I've not dared to tell my clerks that they worked beside a negress." Another woman graduated from the high school and the Palmer College of Shorthand, but all over the city has met with nothing but refusal of work. Several graduates in pharmacy have sought to get their 3 years required apprenticeship in the city, and in only one case did one succeed, although they offered to work for nothing. One young pharmacist came from Massachusetts, and for weeks sought in vain for work here at any price. "I wouldn't have a darky to clean out my store, much less to stand behind the counter," answered one druggist. A colored man answered an advertisement for a clerk in the suburbs. "What do you suppose we'd want of a nigger?" was the plain answer. A graduate of the University of Pennsylvania in mechanical engineering, well recommended, obtained work in the city through an advertisement on account of his excellent record. He worked a few hours and then was discharged because he was found to be colored. He is now a waiter at the University Club, where his white fellow graduates dine. Another young man attended Spring Garden Institute and studied drawing for lithography. He had good references from the Institute and elsewhere, but application at the 5 largest establishments in the city could secure him no work. A telegraph operator has hunted in vain for an opening, and 2 graduates of the Central High School have sunk to menial labor. "What's the use of an education?" asked one. "Mr. A. has elsewhere been employed as a traveling salesman. He applied for a position here by letter, and was told he could have one. When they saw him, they had no work for him." Such cases could be multiplied indefinitely, but that is not necessary. One has but to note that notwithstanding the acknowledged ability of many colored men, the Negro is conspicuously absent from all places of honor, trust, or emolument, as well as from those of respectable grade in commerce and industry. Even in the world of skilled labor, the Negro is largely excluded. Many would explain the absence of Negroes from higher vocations by saying that, while a few may now and then be found competent, the great mass are not fitted for that sort of work, and are destined for some time to form a laboring class. In the matter of the trades, however, there can be raised no serious question of ability. For years the Negroes filled satisfactorily the trades of the city, and today in many parts of the South they are still prominent. And yet in Philadelphia a determined prejudice, aided by public opinion, has succeeded nearly in driving them from the field. A, who works at a bookbinding establishment on Front Street, has learned to bind books, and often does so for his friends. He is not allowed to work at the trade in the shop, however, but must remain a porter at a porter's wages. B is a brush maker. He has applied at several establishments, but they would not even examine his testimonials. They simply said, "We do not employ colored people." C is a shoemaker. He tried to get work in some of the large department stores. They had no place for him. D was a bricklayer, but experienced so much trouble in getting work that he is now a mechanic. E is a painter, but has found it impossible to get work because he is colored. F is a telegraph line man who formerly worked in Richmond, Virginia. When he applied here, he was told that Negroes were not employed. G is an iron puddler who belonged to a Pittsburgh union. Here he was not recognized as a union man, and could not get work except as a stevedore. H was a cooper, but could get no work after repeated trials, and is now a common laborer. I is a candy maker, but has never been able to find employment in the city. He is always told that the white help will not work with him. J is a carpenter. He can only secure odd jobs or work where only Negroes are employed. K was an upholsterer, but could get no work save in the few colored shops which had workmen. He is now a waiter on a dining car. L was a first-class baker. He applied for work some time ago near Green Street and was told shortly, "We don't work no niggers here." M is a good typesetter. He has not been allowed to join the union and has been refused work at 8 different places in the city. N is a printer by trade, but can only find work as a porter. O is a sign painter, but can get but little work. P is a painter and gets considerable work, but never with white workmen. Q is a good stationary engineer, but can find no employment, is at present a waiter in a private family. R was born in Jamaica. He went to England and worked 15 years in the Sir Edward Green economizing works in Wakefield, Yorkshire. During dull times he emigrated to America, bringing excellent references. He applied for a place as mechanic in nearly all the large iron working establishments in the city. A locomotive works assured him that his letters were all right, but that their men would not work with Negroes. At a manufactory of railway switches they told him they had no vacancy and he could call again. He called and finally was frankly told that they could not employ Negroes. He applied twice to a foundry company. They told him, "We have use for only one Negro, a porter," and refusing either further conversation or even to look at his letters, showed him out. He then applied for work on a new building. The man told him he could leave an application, then added, "To tell the truth, it's no use, for we don't employ Negroes." Thus the man has searched for work 2 years and has not yet found a permanent position. He can only support his family by odd jobs as a common laborer. S is a stone cutter. He was refused work repeatedly on account of color. At last he got a job during a strike and was found to be so good a workman that his employer refused to dismiss him. T was a boy who, together with a white boy, came to the city to hunt work. The colored boy was very light in complexion, and consequently both were taken in as apprentices at a large locomotive works. They worked there some months, but it was finally disclosed that the boy was colored. He was dismissed, and the white boy retained. These all seem typical and reliable cases. There are, of course, some exceptions to the general rule, but even these seem to confirm the fact that exclusion is a matter of prejudice and thoughtlessness, which sometimes yields to determination and good sense. The most notable case in point is that of the Midvale Steel Works, where a large number of Negro workmen are regularly employed as mechanics and work alongside whites. If another foreman should take charge there, or if friction should arise, it would be easy for all this to receive a serious setback, for ultimate success in such matters demands many experiments and a widespread public sympathy. There are several cases where strong personal influence has secured colored boys positions. In one cabinet-making factory, a porter who had served the firm 30 years asked to have his son learn the trade and work in the shop. The workman objected strenuously at first, but the employer was firm, and the young man has been at work there now 7 years. The S.S. White Dental Company has a colored chemist who has worked up to his place and gives satisfaction. A jeweler allowed his colored fellow soldier in the late war to learn the gold beater's trade and work in his shop. A few other cases follow. A was intimately acquainted with a merchant and secured his son a position as a typewriter in the merchant's office. B, a stationary engineer, came with his employer from Washington and still works with him. C, a plasterer, learned his trade with a firm in Virginia, who especially recommended him to the firm where he now works. D is a boy whose mother's friend got him work as cutter in a bag and rope factory. The hands objected, but the friend's influence was strong enough to keep him there. All these exceptions prove the rule, viz., that without strong effort and special influence it is next to impossible for a Negro in Philadelphia to get regular employment in most of the trades, except he work as an independent workman and take small transient jobs. The chief agency that brings about this state of affairs is public opinion. If they were not entrenched and strongly entrenched back of an active prejudice, or at least passive acquiescence in this effort to deprive Negroes of a decent livelihood, both trades union and arbitrary bosses would be powerless to do the harm they now do. Where, however, a large section of the public more or less openly applaud the stamina of a man who refuses to work with a nigger, the results are inevitable. The object of the trades union is purely businesslike. It aims to restrict the labor market, just as the manufacturer aims to raise the price of his goods. Here is a chance to keep out of the market a vast number of workmen, and the unions seize the chance, save in cases where they dare not, as in the case of the cigar makers and coal miners. If they could keep out the foreign workmen in the same way they would, but here public opinion within and without their ranks forbids hostile action. Of course, most unions do not flatly declare their discriminations. A few plainly put the word white into their constitutions. Most of them do not, and will say that they consider each case on its merits. Then they quietly blackball the Negro applicant. Others delay and temporize and put off action until the Negro withdraws. Still others discriminate against the Negro in initiation fees and dues, making a Negro pay $100 where the whites pay $25. On the other hand, in times of strikes or other disturbances, cordial invitations to join are often sent to Negro workmen. At a time when women are engaged in breadwinning to a larger degree than ever before, the field open to Negro women is unusually narrow. This is, of course, due largely to the more intense prejudices of females on all subjects, and especially to the fact that women who work dislike to be in any way mistaken for menials, and they regard Negro women as menials par excellence. A dressmaker and seamstress of proven ability, sought work in the large department stores. They all commended her work, but could not employ her on account of her color. B is a typewriter, but has applied at stores and offices in vain for work. Very sorry, they all say, but they can give her no work. She has answered many advertisements without result. C has attended the girls' high school for 2 years and has been unable to find any work. She is washing and sewing for a living now. D is a dressmaker and milliner and does beadwork. Your work is very good, they say to her, but if we hired you, all of our ladies would leave. E, a seamstress, was given work from a store once to do at home. It was commended as satisfactory, but they gave her no more. F had 2 daughters who tried to get work as stenographers, but got only one small job. G is a graduate of the girls' high school with excellent record. Both teachers and influential friends have been seeking work for her, but have not been able to find any. H, a girl, applied at 7 stores for some work, not menial. They had none. I started at the Schuylkill on Market Street and applied at almost every store nearly to the Delaware for work. She was only offered scrubbing. 2. So much for the difficulty of getting work. In addition to this, the Negro is meeting difficulties in keeping the work he has, or at least the better part of it. Outside of all dissatisfaction with Negro work, there are whims and fashions that affect his economic position. Today, general European travel has made the trained English servant popular, and consequently well-shaven white men servants, whether English or not, find it easy to replace Negro butlers and coachmen at higher wages. Again, though a man ordinarily does not dismiss all his white mill hands because some turn out badly, yet it repeatedly happens that men dismiss all their colored servants and condemn their race because one or two in their employ have proven untrustworthy. Finally, the antipathies of lower classes are so great that it is often impracticable to mix races among the servants. A young colored girl went to work temporarily in Germantown. "I should like so much to keep you permanently," said the mistress, "but all my other servants are white." She was discharged. Usually now advertisements for help state whether white or Negro servants are wanted, and the Negro who applies at the wrong place must not be surprised to have the door slammed in his face. The difficulties encountered by the Negro on account of sweeping conclusions made about him are manifold. A large building, for instance, has several poorly paid Negro janitors, without facilities for their work or guidance in its prosecution. Finally, the building is thoroughly overhauled or rebuilt, elevators and electricity installed, and a well-paid set of white uniformed janitors put to work under a responsible salaried chief. Immediately the public concludes that the improvement in the service is due to the change of color. In some cases, of course, the change is due to a widening of the field of choice in selecting servants, for assuredly one cannot expect that 1/25th of the population can furnish as many good workmen, or as uniformly good ones, as the other 24/25ths. One actual case illustrates this tendency to exclude the Negro without proper consideration from even menial employment. A great church, which has a number of members among the most respectable Negro families in the city, has recently erected a large new building for its offices, etc., in the city. As the building was nearing completion, a colored clergyman of that sect was surprised to hear that no Negroes were to be employed in the building. He thought that a peculiar stand for a Christian church to take, and so he went to the manager of the building. The manager blandly assured him that the rumor was true, and that there was not the shadow of a chance for a Negro to get employment under him, except one woman to clean the water closet. The reason for this, he said, was that the janitors and help were all to be uniformed, and the whites would not wear uniforms with Negroes. The clergyman thereupon went to a prominent member of the church who was serving on the building committee. He denied that the committee had made any such decision, but sent him to another member of the committee. This member said the same thing and referred to the third, a blunt business man. The business man said, "That building is called the Church House, but it is more than that. It is a business enterprise to be run on business principles. We hired a man to run it so as to get the most out of it. We found such a man in the present manager, and put all power in his hands." He acknowledged then that while the committee had made no decision, the question of hiring Negroes had come up, and it was left solely to the manager's decision. The manager thought most Negroes were dishonest and untrustworthy, etc., and thus the Christian church joins hands with trades unions and a large public opinion to force Negroes into idleness and crime. Sometimes Negroes, by special influence, as has been pointed out before, secure good positions. Then there are other cases where colored men have by sheer merit and pluck secured positions. In all these cases, however, they are liable to lose their places through no fault of their own, and primarily on account of their Negro blood. It may be that at first their Negro descent is not known, or other causes may operate. In all cases, the Negro's tenure of office is insecure. A worked in a large tailor's establishment on the 3rd Street for 3 weeks. His work was acceptable. Then it became known he was colored, and he was discharged as the other tailors refused to work with him. B, a pressman, was employed on 12th Street, but a week later was discharged when they knew he was colored. He then worked as a door boy for 5 years and finally got another job in a Jewish shop as pressman. C was 9 years a painter in Stewart's furniture factory until Stewart failed 4 years ago. Has applied repeatedly but could get no work on account of color. He now works as a night watchman on the streets for the city. D was a stationary engineer. His employer died, and he has never been able to find another. E was light in complexion and got a job as driver. He kept his cap on, but when they found he was colored, they discharged him. F was one of many colored laborers at an ink factory. The heads of the firm died, and now whenever a Negro leaves, a white man is put in his place. G worked for a long time as a typesetter on Taggart's Times. When the paper changed hands, he was discharged and has never been able to get another job. He is now a janitor. H was a brick mason, but his employers finally refused to let him lay brick longer, as his fellow workmen were all white. He is now a waiter. L learned the trade of range setting from his employer. The employer then refused him work, and he went into business for himself. He has taught 4 apprentices. M is a woman whose husband was janitor for a firm 20 years. When they moved to the new Betts building, they discharged him as all the janitors there were white. After his death, they could find no work for his boy. N was a porter in a bookstore and rose to be head postmaster of a substation in Philadelphia, which handles $250,000, it is said, a year. He was also at the head of a very efficient Bureau of Information in a large department store. Recently attempts have been made to displace him for no specified fault, but because he won his place for another white man. O is a well-known instance. An observer in 1898 wrote, "If any Philadelphian who is anxious to study the matter with his own eyes will walk along South 11th Street from Chestnut down, and will note the most tasteful and enterprising stationery and periodical store along the way, it will pay him to enter it. On entering, he will, according to his way of thinking, be pleased or grieved to see that it is conducted by Negroes. If the proprietor happens to be in, he may know that this keen-looking, pleasant young man was once assistant business manager of a large white religious newspaper in the city. A change of management led to his dismissal. No fault was found. His work was commended, but a white man was put into his place, and profuse apologies made. The clerk behind the counter is his sister, a neat, lady-like woman, educated and trained in stenography and typewriting. She could not find in the city of Philadelphia anyone who had the slightest use for such a colored woman. The result of this situation is this little store, which is remarkably successful. The proprietor owns the stock, the store, and the building. This is one tale of its sort, with a pleasant ending. Other tales are far less pleasing. Much discouragement results from the persistent refusal to promote colored employees. The humblest white employee knows that the better he does his work, the more chance there is for him to rise in the business. The black employee knows that the better he does his work, the longer he may do it. He cannot often hope for promotion. This makes much of the criticism aimed against Negroes, because some of them want to refuse menial labor, lose something of its point. If the better class of Negro boys could look on such labor as a stepping stone to something higher, it would be different. If they must view it as a life work, we cannot wonder at their hesitation. A has been a porter at a great locomotive works for 10 years. He is a carpenter by trade and has picked up considerable knowledge of machinery. He was formerly allowed to work a little as a machinist. Now that is stopped, and he has never been promoted, and probably never will be. B has worked in a shop 8 years and never been promoted from his porter's position, although he is a capable man. C is a porter. He has been in a hardware store 6 years. He is bright and has repeatedly been promised advancement, but has never got it. D was for 7 years in a gang of porters in a department store, and part of the time acted as foreman. He had a white boy under him who disliked him. Eventually the boy was promoted, but he remained a porter. Finally the boy became his boss and discharged him. E, a woman, worked long in a family of lawyers. A white lad went into their office as office boy and came to be a member of the firm. She had a smart, ambitious son and asked for any sort of office work for him, anything in which he could hope for promotion. "Why don't you make him a waiter?" they asked. F has for 21 years driven for a lumber firm, speaks German, and is very useful to them, but they have never promoted him. G was a porter. He begged for a chance to work up, offering to do clerical work for nothing, but was refused. White companions were repeatedly promoted over his head. He has been a porter 17 years. H was a servant in the family of one of the members of a large dry goods firm. He was so capable that the employer sent him down to the store for a place which the manager very reluctantly gave him. He rose to be registering clerk in the delivering department, where he worked 14 years, and his work was commended. Recently, without notice or complaint, he was changed to run an elevator at the same wages. He thinks that pressure from other members of the firm made him lose his work. Once in a while there are exceptions to this rule. The Pennsylvania Railroad has promoted one bright and persistent porter to a clerkship which he has held for years. He had, however, spent his life hunting chances of promotion, and had been told, "You have ability enough, George, if you were not colored." There is much discrimination against Negroes in wages. The Negroes have fewer chances for work, have been used to low wages, and consequently the first thought that occurs to the average employer is to give a Negro less than he would offer a white man for the same work. This is not universal, but it is widespread. In domestic service of the ordinary sort there is no difference, because the wages are a matter of custom. When it comes to waiters, butlers, and coachmen, however, there is considerable difference made. While white coachmen receive from $50 to $75, the Negroes do not get usually more than $30 to $60. Negro hotel waiters get from $18 to $20, while whites receive $20 to $30. Naturally, when a hotel manager replaces $20 men with $30 men, he may expect, outside any question of color, better service. In ordinary work, the competition forces down the wages outside mere race reasons, though the Negro is the greatest sufferer. This is especially the case in laundry work. "I've counted as high as 7 dozen pieces in that washing," said a weary black woman, "and she pays me only $1.25 a week for it." Persons who throw away $5 a week on gewgaws will often haggle over 25 cents with a washerwoman. There are, however, notable exceptions to these cases, where good wages are paid to persons who have long worked for the same family. Very often, if a Negro is given a chance to work at a trade, his wages are cut down for the privilege. This gives the working man's prejudice additional intensity. A got a job formerly held by a white porter. The wages were reduced from $12 to $8. B worked for a firm as china packer, and they said he was the best packer they had. He, however, received but $6 a week, while the white packers received $12. C has been porter and assistant shipping clerk in an Arch Street store for 5 years. He receives $6 a week, and whites get $8 for the same work. D is a stationary engineer. He learned his trade with this firm and has been with them 10 years. Formerly he received $9 a week, now $10.50 a week. Whites get $12 for the same work. E is a stationary engineer and has been in his place 3 years. He receives but $9 a week. F works with several other Negroes with a firm of electrical engineers. The white laborers receive $2 a day. We've got to be glad to get $1.75. G was a carpenter, but could get neither sufficient work nor satisfactory wages. For a job on which he received $15 a week, his white successor got $18. H, a cementer, receives $1.75 a day. White workmen get $2 to $3. He has been promised more next fall. I, a plasterer, has worked for one boss 27 years. Regular plasterers get $4 or more a day. He does the same work but cannot join the union and is paid as a laborer $2.50 a day. J works as a porter in a department store, is married, and receives $8 a week. They pay the same to white unmarried shopgirls who stand a chance to be promoted. 3. If a Negro enters some line of employment in which people are not used to seeing him, he suffers from an assumption that he is unfit for the work. It is reported that a Chestnut Street firm once took a Negro shopgirl, but the protests of their customers were such that they had to dismiss her. A great many merchants hesitate to advance Negroes lest they should lose custom. Negro merchants who have attempted to start business in the city at first encounter much difficulty from this prejudice. A has a bakery. White people sometimes enter and finding Negroes in charge abruptly leave. B is a baker and had a shop some years on Vine Street, but prejudice against him barred him from gaining much custom. C is a successful expressman with a large business. He is sometimes told by persons that they prefer to patronize white expressmen. D is a woman and keeps a hair store on South Street. Customers sometimes enter, look at her, and leave. E is a music teacher on Lombard Street. Several white people have entered and seeing him said, "Oh, I thought you were white. Excuse me, or I'll call again." Even among the colored people themselves some prejudice of this sort is met. Once a Negro physician could not get the patronage of Negroes because they were not used to the innovation. Now they have a large part of the Negro patronage. The Negro merchant, however, still lacks the full confidence of his own people, though this is slowly growing. It is one of the paradoxes of this question to see a people so discriminated against sometimes add to their misfortunes by discriminating against themselves. They themselves, however, are beginning to recognize this. 4. The chief discrimination against Negroes in expenditure is in the matter of rents. There can be no reasonable doubt but that Negroes pay excessive rents. A paid $13 a month, where the preceding white family had paid $10. B paid $16, heard that former white family paid $12. C paid $25, heard that former white family paid $20. D paid $12, neighbors say that former white family paid $9. E paid $25 instead of $18. F paid $12 instead of $10. G, the Negro inhabitants of the whole street pay $12 to $14, and the whites $9 and $10. The houses are all alike. H, whites on this street pay $15 to $18. Negroes pay $18 to $21. Not only is there this pretty general discrimination in rent, but agents and owners will not usually repair the houses of the blacks willingly or improve them. In addition to this, agents and owners in many sections utterly refuse to rent to Negroes on any terms. Both these sorts of discrimination are easily defended from a merely business point of view. Public opinion in the city is such that the presence of even a respectable colored family in a block will affect its value for renting or sale. Increased rent to Negroes is therefore a sort of insurance, and refusal to rent a device for money-getting. The indefensible cruelty lies with those classes who refuse to recognize the right of respectable Negro citizens to respectable houses. Real estate agents also increase prejudice by refusing to discriminate between different classes of Negroes. A quiet Negro family moves into a street. The agent finds no great objection and allows the next empty house to go to any Negro who applies. This family may disgrace and scandalize the neighborhood and make it harder for decent families to find homes. In the last 15 years, however, public opinion has so greatly changed in this matter that we may expect much in the future. Today, the Negro population is more widely scattered over the city than ever before. At the same time, it remains true that, as a rule, they must occupy the worst houses of the districts where they live. The advance made has been a battle for the better class of Negroes. An ex-minister to Haiti moved to the northwestern part of the city, and his white neighbors insulted him, barricaded their steps against him, and tried in every way to make him move. Today he is honored and respected in the whole neighborhood. Many such cases have occurred. In others, the result was different. An estimable young Negro just married moved with his bride into a little street. The neighborhood rose in arms and besieged the tenant and the landlord so relentlessly that the landlord leased the house and compelled the young couple to move within a month. One of the bishops of the AME Church recently moved into the newly purchased Episcopal residence on Belmont Avenue, and his neighbors have barricaded their porches against his view. 5. The chief discrimination against Negro children is in the matter of educational facilities. Prejudice here works to compel colored children to attend certain schools where most Negro children go, or to keep them out of private and higher schools. A tried to get her little girl into the kindergarten nearest to her. At 15th and Locust, the teachers wanted her to send it down across Broad to the kindergarten, chiefly attended by colored children, and much further away from its home. This journey was dangerous for the child, but the teachers refused to receive it for 6 months until the authorities were appealed to. In transfers from schools, Negroes have difficulty in getting convenient accommodations. Only within comparatively few years have Negroes been allowed to complete the course at the high and normal schools without difficulty. Earlier than that, the University of Pennsylvania refused to let Negroes sit in the auditorium and listen to lectures, much less to be students. Within 2 or 3 years, a Negro student had to fight his way through a city dental school with his fists and was treated with every indignity. Several times Negroes have been asked to leave schools of stenography, etc., on account of their fellow students. In 1893, a colored woman applied at Temple College, a church institution, for admission and was refused and advised to go elsewhere. The college then offered scholarships to churches, but would not admit applicants from colored churches. 2 years later, the same woman applied again. The faculty declared that they did not object, but that the students would. She persisted and was finally admitted with evident reluctance. It goes without saying that most private schools, music schools, etc., will not admit Negroes and in some cases have insulted applicants. Such is the tangible form of Negro prejudice in Philadelphia. Possibly some of the particular cases cited can be proven to have had extenuating circumstances unknown to the investigator. At the same time, many not cited would be just as much in point. At any rate, no one who has with any diligence studied the situation of the Negro in the city can long doubt but that his opportunities are limited and his ambitions circumscribed about as has been shown. There are, of course, numerous exceptions, but the mass of the Negroes have been so often refused openings and discouraged in efforts to better their condition that many of them say, as one said, "I never apply. I know it is useless." Beside these tangible and measurable forms, there are deeper and less easily described results of the attitude of the white population toward the Negroes, a certain manifestation of a real or assumed aversion, a spirit of ridicule or patronage, a vindictive hatred in some, absolute indifference in others. All this, of course, does not make much difference to the mass of the race, but it deeply wounds the better classes, the very classes who are attaining to that to which we wish the mass to attain. Notwithstanding all this, most Negroes would patiently await the effect of time and common sense on such prejudice, did it not today touch them in matters of life and death, threaten their homes, their food, their children, their hopes, and the result of this is bound to be increased crime, inefficiency, and bitterness. It would, of course, be idle to assert that most of the Negro crime was caused by prejudice. The violent economic and social changes which the last 50 years have brought to the American Negro, the sad social history that preceded these changes, have all contributed to unsettle morals and pervert talents. Nevertheless, it is certain that Negro prejudice in cities like Philadelphia has been a vast factor in aiding and abetting all other causes which impel a half-developed race to recklessness and excess. Certainly a great amount of crime can be without doubt traced to the discrimination against Negro boys and girls in the matter of employment, or to put it differently, Negro prejudice costs the city something. The connection of crime and prejudice is, on the other hand, neither simple nor direct. The boy who is refused promotion in his job as porter does not go out and snatch somebody's pocketbook. Conversely, the loafers at 12th and Cater Streets and the thugs in the county prison are not usually graduates of high schools who have been refused work. The connections are much more subtle and dangerous. It is the atmosphere of rebellion and discontent that unrewarded merit and reasonable but unsatisfied ambition make. The social environment of excuse, listless despair, careless indulgence, and lack of inspiration to work is the growing force that turns black boys and girls into gamblers, prostitutes, and rascals. And this social environment has been built up slowly out of the disappointments of deserving men and the sloth of the unawakened. How long can a city say to a part of its citizens, it is useless to work, it is fruitless to deserve well of men, education will gain you nothing but disappointment and humiliation? How long can a city teach its black children that the road to success is to have a white face? How long can a city do this and escape the inevitable penalty? For 30 years and more, Philadelphia has said to its black children, honesty, efficiency, and talent have little to do with your success. If you work hard, spend little, and are good, you may earn your bread and butter at those sorts of work which we frankly confess we despise. If you are dishonest and lazy, the state will furnish you your bread free. Thus the class of Negroes which the prejudices of the city have distinctly encouraged is that of the criminal, the lazy, and the shiftless. For them the city teems with institutions and charities. For them there is succor and sympathy. For them Philadelphians are thinking and planning. But for the educated and industrious young colored man who wants work and not platitudes, wages and not alms, just rewards and not sermons, for such colored men Philadelphia apparently has no use. What then do such men do? What becomes of the graduates of the many schools of the city? The answer is simple. Most of those who amount to anything leave the city. The others take what they can get for a livelihood. Let us for a moment glance at the statistics of three colored schools. There attended the Cato School, 1867 to 97, 5,915 pupils. Only 653 were promoted from the full course, and out of these there were 18 teachers, 2 physicians, 2 engravers, 2 printers, 1 lawyer, 1 mechanic, and 10 clerks. And the other 524 have ended up in service as laborers and housewives. Of the 36 more successful ones, fully half are at work outside of the city. Of the Vaux School, there were 1877 to 89, 76 graduates. Of these, there are 16 unaccounted for, and from 1/2 to 2/3 of these have been compelled to leave the city in order to find work. One, the artist Tanner, whom France recently honored, could not in his native land, much less in his native city, find room for his talents. He taught school in Georgia in order to earn money enough to go abroad. The Institute of Colored Youth has had 340 graduates, 1856 to 97. 57 of these are dead. Of the 283 remaining, 91 are unaccounted for. Here again, nearly 3/4 of the graduates who have amounted to anything have had to leave the city for work. The civil engineer, for instance, tried in vain to get work here and finally had to go to New Jersey to teach. There have been 9, possibly 11, colored graduates of the Central High School. It is high time that the best conscience of Philadelphia awaken to her duty. Her Negro citizens are here to remain. They can be made good citizens or burdens to the community. If we want them to be sources of wealth and power and not of poverty and weakness, then they must be given employment according to their ability and encouraged to train that ability and increase their talents by the hope of reasonable reward. To educate boys and girls and then refuse them work is to train loafers and rogues. From another point of view, it could be argued with much cogency that the cause of economic stress and consequently of crime was the recent inconsiderate rush of Negroes into cities, and that the unpleasant results of this migration, while deplorable, will nevertheless serve to check the movement of Negroes to cities and keep them in the country where their chance for economic development is widest. This argument loses much of its point from the fact it is the better class of educated Philadelphia-born Negroes who have the most difficulty in obtaining employment. The new immigrant fresh from the South is much more apt to obtain work suitable for him than the black boy born here and trained in efficiency. Nevertheless, it is undoubtedly true that the recent migration has both directly and indirectly increased crime and competition. How is this movement to be checked? Much can be done by correcting misrepresentations as to opportunities of city life made by designing employment bureaus and thoughtless persons. A more strict surveillance of criminals might prevent the influx of undesirable elements. Such efforts, however, would not touch the main stream of immigration. Back of that stream is the world-wide desire to rise in the world, to escape the choking narrowness of the plantation and the lawless repression of the village in the South. It is a search for better opportunities of living, and as such it must be discouraged and repressed with great care and delicacy, if at all. The real movement of reform is the raising of economic standards and increase of economic opportunity in the South. Mere land and climate without law and order, capital, and skill will not develop a country. When Negroes in the South have a larger opportunity to work, accumulate property, be protected in life and limb, and encourage pride and self-respect in their children, there will be a diminution in the stream of immigrants to northern cities. At the same time, if those cities practice industrial exclusion against these immigrants to such an extent that they are forced to become paupers, loafers, and criminals, they can scarcely complain of conditions in the South. Northern cities should not, of course, seek to encourage and invite a poor quality of labor with low standards of life and morals. The standards of wages and respectability should be kept up, but when a man reaches those standards in skill, efficiency, and decency, no question of color should, in a civilized community, debar him from an equal chance with his peers in earning a living. 48. Benevolence. In the attitude of Philadelphia toward the Negro may be traced the same contradictions so often apparent in social phenomena. Prejudice and apparent dislike conjoined with widespread and deep sympathy. There can, for instance, be no doubt of the sincerity of the efforts put forth by Philadelphians to help the Negroes. Much of it is unsystematic and ill-directed, and yet it has behind it a broad charity and a desire to relieve suffering and distress. The same Philadelphian who would not let a Negro work in his store or mill will contribute handsomely to relieve Negroes in poverty and distress. There are in the city the following charities exclusively designed for Negroes: Home for Aged and Infirm Colored Persons, Belmont and Girard Avenues; Home for Destitute Colored Children, Burke Street and Old Lancaster Road; St. Mary Day Nursery, 1627 Lombard Street; the Association for the Care of Colored Orphans, 44th and Wallace Streets; Frederick Douglass Memorial Hospital and Training School, 1512 Lombard Street; Magdalen Convent House of the Good Shepherd Roman Catholic, Penn and Chew Streets, Germantown; St. Mary's Mission for Colored People, 1623 to 29 Lombard Street; Raspberry Street School, 229 Raspberry Street; the Star Kitchen and Allied Enterprises, 7th and Lombard Streets; Colored Industrial School, 20th Street below Walnut; Sister of the Blessed Sacrament for Indians and Colored People, Cornwall Station, Pennsylvania; Men's Guild House, 1628 Lombard Street; House of St. Michael and All Angels, 613 North 43rd Street; the Industrial Exchange Training School and Dormitory, 756 South 12th Street. 59 of the charities mentioned in the Civic Club Digest discriminate against colored persons. 51 societies profess to make no discrimination. In the case of the larger and better known societies, this is true, as for instance the Home Missionary Society, the Union Benevolence Association, the Protestant Episcopal City Mission, the Charity Organization Society, the Children's Aid Society, the Society to Prevent Cruelty to Children, etc. Others, however, exercise a silent policy against Negroes. The Country Week Association, for instance, would rather Negroes should not apply, although it sends a few away each summer. Colored applicants at the building of the Young Women's Christian Association are not very welcome. So with many other societies and institutions. This veiled discrimination is very unjust, for it makes it seem as though the Negro had more help than he does. On the other hand, between donors, prejudiced persons, friends of the Negro, and the beneficiaries, the managers of many of these enterprises find it by far the easiest method silently to draw the color line. 57 other charities make no explicit statement as to whether they discriminate or not. On the whole, it is fair to say that about one half of the charities of Philadelphia, so far as mere numbers are concerned, are open to Negroes. In the different kinds of charity, however, some disproportion is noticeable. Of direct almsgiving, the most questionable and least organized sort of charity, the Negroes receive probably far more than their just proportion, as a study of the work of the great distributing societies clearly shows. On the other hand, protective, rescue, and reformatory work is not applied to any great extent among them. Consequently, while actual poverty and distress among Negroes is quickly relieved, there are only a few agencies to prevent the better classes from sinking, or to reclaim the fallen, or to protect the helpless and the children. Even the agencies of this sort open to the Negroes are not always taken advantage of, partly through ignorance and carelessness, partly because they fear discrimination, or because they are apt to be treated the same whether they be from Addison Street or Middle Alley. Much of the benevolence of the whites has been checked because the classes on whom it has been showered have not appreciated it, and because there has been no careful attempt to discriminate between different sorts of Negroes. After all, the need of the Negro, as of so many unfortunate classes, is not alms, but a friend. There are a few homes, asylums, nurseries, hospitals, and the like for work among Negroes which are doing excellent work and deserve commendation. It is to be hoped that this sort of work will receive needed encouragement. 49. The intermarriage of the races. For years much has been said on the destiny of the Negro with regard to intermarriage with the whites. To many this seems the difficulty that differentiates the Negro question from all other social questions which we face, and makes it seemingly insoluble. The questions of ignorance, crime, and immorality, these argue, may safely be left to the influence of time and education, but will time and training ever change the obvious fact that the white people of the country do not wish to mingle socially with the Negroes or to join blood in legal wedlock with them? This problem is, it must be acknowledged, difficult. Its difficulty arises, however, rather from an ignorance of surrounding facts than from the theoretic argument. Theory in such case is of little value. The white people, as members of the races now dominant in the world, naturally boast of their blood and accomplishments and recoil from an alliance with a people which is today represented by a host of untrained and uncouth ex-slaves. On the other hand, whatever his practice be, the Negro as a free American citizen must just as strenuously maintain that marriage is a private contract, and that given two persons of proper age and economic ability who agree to enter into that relation, it does not concern anyone but themselves as to whether one of them be white, black, or red. It is thus that theoretical argument comes to an unpleasant standstill, and its further pursuit really settles nothing, nay, rather unsettles much, by bringing men's thoughts to a question that is, at present at least, of little practical importance. For in practice the matter works itself out. The average white person does not marry a Negro, and the average Negro, despite his theory, himself marries one of his race, and frowns darkly on his fellows unless they do likewise. In those very circles of Negroes who have a large infusion of white blood, where the freedom of marriage is most strenuously advocated, white wives have always been treated with a disdain bordering on insult, and white husbands never received on any terms of social recognition. Notwithstanding theory and the practice of whites and Negroes in general, it is nevertheless manifest that the white and black races have mingled their blood in this country to a vast extent. Such facts puzzle the foreigner and are destined to puzzle the future historian. A serious student of the subject gravely declares in one chapter that the races are separate and distinct and becoming more so, and in another that by reason of the intermingling of white blood, the original type of the African has almost completely disappeared. Here we have reflected the prevailing confusion in the popular mind. Race amalgamation is a fact, not a theory. It took place, however, largely under the institution of slavery, and for the most part, though not wholly, outside the bonds of legal marriage. With the abolition of slavery now, and the establishment of a self-protecting Negro home, the question is, what have been the tendencies and the actual facts with regard to the intermarriage of races? This is the only question with which students have to do, and this, singularly enough, has been the one which they, with curious unanimity, have neglected. We do not know the facts with regard to the mingling of white and black blood in the past, save in a most general unsatisfactory way. We do not know the facts for today at all, and yet, of course, without this knowledge, all philosophy of this situation is vain. Only long observation of the course of intermarriage can furnish us that broad knowledge of facts which can serve as a basis for race theories and final conclusions. The first legal obstacle to the intermarriage of whites and blacks in Pennsylvania was the Act of 1726, which forbade such unions in terms that would seem to indicate that a few such marriages had taken place. Mulattoes early appeared in the state, and especially in Philadelphia, some being from the South and some from up the state. Sailors from this port in some cases brought back English, Scotch, and Irish wives, and mixed families emigrated here at the time of the Haitian Revolt. Between 1820 and 1860, many natural children were sent from the South, and in a few cases their parents followed and were legally married here. Descendants of such children in many cases forsook the mother's race. One became principal of a city school, one a prominent sister in a Catholic church, one a bishop, and one or two officers in the Confederate Army. Some marriages with Quakers took place, one especially in 1825, when a Quakeress married a Negro created much comment. Descendants of this couple still survive. Since the war, the number of local marriages has considerably increased. In this work there was originally no intention of treating the subject of intermarriage, for it was thought that the data would be too insignificant to be enlightening. When, however, in one ward of the city 33 cases of mixed marriages were found, and it was known that there were others in that ward, and probably a similar proportion in many other wards, it was thought that a study of these 33 families might be of interest and be a small contribution of fact to a subject where facts are not easily accessible. The size of these families varies, of course, with the question as to what one considers a family. If we take the census family, or all those living together under circumstances of family life in one home, the average size of the 33 families of the 7th ward in which there were intermarried whites was 3.5. If we take simply the father, mother, and children, the average size was 2.9. There were 97 parents and children in these families, and 20 other relatives living with them, making 117 individuals in the families. Of the intermarried whites, there are 4 husbands and 29 wives. The third family may be simply a case of cohabitation, and not enough is known of the fourth to make any judgment. The second family lives in a comfortable home and appears contented. The first family is poor, and the man lazy and good-natured. Only one of these women was reported as illiterate, and in the case of 3, no return was made as to illiteracy. It is often said that only the worst Negroes and lowest whites intermarry. This is certainly untrue in Philadelphia. To be sure, among the lowest classes there is a large number of temporary unions and much cohabitation. In the case of the 7th Ward, several of such cases were not noticed at all in the above, as they savor more of prostitution than of marriage. On the other hand, it is an error, certainly in this ward, to regard marriages of this sort as confined principally to the lower classes. On the contrary, they take place most frequently in the laboring classes, and especially among servants, where there is the most contact between the races. Among the vast class of Negroes and whites, such marriages seldom occur, although one notable case occurred in 1897 in Philadelphia, where there could be no question of the good social standing of the parties. As to the tendencies of the present and the general result of such marriages, there are no reliable data. That more separations occur in such marriages than in others is very probable. It is certainly a strain on affections to have to endure not simply the social ostracism of the whites, but of the blacks also. Undoubtedly, this latter acts as a more practical deterrent than the first, for while a Negro expects to be ostracized by the whites, and his white wife agrees to it by her marriage vow, neither of them are quite prepared for the cold reception they invariably meet with among the Negroes. This is the consideration that makes the sacrifice in such marriages great, and makes it perfectly proper to give the aphoristic marriage advice of Punch to those contemplating such alliances. Nevertheless, one must candidly acknowledge that there are respectable people who are thus married and are apparently contented and as happy as the average of mankind. It is difficult to see whose concern their choice is but their own, or why the world should see fit to insult or slander them. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of the Philadelphia Negro, A Social Study by W.E.B. Du Bois. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Negro Suffrage 50. The significance of the experiment, the indiscriminate granting of universal suffrage to freedmen and foreigners, was one of the most daring experiments of a too venturesome nation. In the case of the Negro, its only justification was that the ballot might serve as a weapon of defense for helpless ex-slaves, and would at one stroke enfranchise those Negroes whose education and standing entitled them to a voice in the government. There can be no doubt but that the wisest provision would have been an educational and property qualification impartially enforced against ex-slaves and immigrants. In the absence of such a provision, it was certainly more just to admit the untrained and ignorant than to bar out all Negroes in spite of their qualifications, more just but also more dangerous. Those who from time to time have discussed the results of this experiment have usually looked for their facts in the wrong place, that is, in the South. Under the peculiar conditions still prevailing in the South, no fair trial of the Negro voter could have been made. The carpet-bag governments of Reconstruction time were in no true sense the creatures of Negro voters, nor is there today a Southern state where free, untrammeled Negro suffrage prevails. It is then to Northern communities that one must turn to study the Negro as a voter, and the result of the experiment in Pennsylvania, while not decisive, is certainly instructive. 51. The history of Negro suffrage in Pennsylvania. The laws of Pennsylvania, agreed upon in England in 1682, declared as qualified electors every inhabitant in the said province that is or shall be a purchaser of 100 acres of land or upwards, and every person that hath been a servant or bondsman and is free by his service, that shall have taken up his 50 acres of land and cultivated 20 thereof, and also some other taxpayers. These provisions were in keeping with the design of partially freeing Negroes after 14 years' service, and contemplated without doubt black electors, at least in theory. It is doubtful if many Negroes voted under this provision, although that is possible. In the call for the Convention of 1776, no restriction as to color was mentioned, and the Constitution of that year gave the right of suffrage to every freeman of the full age of 21 years, having resided in this state for the space of 1 whole year. Probably some Negro electors in Pennsylvania helped choose the framers of the Constitution. In the Convention of 1790, no restriction as to color was adopted, and the suffrage article, as finally decided upon, read as follows. Article 3, Section 1. In elections by the citizens, every freeman of the age of 21 years, having resided in the state 2 years next before the election, and within that time paid a state or county tax which shall have been assessed at least 6 months before the election, shall enjoy the rights of an elector. Nothing in the printed minutes of the convention indicates any attempt in the convention to prohibit Negro suffrage, but Mr. Albert Gallatin declared in 1837, I have a lively recollection that in some stages of the discussion, the proposition pending before the convention limited the right of suffrage to free white citizens, etc., and that the word white was struck out on my motion. It was alleged afterward that in 1795 the question came before the High Court of Errors and Appeals, and that its decision denied the right to Negroes. No written decision of this sort was ever found, however, and it is certain that for nearly a half-century free Negroes voted in parts of Pennsylvania. As the Negro population increased, however, and ignorant and dangerous elements entered, and as the slavery controversy grew warmer, the feeling against Negroes increased, and with it opposition to their right to vote. In July 1837, the Supreme Court, sitting at Sunbury, took up the celebrated case of Hobbs et al. Against Fogg. Fogg was a free Negro and taxpayer, and had been denied the right to vote by Hobbs and others, the judges and inspectors of election in Luzerne County. He brought action and was sustained in the Court of Common Pleas, but the Supreme Court under Judge Gibson reversed this judgment. The decision rendered was an evident straining of law and sense. The judge sought to refer to the decision of 1795, but could cite no written record. He explained the striking out of the word white in the Constitutional Convention as done to prevent insult to dark-colored white men, and held that a Negro, though free, could never be a free man. All doubt was finally removed by the Reformed Constitutional Convention of 1837-38. The article on suffrage, as reported to the convention May 17, 1837, was practically the same as in the Constitution of 1790. This article was taken up June 19, 1837. There was an attempt to amend the report and to restrict the suffrage to free white male citizens. The attempt was defended as being in consonance with the regulations of other states and with the real facts in Pennsylvania, since in the county of Philadelphia the colored man could not with safety appear at the polls. The amendment, however, met opposition and was withdrawn. The matter arose again a few days later, but was voted down by a vote of 61 to 49. The Friends of Exclusion now began systematic efforts to stir up public opinion. No less than 45 petitions against Negro suffrage were handed in, especially from Bucks County, where a Negro had once nearly succeeded in being elected to the legislature. Many petitions, too, in favor of retaining the old provisions came in, but it was charged that the convention would not print petitions in favor of Negro suffrage, and some members did not wish even to receive petitions from Negroes. The discussion of the third article recurred January 17, 1838, and a long argument ensued. Finally, the word white was inserted in the qualifications of voters by a vote of 77 to 45. A protracted struggle took place to soften this regulation in various ways, but all efforts failed, and the final draft, which was eventually adopted by popular vote, had the following provisions. Article 3, Section 1. In elections by the citizens, every white freeman of the age of 21 years, having resided in this state 1 year and in the electoral district where he offers to vote 10 days immediately preceding such election, and within 2 years paid a state or county tax, which shall have been assessed at least 10 days before the election, shall enjoy the rights of an elector. This disfranchisement lasted 32 years until the passage of the 15th Amendment. The Constitution of 1874 formally adopted this change. Since 1870, the experiment of untrammeled Negro suffrage has been made throughout the state. 52. City politics. About 5,500 Negroes were eligible to vote in the city of Philadelphia in 1870. The question first arises, into what sort of a political atmosphere were they introduced, and what training did they receive for their new responsibilities? Few large cities have such a disreputable record for misgovernment as Philadelphia. In the period before the war, the city was ruled by the Democratic Party, which retained its power by the manipulation of a mass of ignorant and turbulent foreign voters, chiefly Irish. Riots, disorder, and crime were the rule in the city proper, and especially in the surrounding districts. About the time of the breaking out of the war, the city was consolidated and made coterminous with the county. The social upheaval after the Civil War gave the political power to the Republicans, and a new era of misrule commenced. Open disorder and crime were repressed, but in its place came the rule of the boss, with its quiet manipulation and calculating embezzlement of public funds. Today, the government of both city and state is unparalleled in the history of Republican government for brazen dishonesty and barefaced defiance of public opinion. The supporters of this government have been, by a vast majority, white men and Native Americans. The Negro vote has never exceeded 4% of the total registration. Manifestly, such a political atmosphere was the worst possible for the new untutored voter. Starting himself without political ideals, he was put under the tutelage of unscrupulous and dishonest men whose ideal of government was to prostitute it to their own private ends. As the Irishman had been the tool of the Democrats, so the Negro became the tool of the Republicans. It was natural that the freedman should vote for the party that emancipated him, and perhaps, too, it was natural that a party with so sure a following should use it unscrupulously. The result to be expected from such a situation was that the Negro should learn from his surroundings a low ideal of political morality and no conception of the real end of party loyalty. At the same time, we ought to expect individual exceptions to this general level and some evidences of growth. 53. Some bad results of Negro suffrage. The experiment of Negro suffrage in Philadelphia has developed three classes of Negro voters: a large majority of voters who vote blindly at the dictates of the party, and while not open to direct bribery, accept the indirect emoluments of office or influence in return for party loyalty; a considerable group centering in the slum districts, which casts a corrupt purchasable vote for the highest bidder; lastly, a very small group of independent voters who seek to use their vote to better present conditions of municipal life. The political morality of the first group of voters, that is to say, of the great mass of Negro voters, corresponds roughly to that of the mass of white voters, but with this difference: the ignorance of the Negroes in matters of government is greater, and his devotion to party blinder and more unreasoning. Add to this the mass of recent immigrants from the South, with the political training of Reconstruction and post-bellum days, and one can easily see how poorly trained this body of electors has been. Under such circumstances, it is but natural that political morality and knowledge should be even slower in spreading among Negroes than wealth and general intelligence. One consequently finds among those of considerable intelligence and of upright lives such curious misapprehension of political duties as is illustrated by the address of the Afro-American League to the mayor of the city, February 8, 1897. Mr. Mayor, we desire first and foremost to tender you our profound thanks for the honor of this cordial reception. We regard it, sir, as proof of the recognition on your part of that just and most admirable custom of our country's government, which permits the subjects, however humble may be their condition in life, to see their ruler as well as feel the workings of his power. We are here to state to your Excellency that the colored citizens of Philadelphia are penetrated with feelings of inexpressible grief at the manner in which they have thus far been overlooked and ignored by the Republican party in this city in giving out work and otherwise distributing the enormous patronage in the gift of the party. We are therefore here, sir, to earnestly beseech of you as a faithful Republican and our worthy Chief Executive to use your potent influence as well as the good offices of your municipal government, if not inconsistent with the public weal, to procure for the colored people of this city a share at least of the public work and the recognition which they now ask for and feel to be justly due to them, no less as citizens and taxpayers than on a basis of their voting strength of something over 14,000 in the Republican Party here in Philadelphia. As the chosen organ of this body of men, I am actuated by a due sense of their earnestness of purpose in this matter, and I regret to be inadequate to the task of convincing you, Mr. Mayor, of the deep interest which is being universally manifested by the colored element in Philadelphia in this somewhat important question. The colored people neither ask for nor expect extremes. We only claim that our loyal fidelity to the Republican Party should count at some time for some benefits to at least a reasonable number of the colored race when our friends are installed into place and power. And cherishing as we do, sir, the most implicit confidence in your justice as the chief executive of this great city, we firmly believe that this most unfair treatment of which our people now complain would not fail, when brought thus to your attention, in moving you in our humble behalf. We therefore have here to present for your candid consideration a paper containing the names of some worthy and reliable men of our race, and they are respectfully urged for appointment as indicated on the face of that paper, and out of a desire, Mr. Mayor, to facilitate your efforts should you take favorable action upon this matter. These men, as we will state, have been selected as near as possible from every section of the city, as well as upon the proof of their fitness for the places named. The organization which here speaks is not large or nearly as representative as it claims to be. It is simply a small faction of outs who are striving to get in. The significant thing about the address is the fact that a considerable number of fairly respectable and ordinarily intelligent citizens should think this a perfectly legitimate and laudable demand. This represents the political morality of the great mass of ordinary Negro voters, and what more does it argue than that they have learned their lesson well and recited it bluntly but honestly? What more do the majority of American politicians and voters today say, in action, if not in word, than, "Here is my vote, now where is my pay, in office or favor or influence"? What thousands are acting, this delegation had the charming simplicity to say plainly and then to print. Moreover, one circumstance makes this attitude of mind more dangerous among Negroes than among whites. Negroes as a class are poor, and as laborers are restricted to few and unremunerative occupations. Consequently, the bribe of office is to them a far larger and alluring temptation than to the mass of whites. In other words, here are a people more ignorant than their fellows, with stronger tendencies to dishonesty and crime, who are offered a far larger bribe than ordinary men to enter politics for personal gain. The result is obvious. "Of course I'm in politics," said a Negro city watchman. "It's the only way a colored man can get a position where he can earn a decent living." He was a fireman by trade, but Philadelphia engineers object to working with niggers. If this is the result in the case of an honest man, how great is the temptation to the vicious and lazy? This brings us to the second class of voters, the corrupt class, which sells its votes more or less openly. The able-bodied, well-dressed loafers and criminals who infest the sidewalks of parts of the Fifth, Seventh, and other wards are supported partly by crime and gambling, partly by the prostitution of their female paramours, but mainly from the vast corruption fund gathered from office holders and others, and distributed according to the will of the party boss. The Public Ledger said in 1896, "It is estimated that the Republican City Committee realized nearly, if not all, of $100,000 from the 1.5% assessment levied upon municipal office holders for this campaign. Of this sum, $40,000 has been paid for the 80,000 tax receipts to qualify Republican voters. This leaves $60,000 at the disposal of David Martin, the combined leader." How is this corruption fund used? Without doubt, a large part of it is spent in the purchase of votes. It is, of course, difficult to estimate the directly purchasable vote among the whites or among the Negroes. Once in a while, when thieves fall out, some idea of the bribery may be obtained, for instance, in a hearing relative to a Third Ward election. William Read of Catherine Street, below 13th, was first on the stand. He was watcher in the 15th Division on election day. "Did you make up any election papers for voters?" asked Mr. Ingram. "I marked up about 70 or 80 ballots. I got $20 off of Robert's brother, and used $100 altogether, paying the rest out of my own pocket." "How did you spend the money?" "Oh, well, there were some few objectionable characters there to make trouble. We'd give 'em a few dollars to go away and attend to their business." Then he addressed Mr. Ingram directly. "You know how it works." "I'd give 'em $1 to buy a cigar, and if they didn't want to pay $1 for a cigar, why, they could put it in the contribution box at church." "Was this election conducted in the usual way?" inquired Mr. Sturr. "Oh, yes, the way they're conducted in the Third Ward, with vote buying and all the rest of it." "Did the other side have any money to spend?" "Saunders had $16 to the division." "What did your side have?" "Oh, we had about $60. There was money to burn, but our money went to 3 people. The other fellows saved theirs. I spent mine like a sucker." James Brown, a McKinley citizen worker, began his testimony indignantly. "Election? Why, Reed and Morrow, the judges of the election, run the whole shooting match," he declared. "It was all a farce. I brought voters up, and Reed would take 'em away from me. When we challenged anybody, Reed and the others would have vouchers ready." "Did they use money?" "There was a good deal of money through the division. We wasn't even allowed to mark ballots for our own people who asked for help. The judge would ask 'em if they could read and write. When they said yes, he'd tell 'em they were able to mark their own ballot. There were even some people who wanted to mark their own ballots. Reed would simply grab 'em and mark their ballots, whether they liked it or not." Lavinia Brown, colored, of the rear of the 1306 Cato Street, said that Mr. Bradford was judge on election day of the 16th Division, and that on the morning of the election she cooked his breakfast. She said that Newton Roberts came to the house, and in her presence gave Bradford a roll of notes, at the same time throwing her $2, but she did not know for what purpose he gave it. George W. Green, colored, of 1224 Catherine Street, said he was a watcher at the polls of the 16th Division. He told of fraud and how the voters were treated. "Were you offered any money?" "Yes, sir. Lincoln Roberts came over to me and shoved $50 at me, but I turned him down and would not take it because I didn't belong to that crowd." Continuing, he said 7 or 8 men were challenged, but it did not amount to anything because Lincoln Roberts would tell the police to eject them. He also vouched for men who did not live in the ward. This condition of affairs continued all day. Several other witnesses followed, whose testimony was similar to Green's, and who declared that money was distributed freely by the Roberts faction to buy over voters. They said that challenges were disregarded and that the election was a farce. Voters were kept out, and when it was known that any of Saunders' adherents were coming, a rush would be made, making it impossible for that side to enter the booth. Philip Brown, a McKinley citizen watcher, said that the election was a fraud. He saw Mr. Roberts with a pile of money going around shouting, "That's the stuff that wins." When asked what the judge was doing all this time, he said, "Why, the judge belonged to Mr. Roberts, who had full control of the polling place all day." William Hare, of 1346 Cato Street, proved an interesting witness. His story is as follows. "Mr. Lincoln Roberts brought my tax receipt and told me to come around to the club. I went and was given a bundle of tax receipts, marked for other men, and told to deliver them. The next day, being election day, I made it a point to watch, and saw that every man to whom I gave a receipt came to the polls and voted for Mr. Roberts. I saw Mr. Newton Roberts mark the ballots over 6 times myself." Many of the men mentioned here are white, and this happened in a ward where there are more white than Negro voters, but the same open bribery goes on at every election in the slum districts of the 4th, 5th, 7th, and 8th wards, where a large Negro vote is cast. In a meeting of Negroes held in 1896, one politician calmly announced that, through money from my white friends, I control the colored vote in my precinct. Another man arose and denounced the speaker pretty plainly as a trickster, although his allegation was not denied. This brought on general discussion, in which there were uncontradicted statements that in certain sections votes were bought for 50 cents and a drink of whiskey, and men driven in droves to the polls. There was some exaggeration here, and yet, without doubt, many Negroes sell their votes directly for a money consideration. This sort of thing is confined to the lowest classes, but there it is widespread. Such bribery, however, is the least harmful kind, because it is so direct and shameless that only men of no character would accept it. Next to this direct purchase of votes, one of the chief and most pernicious forms of bribery among the lowest classes is through the establishment of political clubs, which abound in the 4th, 5th, 7th, and 8th wards, and are not uncommon elsewhere. A political club is a band of 8 or 12 men who rent a clubhouse with money furnished them by the boss, and support themselves partially in the same way. The club is often named after some politician. One of the most notorious gambling hells of the 7th ward is named after a United States senator, and the business of the club is to see that its precinct is carried for the proper candidate, to get jobs for some of its boys, to keep others from arrest, and to secure bail and discharge for those arrested. Such clubs become the center of gambling, drunkenness, prostitution, and crime. Every night there are no less than 15 of these clubs in the 7th ward, where open gambling goes on, to which almost any one can gain admittance if properly introduced. Nearly every day some red-handed criminal finds refuge here from the law. Prostitutes are in easy reach of these places and sometimes enter them. Liquor is furnished to members at all times, and the restrictions on membership are slight. The leader of each club is boss of his district. He knows the people, knows the ward boss, knows the police. So long as the loafers and gamblers under him do not arouse the public too much, he sees that they are not molested. If they are arrested, it does not mean much, save in grave cases. Men openly boast on the streets that they can get bail for any amount, and certainly they appear to have powerful friends at the public buildings. There is, of course, a difference in the various clubs. Some are of higher class than others and receive offices as bribes. Others are openly devoted to gambling and receive protection as a bribe. One of the most notorious gambling houses of the 7th ward was recently raided, and although every schoolboy knows the character of the proprietor, he was released for lack of evidence. Still other clubs are simply winter quarters for thieves, loafers, and criminals well known to the police. There are, of course, 1 or 2 clubs mainly social and only partially political, to which the foregoing statements do not apply. As, for instance, the Citizens Club on Broad Street, which has the best niggers of the city in its membership, allows no gambling and pays its own expenses. This club, however, stands almost alone, and the other 12 or 15 political clubs of the 7th ward represent a form of political corruption which is a disgrace to a civilized city. In the 4th, 5th, and 8th wards there are 10 or 12 more clubs, and probably in the whole city the Negroes have 40 such places, with a possible membership of 500 or 600. The influence of these clubs on the young immigrants, on growing boys, on the surrounding working people is most deplorable. At the polls they carry the day with high-handed and often riotous proceedings, voting repeaters and colonists often with impunity. Among the great mass of Negro voters whose votes cannot be directly purchased, a less direct but in the long run more demoralizing bribery is common. It is the same sort of bribery as that which is today corrupting the white voters of the land, viz., a. contributions to various objects in which voters are interested, b. appointment to public office or to work of any kind for the city. Men accept from political organizations contributions to charitable and other objects which they would not think of accepting for themselves. Others, less scrupulous, get contributions or favors for enterprises in which they are directly interested. Fairs, society clubs, and even churches have profited by this sort of political corruption, and the custom is by no means confined to Negroes. A better known method of political bribery among the mass of Negroes is through apportionment of the public work or appointment to public office. The work open to Negroes throughout the city is greatly restricted, as has been pointed out. One class of well-paid positions, the city city civil service was once closed to them, and only one road was open to them to secure these positions, and that was unquestioning obedience to the machine. The emoluments of office are a temptation to most men, but how much greater they are for Negroes can only be realized on reflection. Here is a well-educated young man who, despite all efforts, can get no work above that of porter at $6 or $8 a week. If he goes into politics blindly, votes for the candidate of the party boss, and by hard, steady, and astute work persuades most of the colored voters in his precinct to do the same, he has the chance of being rewarded by a city clerkship, the social prestige of being in a position above menial labor, and an income of $60 or $75 a month. Such is the character of the grasp which the machine has on even intelligent Negro voters. How far this sort of bribery goes is illustrated by the fact that 170 city employees are from the Fifth Ward, and probably 40 of these are Negroes. The 3 Negro members of the machine in this ward are all office holders. About 1/4 of the 52 members of the Seventh Ward machine are Negroes, and 1/2 of these are office holders. The Negro's record as an office seeker is, it is needless to say, far surpassed by his white brother, and it is only in the last 2 decades that Negroes have appeared as members of councils and clerks. In spite of the methods employed to secure these offices, it cannot as yet justly be charged that many of the Negro office holders are unfitted for their duty. There is always the possibility, however, that incompetent Negro officers may increase in number, and there can be no doubt but that corrupt and dishonest white politicians have been kept in power by the influence thus obtained to sway the Negro vote of the 7th and 8th and other wards. The problem of the Negro voter, then, is one of the many problems that baffle all efforts at political reform in Philadelphia. The small corrupt vote of the slums, which disgraces Republican government, the large vote of the masses, which mistaken political ideals, blind party loyalty, and economic stress, now holds imprisoned and shackled to the service of dishonest political leaders. 54. Some good results of Negro suffrage. It is wrong to suppose that all the results of this hazardous experiment in widening the franchise have been evil. First, the ballot has without doubt been a means of protection in the hands of a people peculiarly liable to oppression. Its first bestowal gained Negroes admittance to streetcars after a struggle of a quarter century, and frequently since private and public oppression has been lightened by the knowledge of the power of the black vote. This fact has greatly increased the civic patriotism of the Negro, made him strive more eagerly to adapt himself to the spirit of the city life, and has kept him from becoming a socially dangerous class. At the same time, the Negro has never sought to use his ballot to menace civilization or even the established principles of this government. This fact has been noticed by many students, but it deserves emphasis. Instead of being radical, light-headed followers of every new political panacea, the freedmen of Philadelphia and of the nation have always formed the most conservative element in our political life, and have steadfastly opposed the schemes of inflationists, socialists, and dreamers. Part of this conservatism may, to be sure, be the inertia of ignorance, but even such inertia must anchor to some well-defined notions as to what the present situation is, and no element of our political life seems better to comprehend the main lines of our social organization than the Negro. In Philadelphia he has usually been allied with the better elements, although too often that better was far from the best, and never has the Negro been to any extent the ally of the worst elements. In spite of the fact that unworthy officials could easily get into office by the political methods pursued by the Negroes, the average of those who have obtained office has been good. Of the 3 colored councilmen, 1 has received the endorsement of the Municipal League, while the others seem to be up to the average of the councilmen. 1 Negro has been clerk in the tax office for 20 years or more, and has an enviable record. The colored policemen as a class are declared by their superiors to be capable, neat, and efficient. There are some cases of inefficiency. 1 clerk who used to be drunk most of his time, another who devotes his time to work outside his office, and many cases of inefficient watchmen and laborers. The average of efficiency among colored office holders, however, is good and much higher than one might naturally expect. finally, the training in citizenship which the exercise of the right of suffrage entails has not been lost on the Philadelphia Negro. Any worthy cause of municipal reform can secure a respectable Negro vote in the city, showing that there is the germ of an intelligent, independent vote which rises above even the blandishments of decent remunerative employment. This class is small, but seems to be growing. 55. The paradox of reform. The growth of a higher political morality among Negroes is today hindered by their paradoxical position. Suppose the Municipal League or the Woman's School Board movement or some other reform is brought before the better class of Negroes today. They will nearly all agree that city politics are notoriously corrupt, that honest women should replace ward heelers on school boards and the like. But can they vote for such movements? Most of them will say no, for to do so will throw many worthy Negroes out of employment. These very reformers who want votes for specific reforms will not themselves work beside Negroes or admit them to positions in their stores or offices or lend them friendly aid in trouble. Moreover, Negroes are proud of their councilmen and policemen. What if some of these positions of honor and respectability have been gained by shady politics? Shall they be nicer in these matters than the mass of the whites? Shall they surrender these tangible evidences of the rise of their race to forward the good-hearted but hardly imperative demands of a crowd of women, especially two of women who did not apparently know there were any Negroes on earth until they wanted their votes? Such logic may be faulty, but it is convincing to the mass of Negro voters, and cause after cause may gain their respectful attention and even applause. But when election day comes, the machine gets their votes. Thus the growth of broader political sentiment is hindered and will be until some change comes, when industrial exclusion is so broken down that no class will be unduly tempted by the bribe of office, when the apostles of civil reform compete within the ward boss in friendliness and kindly consideration for the unfortunate, when the league between gambling and crime and the city authorities is less close, then we can expect the more rapid development of civic virtue in the Negro and indeed in the whole city. As it is today, the experiment of Negro suffrage, with all its glaring shortcomings, cannot justly be called a failure, but rather, in view of all circumstances, a partial success. Whatever it lacks can justly be charged to those Philadelphians who for 30 years have surrendered their right of political leadership to thieves and tricksters, and allowed such teachers to instruct this untutored race in whose hand lay an unfamiliar instrument of civilization. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of the Philadelphia Negro, A Social Study by W.E.B. Du Bois. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A final word. 56. The meaning of all this. Two sorts of answers are usually returned to the bewildered American who asks seriously, "What is the Negro problem?" The one is straightforward and clear. It is simply this, or simply that, and one simple remedy, long enough applied, will in time cause it to disappear. The other answer is apt to be hopelessly involved and complex, to indicate no simple panacea, and to end in a somewhat hopeless "there it is, what can we do?" Both of these sorts of answers have something of truth in them. The Negro problem, looked at in one way, is but the old world questions of ignorance, poverty, crime, and the dislike of the stranger. On the other hand, it is a mistake to think that attacking each of these questions single-handed without reference to the others will settle the matter. A combination of social problems is far more than a matter of mere addition. The combination itself is a problem. Nevertheless, the Negro problems are not more hopelessly complex than many others have been. Their elements, despite their bewildering complication, can be kept clearly in view. They are, after all, the same difficulties over which the world has grown gray. The question as to how far human intelligence can be trusted and trained, as to whether we must always have the poor with us, as to whether it is possible for the mass of men to attain righteousness on earth, And then to this is added that question of questions, after all, who are men? Is every featherless biped to be counted a man and brother? Are all races and types to be joined heirs of the new earth that men have striven to raise in 30 centuries and more? Shall we not swamp civilization in barbarism and drown genius in indulgence if we seek a mythical humanity which shall shadow all men? The answer of the early centuries to this puzzle was clear. Those of any nation who can be called men and endowed with rights are few. They are the privileged classes, the well-born, and the accidents of low birth called up by the king. The rest, the mass of the nation, the peuple, the mob, are fit to follow, to obey, to dig and delve, but not to think or rule or play the gentleman. We who were born to another philosophy hardly realize how deep-seated and plausible this view of human capabilities and powers once was, how utterly incomprehensible this republic would have been to Charlemagne or Charles V or Charles I. We rather hasten to forget that once the courtiers of English kings looked upon the ancestors of most Americans with far greater contempt than these Americans look upon Negroes, and perhaps indeed had more cause. We forget that once French peasants were the niggers of France, and that German princelings once discussed with doubt the brains and humanity of the bower. Much of this, or at least some of it, has passed, and the world has glided by blood and iron into a wider humanity, a wider respect for simple manhood, unadorned by ancestors or privilege. Not that we have discovered, as some hoped and some feared, that all men were created free and equal, but rather that the differences in men are not so vast as we had assumed. We still yield the well-born the advantages of birth. We still see that each nation has its dangerous flock of fools and rascals, but we also find most men have brains to be cultivated and souls to be saved. And all this widening of the idea of common humanity is of slow growth, and today but dimly realized. We grant full citizenship in the world commonwealth to the Anglo-Saxon, whatever that may mean, the Teuton and the Latin. Then with just a shade of reluctance we extend it to the Celt and Slav. We half deny it to the yellow races of Asia, admit the brown Indians to an anteroom only on the strength of an undeniable past. But with the Negroes of Africa we come to a full stop, and in its heart the civilized world with one accord denies that these come within the pale of 19th century humanity. This feeling, widespread and deep-seated, is in America the vastest of the Negro problems. We have, to be sure, a threatening problem of ignorance, but the ancestors of most Americans were far more ignorant than the freedmen's sons. These ex-slaves are poor, but not as poor as the Irish peasants used to be. Crime is rampant, but not more so, if as much, as in Italy. But the difference is that the ancestors of the English and the Irish and the Italians were felt to be worth educating, helping, and guiding because they were men and brothers, while in America a census which gives a slight indication of the utter disappearance of the American Negro from the earth is greeted with ill-concealed delight. Other centuries, looking back upon the culture of the 19th, would have a right to suppose that if, in a land of freemen, 8 millions of human beings were found to be dying of disease, the nation would cry with one voice, "Heal them." If they were staggering on in ignorance, it would cry, "Train them." If they were harming themselves and others by crime, it would cry, "Guide them." And such cries are heard and have been heard in the land, but it was not one voice, and its volume has been ever broken by counter cries and echoes. "Let them die." "Train them like slaves." "Let them stagger downward." This is the spirit that enters in and complicates all Negro social problems, and this is a problem which only civilization and humanity can successfully solve. Meantime, we have the other problems before us. We have the problems arising from the uniting of so many social questions, questions about one center In such a situation we need only to avoid underestimating the difficulties on the one hand and overestimating them on the other. The problems are difficult, extremely difficult, but they are such as the world has conquered before and can conquer again. Moreover, the battle involves more than a mere altruistic interest in an alien people. It is a battle for humanity and human culture. If in the heyday of the greatest of the world's civilizations it is possible for one people ruthlessly to steal another, drag them helpless across the water, enslave them, debauch them, and then slowly murder them by economic and social exclusion until they disappear from the face of the earth, if the consummation of such a crime be possible in the 20th century, then our civilization is vain, and the Republic is a mockery and a farce. But this will not be. First, even with the terribly adverse circumstances under which Negroes live, there is not the slightest likelihood of their dying out. A nation that has endured the slave trade, slavery, Reconstruction, and present prejudice 300 years, and under it increased in numbers and efficiency, is not in any immediate danger of extinction. Nor is the thought of voluntary or involuntary emigration more than a dream of men who forget that there are half as many Negroes in the United States as Spaniards in Spain. If this be so, then a few plain propositions may be laid down as axiomatic. 1. The Negro is here to stay. 2. It is to the advantage of all, both black and white, that every Negro should make the best of himself. 3. It is the duty of the Negro to raise himself by every effort to the standards of modern civilization, and not to lower those standards in any degree. 4. It is the duty of the white people to guard their civilization against debauchment by themselves or others, but in order to do this it is not necessary to hinder and retard the efforts of an earnest people to rise, simply because they lack faith in the ability of that people. 5. With these duties in mind, and with a spirit of self-help, mutual aid, and cooperation, the two races should strive side by side to realize the ideals of the Republic and make this truly a land of equal opportunity for all men. 57. The duty of the Negroes. That the Negro race has an appalling work of social reform before it need hardly be said. Simply because the ancestors of the present white inhabitants of America went out of their way barbarously to mistreat and enslave the ancestors of the present black inhabitants, give those blacks no right to ask that the civilization and morality of the land be seriously menaced for their benefit. Men have a right to demand that the members of a civilized community be civilized, that the fabric of human culture, so laboriously woven, be not wantonly or ignorantly destroyed. Consequently, a nation may rightly demand even of a people it has consciously and intentionally wronged, not indeed complete civilization in 30 or 100 years, but at least every effort and sacrifice possible on their part toward making themselves fit members of the community within a reasonable length of time, that thus they may early become a source of strength and help instead of a national burden. Modern society has too many problems of its own, too much proper anxiety as to its own ability to survive under its present organization, for it lightly to shoulder all the burdens of a less advanced people, and it can rightly demand that as far as possible and as rapidly as possible the Negro bend his energy to the solving of his own social problems, contributing to his poor, paying his share of the taxes, and supporting the schools and public administration. For the accomplishment of this, the Negro has a right to demand freedom for self-development, and no more aid from without than is really helpful for furthering that development. Such aid must of necessity be considerable. It must furnish schools and reformatories and relief and preventive agencies, but the bulk of the work of raising the Negro must be done by the Negro himself, and the greatest help for him will be not to hinder and curtail and discourage his efforts. Against prejudice, injustice, and wrong, the Negro ought to protest energetically and continuously, but he must never forget that he protests because those things hinder his own efforts, and that those efforts are the key to his future. And those efforts must be mighty and comprehensive, persistent, well-aimed, and tireless, satisfied with no partial success, lulled to sleep by no colorless victories, and above all guided by no low, selfish ideals. At the same time they must be tempered by common sense and rational expectation. In Philadelphia those efforts should first be directed toward a lessening of Negro crime. No doubt the amount of crime imputed to the race is exaggerated. No doubt features of the Negro's environment, over which he has no control, excuse much that is committed. But beyond all this, the amount of crime that can without doubt rightly be laid at the door of the Philadelphia Negro is large, and is a menace to a civilized people. Efforts to stop this crime must commence in the Negro homes. They must cease to be, as they often are, breeders of idleness and extravagance and complaint. Work, continuous and intensive, work, although it be menial and poorly rewarded, work, though done in travail of soul and sweat of brow, must be so impressed upon Negro children as the road to salvation, that a child would feel it a greater disgrace to be idle than to do the humblest labor. The homely virtues of honesty, truth, and chastity must be instilled in the cradle, and although it is hard to teach self-respect to a people whose million fellow citizens half despise them, yet it must be taught as the surest road to gain the respect of others. It is right and proper that Negro boys and girls should desire to rise as high in the world as their ability and just desert entitle them. They should be ever encouraged and urged to do so, although they should be taught also that idleness and crime are beneath and not above the lowest work. It should be the continual object of Negroes to open up better industrial chances for their sons and daughters. Their success here must of course rest largely with the white people, but not entirely. Proper cooperation among 40 or 50,000 colored people ought to open many chances of employment for their sons and daughters in trades, stores and shops, associations, and industrial enterprises. Further, some rational means of amusement should be furnished young folks. Prayer meetings and church socials have their place, but they cannot compete in attractiveness with the dance halls and gambling dens of the city. There is a legitimate demand for amusement on the part of the young, which may be made a means of education, improvement, and recreation. Harmless and beautiful amusement like dancing might, with proper effort, be rescued from its low and unhealthful associations and made a means of health and recreation. The billiard table is no more wedded to the saloon than to the church if good people did not drive it there. If the Negro homes and churches cannot amuse their young people, and if no other efforts are made to satisfy this want, then we cannot complain if the saloons and clubs and bawdy houses send these children to crime, disease, and death. There is a vast amount of preventive and rescue work which the Negroes themselves might do, keeping little girls off the street at night, stopping the escorting of unchaperoned young ladies to church and elsewhere, showing the dangers of the lodging system, urging the buying of homes and removal from crowded and tainted neighborhoods, giving lectures and tracts on health and habits, exposing the dangers of gambling and policy playing, and inculcating respect for women, day nurseries and sewing schools, mothers' meetings, the parks, and airing places. All these things are little known or appreciated among the masses of Negroes, and their attention should be directed to them. The spending of money is a matter to which Negroes need to give especial attention. Money is wasted today in dress, furniture, elaborate entertainments, costly church edifices, and insurance schemes which ought to go toward buying homes, educating children, giving simple, healthful amusement to the young, and accumulating something in the savings bank against a rainy day. A crusade for the savings bank as against the insurance society ought to be started in the 7th Ward without delay. Although directly after the war there was great and remarkable enthusiasm for education, there is no doubt but that this enthusiasm has fallen off, and there is today much neglect of children among the Negroes and failure to send them regularly to school. This should be looked into by the Negroes themselves, and every effort made to induce full regular attendance. Above all, the better classes of the Negroes should recognize their duty toward the masses. They should not forget that the spirit of the 20th century is to be the turning of the high toward the lowly, the bending of humanity to all that is human, the recognition that in the slums of modern society lie the answers to most of our puzzling problems of organization and life, and that only as we solve those problems is our culture assured and our progress certain. This the Negro is far from recognizing for himself. His social evolution in cities like Philadelphia is approaching a medieval stage when the centrifugal forces of repulsion between social classes are becoming more powerful than those of attraction. So hard has been the rise of the better class of Negroes that they fear to fall if now they stoop to lend a hand to their fellows. This feeling is intensified by the blindness of those outsiders who persist even now in confounding the good and bad, the risen and fallen in one mass. Nevertheless, the Negro must learn the lesson that other nations learn so laboriously and imperfectly, that his better classes have their chief excuse for being in the work they may do toward lifting the rabble. This is especially true in a city like Philadelphia, which has so distinct and creditable a Negro aristocracy that they do something already to grapple with these social problems of their race is true, but they do not yet do nearly as much as they must, nor do they clearly recognize their responsibility. Finally, the Negroes must cultivate a spirit of calm, patient persistence in their attitude toward their fellow citizens, rather than of loud and intemperate complaint. A man may be wrong, and know he is wrong, and yet some finesse must be used in telling him of it. The white people of Philadelphia are perfectly conscious that their Negro citizens are not treated fairly in all respects, but it will not improve matters to call names or impute unworthy motives to all men. Social reforms move slowly, and yet, when right is reinforced by calm but persistent progress, we somehow all feel that in the end it must triumph. 58. The duty of the whites. There is a tendency on the part of many white people to approach the Negro question from the side which just now is of least pressing importance, namely that of the social intermingling of races. The old query, "Would you want your sister to marry a nigger?" still stands as a grim sentinel to stop much rational discussion. And yet few white women have been pained by the addresses of black suitors, and those who have easily got rid of them. The whole discussion is little less than foolish. Perhaps a century from to-day we may find ourselves seriously discussing such questions of social policy, but it is certain that just as long as one race deems it serious misalliance to marry with another, so long few marriages will take place, and it will need neither law nor argument to guide human choice in such a matter. Certainly the masses of whites would hardly acknowledge that an active propaganda of repression was necessary to ward off intermarriage. Natural pride of race, strong on one side and growing on the other, may be trusted to ward off such mingling as might in this stage of development prove disastrous to both races. All this, therefore, is a question of the far-off future. Today, however, we must face the fact that a natural repugnance to close intermingling with unfortunate ex-slaves has descended to a discrimination that very seriously hinders them from being anything better. It is right and proper to object to ignorance and consequently to ignorant men, but if by our actions we have been responsible for their ignorance and are still actively engaged in keeping them ignorant, the argument loses its moral force. So with the Negroes, men have a right to object to a race so poor and ignorant and inefficient as the mass of the Negroes. But if their policy in the past is parent of much of this condition, and if today, by shutting black boys and girls out of most avenues of decent employment, they are increasing pauperism and vice, then they must hold themselves largely responsible for the deplorable results. There is no doubt that in Philadelphia the center and kernel of the Negro problem, so far as the white people are concerned, is the narrow opportunities afforded Negroes for earning a decent living. Such discrimination is morally wrong, politically dangerous, industrially wasteful, and socially silly. It is the duty of whites to stop it, and to do so primarily for their own sakes. Industrial freedom of opportunity has by long experience been proven to be generally best for all. Moreover, the cost of crime and pauperism, the growth of slums, and the pernicious influences of idleness and lewdness cost the public far more than would the hurt to the feelings of a carpenter to work beside a black man, or a shop girl to stand beside a darker mate. This does not contemplate the wholesale replacing of white workmen for Negroes out of sympathy or philanthropy. It does mean that talent should be rewarded, and aptness used in commerce and industry, whether its owner be black or white, that the same incentive to good, honest, effective work be placed before a black office boy as before a white one, before a black porter as before a white one, and that unless this is done the city has no right to complain that black boys lose interest in work and drift into idleness and crime. Probably a change in public opinion on this point tomorrow would not make very much difference in the positions occupied by Negroes in the city. Some few would be promoted, some few would get new places, the mass would remain as they are. But it would make one vast difference. It would inspire the young to try harder. It would stimulate the idle and discouraged, and it would take away from this race the omnipresent excuse for failure, prejudice. Such a moral change would work a revolution in the criminal rate during the next 10 years. Even a Negro bootblack could black boots better if he knew he was a menial, not because he was a Negro, but because he was best fitted for that work. We need, then, a radical change in public opinion on this point. It will not and ought not to come suddenly, but instead of thoughtless acquiescence in the continual and steadily encroaching exclusion of Negroes from work in the city, the leaders of industry and opinion ought to be trying here and there to open up new opportunities and give new chances to bright colored boys. The policy of the city today simply drives out the best class of young people whom its schools have educated and social opportunities trained, and fills their places with idle and vicious immigrants. It is a paradox of the times that young men and women from some of the best Negro families of the city, families born and reared here and schooled in the best traditions of this municipality, have actually had to go to the South to get work if they wish to be aught but chambermaids and bootblacks. Not that such work may not be honorable and useful, but that it is as wrong to make scullions of engineers as it is to make engineers of scullions. Such a situation is a disgrace to the city, a disgrace to its Christianity, to its spirit of justice, to its common sense. What can be the end of such a policy but increased crime and increased excuse for crime, increased poverty and more reason to be poor, increased political serfdom of the mass of black voters to the bosses and rascals who divide the spoils? Surely here lies the first duty of a civilized city. Secondly, in their efforts for the uplifting of the Negro, the people of Philadelphia must recognize the existence of the better class of Negroes and must gain their active aid and cooperation by generous and polite conduct. Social sympathy must exist between what is best in both races, and there must no longer be the feeling that the Negro who makes the best of himself is of least account to the city of Philadelphia, while the vagabond is to be helped and pitied. This better class of Negro does not want help or pity, but it does want a generous recognition of its difficulties and a broad sympathy with the problem of life as it presents itself to them. It is composed of men and women educated and in many cases cultured. With proper cooperation they could be a vast power in the city, and the only power that could successfully cope with many phases of the Negro problems. But their active aid cannot be gained for purely selfish motives, or kept by churlish and ungentle manners, and above all they object to being patronized. Again, the white people of the city must remember that much of the sorrow and bitterness that surrounds the life of the American Negro comes from the unconscious prejudice and half-conscious actions of men and women who do not intend to wound or annoy. One is not compelled to discuss the Negro question with every Negro one meets, or tell him of a father who was connected with the Underground Railroad. One is not compelled to stare at the solitary black face in the audience as though it were not human. It is not necessary to sneer or be unkind or boorish. If the Negroes in the room or on the street are not all the best behaved or have not the most elegant manners, it is hardly necessary to strike from the dwindling list of one's boyhood and girlhood acquaintances or school-day friends all those who happen to have Negro blood, simply because one has not the courage now to greet them on the street. The little decencies of daily intercourse can go on, the courtesies of life be exchanged even across the color line without any danger to the supremacy of the Anglo-Saxon or the social ambition of the Negro. Without doubt, social differences are facts, not fancies, and cannot lightly be swept aside, but they hardly need to be looked upon as excuses for downright meanness and incivility. a polite and sympathetic attitude toward these striving thousands, a delicate avoidance of that which wounds and embitters them, a generous granting of opportunity to them, a seconding of their efforts, and a desire to reward honest success, all this, added to proper striving on their part, will go far, even in our day, toward making all men, white and black, realize what the great founder of the city meant when he named it the City of Brotherly Love. End of chapter 18. End of The Philadelphia Negro, a Social Study by W.E.B. Du Bois.